should definitely have huge advantages for this lock-in tournament. Some of the other teams did go do Korean boot camps to like varying degrees of success, but Team Liquid and Cloud9s were the ones that were literally playing in Kespa Cup and like getting this early start. You know, it's just so different when you're actually in competition and playing, games like that. So yeah, we were memeing on you for the Cloud9 stuff, but I think it is definitely legit.
Yeah, I mean, while TL didn't do well in Kespa Cup or as well as Cloud9 or whatever, the thing is, like, from talking to all the coaches, from talking to a lot of players, like, while they didn't do well on stage, they were destroying everyone in scrim. So I was asked, like, okay,
never heard that one before.
You can laugh, but I was asked not to say the exact numbers, but like they were slamming all the NA teams that were there, and they were slamming all the LCK teams in scrims as well. So like they had been having a really good time. And I know even more recently, as far as like practice and everything here, I did the draw show, and when I was talking to all the players and stuff that were there for the draw show, literally every player was like, "We just want to dodge TL." Like everyone was just trying to avoid TL, and kind of looking at them as the big dogs. So yeah, they have made changes.
Except for Cloud9, they didn't say we want to dodge them. But you can see it in their eyes.
True. And people were giving credit to C9 too, of course. But
also, I just need a small edit because Cloud9 were the ones that beat Gen G in the first game. I remember one of our teams beat Gen G, and I was like, "Woo, sick!" And then I was like, I saw.
But then you look at the players that were playing for Gen G.
I saw them playing with us, and I was like, "Woo! I don't care."
Yeah, it was the off-brand Gen G. Yeah. But yeah, I think they're going to be really strong, and it's kind of interesting because I talked to Spawn and talked a lot about. I think people were kind of had this expectation that like once they got Quid that they were going to be getting Inspired and this whole super team thing. He said they were never actually even interested in Inspired, and that they weren't really pursuing him. He said that they had like maybe one quick phone call, but it was never something that they were really even going after. And it was kind of interesting. Hearing about Jungle and like the various people that they were interested in, was saying that they were like hoping to even get Blabber because they were saying like, oh, would Blabber be available? Could we get someone like that? And once that didn't work out, obviously Blabber was staying with C9. They started kind of looking at VODs, and Spooks is on the team. They had access to like scrim VODs and stuff from him. They had access to scrim VODs from like various other people, and that he was really impressed with Jose and how Jose had been playing. And it's interesting because like I think Jose is someone that people were really kind of like confused on as a pickup. But he was saying that like especially when Jose was playing on the roster with Miru, he felt like he had been really, really impressive, and that he was the only jungler he felt really that like in all the VODs that he had seen of junglers kind of like in NA and in the South and stuff, had actually been doing really well individually against Inspired and actually even like besting Inspired in a lot of these kind of scrims on an individual level. So I thought that was really interesting. He was also talking about Morgan, how they had been interested in other top laners like Castle and so on, but that when they were like doing trials and stuff for top lane, they had tried out playing with Castle. They had tried out playing with some other top laners and whatnot. And that Morgan just was like slamming everyone like in their practice and in their scrims and just creating such larger advantages than all these other people that they had played with. So I know I've heard from a number of different people that Morgan has been like pretty incredible and they think like really underrated. I had some people telling me they think Morgan is the best player on TL, which I was very surprised by because I haven't been blown away by him in the LCK or anything. So I'm honestly really interested, like, based on what I've heard and based on that kind of hype that I'm getting even from the coaches and stuff, if Jose and Morgan are going to be as good as people are telling me, like this team I think is really, really scary because Quid, everyone knows, I think has been the best mid laner in the region for a bit. And Yon and Core, even when this team sucked, looked like potentially the best bot lane in the league.
Yeah. I also talked to them and I have some specifics as well as far as individual things that they really, really like from those players. For Jose, he kept on bringing up the mechanics, like just even this like the fact that he consistently gets super high rank every time they go to Korean boot camp, and his mechanics in like individual fights and 1v1s. And for Morgan, they specifically wanted someone that could play on the same tempo as Quid, which I think is really important as far as your solo laners, being on the being able to complement each other's game plan. So I thought that was actually huge. And then I remember he said that Morgan even exceeded their expectations that they had for him. As well as, I don't know if he mentioned to you, but he was like, I love Morgan out of game too. And he's like a huge leader for the team. So, I mean, that's always nice to hear because Team Liquid literally released a video about how terrible their team environment was last year at the end of last split. And it was like, it was that was the main point of that video. And, they had the like meeting afterwards and there were all of the players and Spawn themselves were like referencing like, yeah, like it was just horrible. And like, they knew like this has to get blown up.
Yeah.
So it is really good to hear that after like such a terrible split of team environment, now presumably they have a really good team environment and Morgan's fitting in well and being a good leader for the team. So I think all of that stuff like bodes pretty well for them. Also, I know for Cloud9, some of the changes, bringing in Dom full time, and them all, like Minos was talking about, having so much time together, and then bringing APA in. I don't know if you guys saw this on Twitter, or I don't know if anyone actually calls it X, but
No.
APA.
Nobody does.
Yeah,
No.
thank God. APA.
PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, APA literally he made a PowerPoint presentation about like his origins and his personality.
Yeah.
And I saw some of the actual like slides and stuff, and it was like, I don't know, that's just heartwarming because like you're going into a team that me to say like their synergy is like this already, right? They've all been playing together, and then like they might be a little sad because they wanted to keep Loki, and Loki had to leave, and so he comes in, and APA is always this big personality stuff, and so he's like making a presentation, and I don't know, seems like they probably are meshing well over there too. So I'm hoping that like we start out lock-in tournament with the absolute biggest banger. You did a good job on the draw show pitting Cloud9 and
There
Team
you
Liquid
go.
together right out of the gate.
Rig the shit out of it.
Because by all accounts, these are the top two teams, and both of them have like good in-game and out-of-game prospects. So I just think that matchup is cooking up to be an amazing start to the LCS return.
Yeah, it's gonna be super interesting, man. Cloud9, I from talking to an Arrow, he seemed like really, really excited about how things were going and how APA was kind of coming into the team, and like how APA was bringing kind of like a different vibe. Because one of the things that he was really talking about APA being really good at is like obviously like he's very vocal, he brings in a lot of shot calling and stuff, but also how he's someone who really has the propensity to like when he is creating advantages, he's really good at being able to see the best way to snowball the map and kind of like, doesn't need to be prompted or asked to be able to, take his lead and kind of like give it to others. That's kind of naturally the way he likes to play the game, which I think is pretty cool. And he was talking also about how he was really liking working with Dom, and like he's like, Dom is just like a regular coach. It's not like some weird, different thing. But he was
some weird content creator person.
Yeah, but he was just saying, he liked it. It felt like it worked right away because he's really knowledgeable, has lots of experience. Has been around for a long time. So I think it's pretty cool. And I also think when I think about, to me, like we haven't seen it yet, but I feel like there is room for top lane, even in competitive, to go more aggressive with counter picks and to play more that lane dominant style and to use combat sums. And when I think about that, I think about Thanatos. I think about Cloud9, right? Like he was by far the best laning top laner in the league last year. I don't think there's any argument. Like even when I was on the Bwipo side of who's better, it was about how Bwipo was playing the map and its unique picks and different things like that. So I feel like that is a style that could really work well with APA. If APA is going to play some of these facilitating picks that I think are really strong right now, Ryze, Galio, Talia, picks that can move around the map with the tier 3 boots, the fast recalls, all these things, you can get out to these side lanes. And I feel like if there is a team that I was looking at to try to experiment with some of these, double combat sums, dominant top lanes, like Cloud9, I feel like really should fit that bill. Sven is like Mr. Stability on the bot side. Vulcan's really aggressive and likes to play the map, and APA wants to play the map too. Like, I feel like that's kind of like a recipe to try to snowball Thanatos, and I feel like that could work really well with the game changes.
One thing that you made me think of while you're saying that is this is it's probably a pretty hot take, and I hope it's wrong, but I feel like lane swaps might come back with the changes they've done. So I think
with the quests.
I think the idea of quests is good, but after playing with it and seeing some people, like I worry that the quest might not be enough to deter it. Like, I think you could, like, if the option is go into a terrible matchup where you're going to get completely slammed, or just lane swap and just get super late quests, it's not that bad. I think. I think the quest might not be.
Why'd you speak this evil into existence?
So because it's just the truth.
I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think I somewhat agree with you. But I think it is too much once you're already in game. I think what people will do is they will role swap in champ select. So I think that is what they will do.
Are you allowed to do that?
I don't know if you can do that in pro play. That's a good question.
Yeah.
But like in solo queue, I actually think that is the correct play sometimes. Like, if I blind pick Malphite and I'm playing against, I don't know, like whatever, Silas top or whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll ask my mid laner, like, you play top, but you can't move there in game. But if I swap mid lane for top lane in champ select, I get the mid lane role quest as Malphite. And if they didn't guess that I'm doing that, they can't move their champion to now match. Yeah. So that is something I do have a bit of a concern about. I was thinking about, because I was like, man, I hope it doesn't become something so stupid where we're just doing role roulette in champ select, where it's like everyone locks their champions, and then at 20 seconds or whatever, we're all fucking just swapping back and forth, and you're just guessing where they're going to go.
Honestly, though, that's not very different from flex picks, right?
Yeah,
because you're swapping your roles. It's like, oh, I have a flex pick.
Move once you're in game.
Yeah,
that's the big difference. Yeah.
And that's still accomplishing what the quests are intended to do. And I don't have a problem with flex picks. So I don't actually have a problem with swapping roles and stuff like that. If you want your the human that is playing that champion to play the other champion or whatever, and you're fine with role swapping, to me that just kind of feels like a flex.
And there's a cost to that, because
draft.
you're now having APA or whatever laning top, and Thanatos is laning mid, and you have to play that role.
Yeah, and I hope it's not the case. And I will say that I think if it does end up being the case,
I think
quests are. I think quests are adjustable enough that's you can increase the reward or make it so. I think there's ways to try to deter lane swap. I really like the idea of quests for lane swap, but that was just kind of my feeling, because I remember seeing some Twitter posts from Bard.net. For people who aren't familiar, they're a EU West player who plays Bard top and doesn't lane ever. They just run around. And I think their post said they averaged, not CSing or laning, they still finish their top lane quest before 20 minutes. And so normally early quest is 12 minutes or so. And so delaying your quest from 12 minutes to 19 minutes, I think was his average, which is the extreme of not CSing or laning. That doesn't feel like that big of a deal to me, to the point where you would just endure some horrible matchup.
It definitely is a possibility.
I will say to take the other side of it a bit, talking to a number of pro top laners, they feel like the role quest is so extreme that in some of the tougher matchups, literally getting the top lane quest completed a wave or half a wave later can get you zoned off the waves, and can really snowball the game, even in the more difficult matchups, because it's they hit it a wave ahead, they're already 13 or whatever, you're 12 and a half, now they hit 14, and now they're 14 and you're 12, and they're standing in between you and the minions and stuff. So I do think the role quests are really powerful. I would be very surprised personally if in pro people can just ignore the role quests and still have success. I would really bet against that.
And if it did happen,
I hope it's not the case. I hope it's not the case, but it is a worry I have.
Yeah.
Back onto Team Liquid though, and the topic that you were talking about with APA. One of the things with the way that APA does play, which made me excited for him joining Cloud9, is that self-admittedly from APA himself, and as well as people that played with him, some of the reason why he did struggle when they had different jungle partners and were changing jungles is that APA for the longest time was a mid laner that plays for, you know, the rest of his teammates and does not isn't the shot caller and isn't the one leading a lot of the mid jungle duo. But then when APA had to be the one leading, you know, and they've got rookie junglers coming in, it definitely adversely affected him. But Blabber is the most strong-willed jungle and is always, you know, calling shots and be like, we can fight here, we can do this, we can do that. So I feel like it is a theoretical good partnership as far as APA not having to be the leader of the partnership. Blabber has a very good view of how he wants to play the game and should be able to lead that as a duo. So even if it's not APA playing for Morgan or whatever, or excuse me, wrong team, Thanatos, I think those are going to be the two best top laners. So close there. But even if it's not APA playing for Thanatos, if it's APA playing for Blabber, I mean, Cloud9 was one of the teams doing the Kindred Zillion and, all kinds of interesting combos there. So I'm very excited to see what Blabber looks like, because I remember when Blabber played with Niski, who always played for jungle a lot. It was a really good combination. So that's one of the things that kind of intrigues me as far as the play styles just of the players.
It's interesting. A few people I've talked to, coaches have said that they feel like almost it's like reverse how people are playing. People always talk about how in competitive jungling you have to kind of like be the team's dog and cover all the lanes and do all the things for everyone else. And a few people were telling me they think that now it honestly should be almost reversed, that like jungle can become so strong and get so much income in the kind of like current state of the game that junglers, like when you talked about giving up objectives and stuff because like Dragon's taking longer and whatnot, they're like, junglers should just be like power farming and trying to get to a point where they're up gold, they're up experience, because these champions are no longer just like little weaklings in team fights. Like if you play well, you can kind of dominate. So it'd be interesting to see if they wanted to play more of that style.
Yeah, and another thing with jungle this season that especially early game, the power farming is so important because one of the changes they made was that it's now 35 jungle treats instead of 40 to finish your quest. But it's still, the first breakpoint is still at 20. So getting that first smite upgrade, it usually happens right around when the first respawn crab is coming up. And if you've been farming nonstop the whole time and you double crab your opponent, you'll have the upgraded smite and they won't. Where normally you'll be like one camp away unless you delay your camp for after the 30-second mark to get like that extra jungle treat. So like that timing is super critical, I think. Just getting, because if you have a 1k smite and they have a 600 smite, like that's not even a smite fight. Like that's just a smite murder. Especially for like taking dragon as well. And usually like that crab or that dragon will also get you level 6 after you get it. So it can just snowball out of control if you are able to just like farm normally. But if you get like invaded on one camp, you get pulled to a lane that's bad for your pathing, like that can have extremely snowball effects on the rest of your game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. All right, moving on to number 3, Shopify. There was some mobility here with Shopify and Lion, but Shopify kind of edging out in our average here. And so it's interesting because there was that Reddit post that was front page that was like 6 of the 8 teams are having visa issues and Zinni's not here. And Zinni was one of like most hyped up off-season pickups as far as Korean imports for Shopify. And I talked to Chronicler also, and he was like, yeah, Zinni should smurf your league. And, of course, I feel like people, they over-exaggerate. Who's going to smurf our league or not here,
come on, buddy.
But to that effect, Zinni was super hyped up. And a lot of the teams did have these visa issues, and as we go through, we'll be catching up. So they haven't had like maximum practice time together, but Zinni is here because like
with insanity,
it was like 2 hours after that Reddit post where DeMonte then posts like a picture and it was like, well, Zinni's here. So I'm very happy that a lot of the players actually will be able to play. Not all of them.
But the vast majority,
but
most of them are just arriving
a lot of
really
them
late, but still
exactly,
play.
And so they don't get maximum practice time. But I also talked to some of the Shopify players. I was like, "Yo, how crazy is Zinni?" Because they also did a boot camp.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Calm down, he's still young." And so they weren't like I went from like the chronicler feedback of he's gonna smurf your ass to some of the teammates being like, he's still young. So I was like, okay, I temper my expectations a little, at least for the start.
Yeah.
Because that's based on last season, their boot camp that they were playing.
Yeah.
So it's not like fully, up to date. Maybe he's warmed up more here, but it's always a question of like, how well do you adapt when you're going overseas and you have had visa issues, you know, and he is very young, but theoretically the Shopify teams should be really exciting.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's really interesting. And Zinni is interesting and kind of unique as a prospect because, so like Quid, obviously, he came over. He wasn't super hyped up over there as far as LCKCL prospect, and obviously he didn't have success immediately. But then we saw how incredible he became. Right, he became MVP caliber. 1-1, and then you have guys that are coming over like Loki as well. It's like Zinni was ranked so heavily above these people as far as a prospect in the LCK. And he was kind of like jailed behind BDD, but from what I had been told, even the KT main team and stuff was considering using him for this year and like had interest in using him for this year. A few different people told me that he had multiple LCK offers from main teams. Like this is someone who has been looked at as a very top level prospect, even for the LCK for quite some time. And kind of just because he happened to be on a team behind, BDD, it's like, okay, well, yeah, it's hard to take BDD's spot. So it's, they were talking to Demonte, like they were actually like pretty surprised that he was interested in coming, but really excited that, he was interested. Cause generally it's like, if you get LCK offers and you're in Korea, you're probably going to stay in Korea. And he was talking a lot about how they really wanted to get people who were really focused heavily on effort, because he felt like they fell off super hard at the end of last year, and he felt like that was a lot based around a lack of effort, and that like that had kind of fallen off. And so like they wanted to get someone who kind of like, as he put it, had like young energy and was like really like a grinder and really dedicated. And that's something that they are like super focusing on, for their roster and for their kind of mentality coming into this year.
You just reminded me of a short, quick story where when I talked to Demonte, the first thing he messaged me back about Zinni, he's like, "Oh yeah, this kid is cracked. I played him in so many mid lane matchups and he beat me in every one." And I was like, "Well, I sure hope so, buddy, because you haven't been a pro player in a long time."
Yeah.
But he was like, "Yeah, he's so cracked, man. He could beat me in 1v1s."
Yeah. That's funny.
Well, Demonte, I think he's pretty good because. Did you see that?
Yeah. He's been climbing.
Yeah, there was like that duo.
Oh, shout out to Shynock, because that was really cool.
Yeah, actually,
the duo competition.
David,
I didn't see how it
tag
ended,
team
but
duos.
yeah, I saw in the beginning it was like Revan and Demonte had some crazy win rate. Like they were actually like close to the pro players. And granted, like duo is going to give you a pretty big advantage early on compared to soloing, but it still was cool to see, right? It's like I love the idea of coaches actually being good at the game because it's like you can kind of say whatever you want about League, and you never really have to prove it, but being able to like sit down and be like, yeah, like, see, the stuff I'm saying is valid because I can do it, gives a lot of credibility. So I thought that was super cool. And I think for Shopify, they were so inconsistent last season, like last year, right? It was like they could look like the best team ever or the worst team, depending on the week. Mm-hmm. And not to put it all on Palafox, but I do feel like his performances were a big part of like if the team did well or didn't. Like, when they were doing well, he would be playing out of his mind, like best mid in the league. And then when they weren't, he would be like, "Oh my God, like what is happening out there?" So, I mean, this is pretty much the same roster minus mid. So I think they kind of got that same thing C9 has going for them, like the synergy, and then bringing in a new player who, like you mentioned, Azale, if they're having motivation issues, having a new guy come in who's like, is just going to work really hard, is going to motivate everyone else too. Because you don't want to be like the guy slacking off because that's just a bad look.
Demonte also talked a lot about kind of like contracts and what they need from him to be able to get it, because he was saying like their goal is basically like their expectation is they need to get top 3, like go to Worlds, like that's what they're shooting for. And he talked about the motivation thing, But he was also talking about how they were just like too loose in like how they were playing, and they were just kind of like doing a lot of things off of like feel, or oh, like this looks like a good fight, or oh, this looks like this should be, we might win this, and not really necessarily thinking through like, okay, why are we fighting? Like, what should happen in the fight? Like, really trying to be more cerebral about it and plan it out. So he's talking a lot about that with Gondrex. They're really trying to focus on like him making sure that before he takes any fight, he has an idea of what should happen and will happen, like when they're going in, and really trying to kind of like have purpose in that. And you know, he thinks that the game is like really lane focused right now. So he was talking about how for like Fudge and B-Boy, it's like their job is basically like just be good individually. Like that's supposed to be their focus, and the rest of the team is supposed to be, you know, these three people that are working together to be able to control the map and like make plays happen and stuff like that. And I do think it makes a lot of sense with where the game is going. Like a lot of people kind of reiterated that to me, that they think it's super lane focused because of the role quest, because of the kind of snowbally nature of the 1v1s. So and a lot of teams, even I know, were saying that they don't even want to move their 80 carries for grub fights or anything because they don't want to lose like role quest progress. So I think it's going to be interesting to see, like, obviously mid jungle support is always super important, but it feels like maybe even more so this season as far as like how they work together.
If I see any 80 carry going up to grubs, I am reporting that guy. Grubs, I swear, grubs are dog. They're not good right now. So I definitely agree with whoever said that.
Maybe.
The other thing is, Fudge, when I think you were the one who asked him about what he's been practicing or whatever, maybe during the draw show or something. And he was like, yeah, I've just been spamming just lane individual matchups and mechanics too. So, you know, I think that does bode well with where Fudge was. If he can continue, because that Fudge's arc has been, you know, up and to the right. So I think he is... if he can continue his improvement back to the top there of top lane. Moving on to Lion, though, here for number 4. They had Zamudo, and then with visa issues, this is one of the ones that did not fully work out.
So sad, man. And he's just gone for the year, is my understanding.
Yeah, it's
second year in a row. He's just had, which is crazy because he's Canadian. It's not even like he's coming from some remote country. Like, this is Canada.
Completely boomed.
It's so surprising to me that you could have that kind of these issues from Canada.
Without getting into geopolitics,
we have some visa problems from all kinds of places.
We got some problems. Anyways, sure. Dokla, though, I do think
Canada. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think Dokla's a great replacement. I was surprised he didn't get a starting offer just based on how he did last year.
He did get an offer. It was just an offer on a team he didn't want.
Just okay. He didn't get a good starting offer. Yeah. So I think that's great. You know, I'm a huge Dokla fan, and I think he showed a lot of development as a player last year on 100 Thieves, where I think, you know, like a lot of top laners, he came in early being like the Jace Irelia guy, Fiora, whatever, and then. And the last time he was playing, he was like the Rumble Scion teamfight tank guy, which I think that Lion is really going to need.
And he owned at Worlds.
Yeah, he did great. So my concern with Lion is that, so obviously they have Inspired, who's been one of the best junglers, or like the best jungler in NA for...
literal MVP.
Yeah, for a while now. I will say, I feel like Inspired, he's had a lot of success with rookie teammates, which I think is definitely something that's impressive, right? It's not a bad thing at all, but it does make me wonder, how is he going to play with veteran players? Because I kind of feel like this team is, like, it's not that, they don't seem like they'll have a lot of synergy to me on paper, right? It's like, I could totally be wrong, but I feel like their mid laner Saint, and then they're bringing in Berserker for AD. These are like two really highly reputable Korean imports, right? Who I feel like are going to have a lot of expectations from their teammates, and kind of like from the past that they've been known to be kind of like that. And so I would expect Inspired works best with players who are just going to listen to him, like just devout followers. Just what Inspired says is the truth, go. And so I don't know how that's going to mesh with Saint and Berserker, who are also like players who've had a lot of success and probably have strong ways of playing the game.
I found it interesting. One of the coaches I was talking to was saying he felt like one of the problems for Lion is going to be just like philosophically the way that Inspired thinks is correct to play the game is very different than how Saint wants to play the game. Because he was saying that, like, in his opinion, Saint really wants to be the guy to carry every game. Like, he wants to put himself in a position to succeed. He wants, the focus to be on him from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, from draft. That's kind of like how he sees it, right? Like, okay, you put the resources into me, that's the plan, we stick to the plan, and then if I play well, we'll win the game. It's kind of like how he saw Saint's vision of how the game should be played, whereas Inspired is someone who, like, doesn't want necessarily a plan in that way. He wants it to be like the game to be played more like naturally, so to speak, where it's like everything should be based on what is happening on the game, and the plan should be like free flowing, and so it's kind of interesting if you have people who have two kind of like very different visions on how the game should be played and how that should work. And Lion, like I put them as fifth. It is a beginning for a lock-in prediction, and I know it's kind of a hot take, but a number of people I've been talking to were saying they think Lion is really not good right now. A number of coaches, definitely said that they think they should still be like a top four by as they get more time and so on. But I had a few different people, pros tell me, coaches tell me they think that Lion is the worst team in the league, which I found pretty shocking. Because obviously expectations for Lion are really high, and for Lion as an org to go out and get Inspired and try to build, whether you want to call them a super team or not, like Berserker, Saint, Inspired are a lot of big names and some pretty big stars, so the expectations are super high. But from what I've heard, it hasn't really been working yet. I didn't get a chance to talk to Rainover. He's the only coach I didn't actually get to talk to, so I didn't really get to get his view. I tried reaching out a few times, but yeah, it's maybe a hot take, but I feel like based on everything I'm hearing, I think they're going to have a slower start.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I have the same worries. I put them third because I think when you just look at the actual strength of the players in this team, they just really insane. And so I think it's not unlikely that this team's going to have a good start. I haven't looked at their full schedule or anything like that, but I think if they come in and they start winning, obviously like the cracks aren't going to show when you're winning. But I don't know, if there was one team that's going to mental boom this season, I feel like it would probably be this one. Just there's so many strong personalities on one team, and like you mentioned, they have different ways of playing the game. So yeah, I'm gonna have my eye on that. But I think Douglas is great for vibes, so I think that's a really good pickup for them.
Yeah, so many players from other teams have the opinion that they're waiting for Lion to mental boom and fight with each other.
Was it X who said that in Draw Show? I think
multiple pros said it, both in the Draw Show and in the pros episode.
It seems possible. Yeah. It seems very possible for this team. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah. All right, moving right along because we are deep in this already. Sentinels with Impact is back, baby. Mm-hmm. We were talking last season. I was like, oh man, it'd be so cool if Impact came back as a coach. Or do you guys think he could get picked up on a team? And he did get picked up on a team. I mean, he's a veteran. Sentinels also did like some value, it feels like, shopping during the offseason. And they're like, oh, Disguise.
They went to the Disguise store.
They're like, Disguise, you did a really good job winning the promotion tournament, getting back in. And would any of you players like a full-time spot on a new organization in the LCS? And then we'll get Impact leadership. Impact just got removed from Team Liquid. Impact's, hell yeah, I love League of Legends. I'll keep playing. So he's back in. And then we got another bro player, Hambach, coming over to the league. And one of the fun things also about Hambach is that he, in 2024, he also played with Zinni because he also played on KT Challengers. So I thought that was an interesting relationship. We're getting both of them over here. Zinni, of course, was the bigger of the stars there with them. But Sentinels, I mean, we literally had the GM on, and he was talking about, we're not gonna spend to win a whole bunch and go crazy right off the bat. But it seems like if their goal was do a lot of this value shopping and create a competitive
Moneyball,
competitive team here, they did that. I feel like they did do some good value work here.
Yeah, I talked to Golden Glue yesterday. Was kind of talking to him about it, and he was saying, he was really looking for players that he felt like were undervalued or underrated, based on that, and really trying to get, players like the most bang for the buck, right? Like build a really strong roster without, obviously like they're not going to drop $1 million contracts and importing the biggest stars. So obviously it makes a lot of sense, taking a lot of the players from Disguised who had kind of better performances, especially towards the end of the year. The team kind of turned around, once they brought in Darkwings and Rahel and everything. The team was definitely looking a lot better, so they brought them in. He said Impact is like really hungry to actually prove, that he is really good. And it's like, yeah, he had a bad year last year. Impact's not denying that. No one's denying that. But the year before he was MVP, right? And so you definitely have to give him the benefit of the doubt that he can bring it back. This guy is without a doubt in my mind the best top laner that's ever played in the league. When you look at the all time, he has done so much here across so many teams. He was really, really impressed with how Rahel was playing, even like in bad situations. And once they kind of like started with the DSG core, they brought in Impact, and then Impact and Rahel really wanted to work with Hambach. So like they both really talked very positively about him. And he was saying he kind of sees Hambach as like a similar player to River, where he's like really wants to be skirmishing all the time, really wants to play aggressive, really has belief in his mechanics, and wants to like, challenge you, right? Like wants to fight you and look to outplay you and kind of skirmishes and stuff. So I feel like it could be a really exciting team. There's a lot of question marks. And I think for me, it's like no team can actually win, at a really high level without a very good mid laner. I just think the game has always been like that. I think the game, maybe even more so this year than last, is going to be like that. I think mid lane is so important. So I think Darkwings has to develop and has to have a good year. And I think, that is definitely possible. He showed some really good games at the end of the last split. I think he showed some pretty rough ones too, though. So I think a lot of their success is probably going to hinge on, can Impact get form back, and is Darkwings able to develop and become a consistent carry? Because I just think mid lane has to be able to do that.
Yeah, you pretty much covered everything I was going to mention. I've talked to Impact a bit about it because I'm friends with him, and he seemed pretty excited about the team. And he did mention how like last year on TL, it was a really rough year for him, and he felt like the team atmosphere was super hard, where he was trying to balance like how he wanted to play the game versus like what like beliefs were being imposed on him from like coaches and the rest of the team or whatever. So he said like it ended up not looking very good because of that. And so he's excited to like have a lot of agency in this team and work with like Hambach. He did say Darkwings is like super new, so they're working with him a lot to get up to speed. And I think Darkwings has a really difficult job. Like when you look at the competition, like this is insane. He's up against like all of these players that could be an LCK. So he's definitely got his work cut out for him. And we'll see how he does with that. So, which is why, I think fifth is fair for them. I think there's a chance they could be really good, but I think they also, they're a newer team, and it seems hard.
Yeah. Another new team. Well, it's an old team, but all super young new players. FlyQuest is our next one up, which is really exciting that, we had really high hopes for this team last year, and it blew up, and they kind of limped out of, competition with kind of exploding, basically. It seemed like from the inside, there are so many problems with this team, with conflicts between, players, and everybody was just like playing for themselves at the end, and, whatever. That blew up, and they didn't like meet the super high expectations that we had kept on building and building and building up for them for this big like finale. But if you're in a world where everything just exploded like that, I do like the route that they went, where they're like, you know what? All right, we're going to go up basically from the ground and get a bunch of young players, and really especially like Griffin, who they're able to get back from LTA South. He's been doing a lot of content already. Actually, Mihir did an interview with him where they went to the gym, and he was like, he's just so happy the whole time and so excited and like wants to prove himself, and wants to like live the dream of winning. And he was like, he even was saying he'll get a tattoo of the champion that he uses to win the first like thing that he wins, basically. And yeah, they have obviously Gakko's still super young, and they have Gakko's permanently now. No swapping there, and keeping Masu and Quad as like the core for their carries, and getting Cryogen is just like a lot of youthful exuberance. Masu did say during the draw show that he didn't think that they were very good yet. Obviously, this team is super young. One of the benefits of being super young and getting signed like this to a build team, basically, though, is that you don't have a lot of pressure. This is another thing that Griffin referenced. He's like, yeah, nobody expects us to win. Nobody's looking at us as being good even at the beginning. But Griffin, even with that, he had confidence. He was like, yeah, I think that by split 3, we will be one of the teams that can make Worlds and one of the top 3 spots. So he both was like, yeah, there's zero expectations and we're not good now, but thinks that, to me, in a short timeline of just getting to split 3, already thinks they can get a world spot. So that is super hype.
I'm worried about this team personally. I don't have them bottom 2, but I'm very worried about this team because I think, coming off of, they were the best team in North America for like a year and a half, 2 years, whatever. Like they were just really good, but it's not the same team anymore. They don't have Inspired in Bwipo and Busio, which were the main characters of that team. I think that Quad and Masu are both new players who came in and they basically just completely played the follower role, right? It was like they were good. Like, I think they played well, not trying to take anything away from them, but it's so different when you have a veteran leading you and you just have to like do what you're told. You don't really have to figure stuff out on your own. You're being given the answers and you just have to do what's expected of you. And then right now it's like their whole team is so green. I feel like you kind of want someone with more experience on this team, especially because it's going to be like it's going to be shell shock in a way where it's like you go from winning so much to they're probably going to struggle in the beginning. And I think that's very hard for a player, especially when you start your career so high up and then you have to struggle really hard because like your expectations are probably higher than maybe they should be. So I'm eye on this team. I don't have high expectations just because they're all so new.
Quad to be fair, has played quite a bit in competitive and stuff. Like he's not like he's not an impact veteran or whatever, but he has been playing competitive since like 2018, 2019, right? So he's been around for quite a while at this point. But I agree with you, and I mean, I think that the roles that they are filling have to change a lot, right? Because you went to a team, I mean, you lost your clear best 2 players. I think they were the best 2 players in the whole league, Busio and Inspired, right? You lost super vocal people in Inspired as well as Bwipo, and Busio was doing a lot of shot calling too. So it's like you lost all the vocal leaders on your team. Masu is much more like introverted and quiet, so is Quad, at least outwardly, and they're gonna have to do much more of that kind of shot calling role. I know even talking to ThinkCard, he's saying it was like kind of a meme, but not really. Like just the idea that in comms, like there was like these big voices of Inspired and Bwipo, and in the early game, it's like Masu and Busio had lain together so much that they didn't even need to talk. So he said like they often just like didn't talk at all during the early stages of the game. It was only pings and stuff like that because they were just so on the same page, and that's just not possible when you're bringing in someone like Cryogen, who I think he literally just turned 18 yesterday or the day before. And he's totally fresh, and they haven't played together hardly at all. So it's like Masu has to step up into a role where he's now like leading the bot lane and talking a lot more and making sure that Cryogen's on the same page. And Quad is going to have to take way more of this leadership role. But
that's so hard though. Having a player in my experience, anytime a player has to burden more responsibility like that, their own performance tanks so hard because you go from just worrying about yourself, following along, and now it's like, okay, I got to come up with a plan and like make sure everyone else is on the same page. Like,
yeah.
It happened to me when I was playing. I've noticed it with like so many players and so many teams I've been on. It's just like as soon as you start having to worry about everyone else, it's like your own performance.
At least Griffin is pretty strong-willed. I talked to him a bit too, and there was like a meme in LTA Seoul where they called him Batman and his support was Robin.
Mm-hmm.
And so, maybe he can like, grow into be one of these like strong jungle. This is where we're going. At least early game, that usually works really well. then maybe they also are going to need someone for more broad like lane assignments and split pushing and calls and stuff like that.
Thinkard is super excited about Griffin. Yeah, like he thinks he's like insanely good. He was really hyping him up to me. Like he said he thinks he's going to be like, you know, be able to get to the level of Inspired. Like he thinks that he's like that kind of a talent. And when I was talking to him, he was saying that they weren't like, they had like a number of junglers that they were kind of considering and that they weren't like super hot on Griffin or anything. But he said that when they did an interview with him, he like blew them away, and they really got a lot more excited about him as a result. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting because Thinkard was also talking about along the jungle stuff, how Thinkard thinks that like his specialty is working with junglers, because he was like, yeah, like you notice all these junglers that I worked with had like these blowout seasons. He was like, you know, when Lero was really popping off, you know, he was coaching him, and he said like Tatu, he said Inspired last year was saying Tatu was the best jungler besides him in the whole region and in LTA, and that like he was working with him there. He said when Contracts had his like breakout years and stuff, he was working with him. So he's like I'm the jungle. I'm like, you know, jungle is my specialty. You know, he was really excited about it, and feels like he really has a strong vision on how jungle should be played and playing around jungle timers, and wants teams that want to enable their junglers. And he thinks, I think, you know, not just like, oh, I taught them everything. It's more like his philosophy of how they should play the game, he thinks is jungle focused. And so he thinks that's going to be beneficial for him. And he was really excited about it. And FlyQuest in general, talking to the team, just seems they feel like they have like the next generation of stars, right? And they don't think that they're going to be, you know, slamming lock-in. I don't think anyone does. But Thinkard was saying like the way that you should judge if this team is doing well is if they're winning team fights. Because he's like, we have a team of teenagers. Like our hands have got to be like the best hands, right? And, you know, they're going to be one of the youngest tier 1 teams around. Cryogen, I think, literally just turned 18. Gakkos is 18. Griffin, I think, it recently turned 19. This team is super young. I mean, Quad is going to be the oldest player on the team, and he's 23. So it's like they want to fight all the time. They want to, you know, make it, you know, aggressive plays, and that's kind of like his baseline of we need to be winning team fights or like something is going wrong, and the rest can be all learned is kind of like their perspective. But honestly, I think FlyQuest is a team I'm most excited for out of any team to watch, because I do feel like they have a lot of potentially really exciting young players, and I'm just kind of hyped to see what's going to happen with them.
Yeah, should be fun. Meanwhile, at the bottom, holding hands are perennial bottom 2 teams. Dignitas and Disguised are next. Dignitas edges out Disguised this time around with their pickups of remaking the old Energy team with Balfox, FBI, and Ignar all joining. XU rejoins the Dignitas organization with a new general manager, by the way. They changed to Jonathan, who is amazing.
He worked with
CLG. Amazing general manager. I just played Jonathan at Travis's Magic tournament this last weekend.
I think he's a great GM.
I did edge out the win. It was really close though. we were running very
good job, dude.
We were running very similar decks. It literally came down.
This ties into the power rankings.
It came down to like counting the last like couple of turns or whatever, and it technically was gonna be a tie, but he was honorable, and since I was winning, he forfeited the last one. So.
Wow, that's not
so honestly,
that's not a good look for.
So that's why he edged him out in the power rankings.
I think Dignitas stocks are going way up now.
I don't know. You make it sound like they like losing or something. That's not really what you want in your LCS team.
I like Jonathan a lot. And XU returned. I think that's a good test, right? XU, who might be the human that hates Dignitas organization the most of any human in the world, has returned to the organization.
Yeah.
That must be like a clear signal, right? He's like, all right, cool, you know, new GM in, new blah, blah, blah. They're shifting stuff up.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll go well.
They're changing things.
And Swiffer
How could someone rejoin in Oregon
and
have another bad experience? That'll be fine.
Well, I mean, they're changing some stuff behind the scenes. So, they are going to have, I mean, honestly, I feel like I would change my ranking. I wasn't even thinking about, because I did my power rankings in my head with like what their intended roster is going to be, but they're going to be playing with Mobility and Breezy. I think they are going to be the worst team.
Oh, right. Their bottom lane legit is not going to be here for like the whole lock-in.
That's what I had heard. So I think they are going to be the worst team in lock-in because they don't even have their bot lane. I do think you know, basically like my understanding from talking to Swiffer, he was saying that like, okay, last year obviously it was a disaster. He came in and started talking to all the players and the coaches, and they kind of tried to talk to everyone and determine like, all right, like who was kind of creating all this negativity, who was creating positivity. Because I don't know if you guys saw, but like Photon did an interview where he said like he came in and he wanted to try really hard, and it just had felt like it was so negative. Everyone had already given up, basically, right? And so after these interviews and everything, they decided to really
Who was it?
all they
Give me a
wanted.
name.
Well, they only wanted to keep Photon, right? So it was everyone else apparently. So they decided to kind of build around him and are really kind of excited about him as an individual player. So I think it makes sense. I think the one pickup that a lot of people are going to be kind of wondering about is Palafox, because I think a lot of people are pretty negative on him over the last maybe 2 years. But he has stayed around, and Swiffer feels like this environment is going to be good for him, and that he is still really motivated and really still like a very hard worker. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, they wanted to kind of like have that stability of this, this bot lane that it had played together. They were building around. Obviously, they're not going to have that. So that is going to be tough. But it is. I think it's really up to Palafox and Photon to be like the big carries for this team. I think if Palafox can get back to kind of like peak levels of Palafox and Photon can be as good as people think, then I think this team could do some promising things. But like, I think XU needs to develop a lot. I feel like XU showed some good moments and showed that like he can get himself into good positions. But I feel like XU's problem throughout last year was really that he could also throw all those leads away, right? Like he kind of just was over forcing a lot of plays, I felt like.
Yeah, I thought by the end of last year he was actually playing pretty well, which I mean it is hard to be a jungler on a low tier team because you don't have winning lanes to play off of, and you pretty much always have to be making the hard choices of like, okay, if you're on the first place team, all your lanes are winning. You can full clear nonstop. They'll probably have vision. Their jungler, will have to sacrifice stuff to go for ganks and whatnot. But when you're on the losing team, it's the exact opposite. It's like, if I just full clear, we're going to lose the game. So you have to decide like, okay, where can I sacrifice? What plays will work? And your job is just so much harder. I think he did pretty well given the circumstance, but again, I think he's found himself in one of those tough spots. And so I don't know. I don't think it's going to go too well for them.
When they have FBI and stuff, though, I feel like the roster, like it should be more stable on paper than what he had with DSG, right?
Oh yeah,
like,
I mean with their roster, I'm talking
intended,
like
for sure.
Playing with subs is super cursed.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that it's like when you have subs, no one's going to really expect anything. You know what I mean? It's like the coaches and the GMs and whatever shouldn't have any crazy expectations. It's like they're kind of screwed from their Visa stuff. But it's like once you have FBI there, once you have, it's like your carries are Photon and Palafox and FBI. It's all people with experience. So in theory, that should be a better environment for XU to actually get to show kind of like what he's got, right? And I think, it's Palafox. He's kind of has to be on that redemption arc.
All right, for Disguise then, which, since Dignitas have subs, maybe Disguise do deserve a little switcheroo here at the bottom. And
bump them up.
And bump them up.
So is their jungler going to be here?
Changing one spots.
Krara?
Oh, for me, though, I was going to touch on jungle first, actually, because I think that's a good point. I did hear that Kisno is going to have to play instead of Kryra. Or Kryra. But... it's funny because I've actually seen a lot of Kisno in solo queue and on challenger streams and stuff, and every time he's been impressive. So I think they do also have visa issues because Kryra is Canadian as well,
and he was supposed to be like who they were building the team around.
Yeah, and they wanted to be a jungle focused, jungle carry team.
Yeah,
so that does suck. But I do like Kisno. I think Kisno is a good replacement at the very least. They were able to scramble a little bit. It probably also is just going to throw everything kind of off as far as what their plan was in practice and everything like that. But it was going to be rough either way, I think.
I mean, I think that the thing that is like just being straight up, the thing that's really hard for Disguised is. Like, I don't think they wanted to change their roster per se or change so many players out. But the reality is they're the guest slot.
Stolen.
Yeah, every other team has a permanent slot, right? So because promo relegation is really, really stressful, if players get an equivalent offer, like an equal, offer, even like a minimum offer on any other team, they're probably going to leave because they don't know if this guys will have their slot, if they'll even be in the league next year, right? So I think that is something that makes it a lot harder for them to kind of like have that stability. We'll see if that changes over the years. Like maybe if they have better results, people are like, okay, for sure you're not going to lose in promo relegation. You're like a top 5 team or whatever, and then maybe they can kind of get some more stability in that way. But that is something that is working against them, and Sentinels kind of picked them clean a bit, right? Sentinels came in, scooped up all their players, and they had to rebuild, right? The only person they kept was Castle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that obviously, like I think Castle is spoken of pretty highly when you talk to other top laners, and I think he's been pretty solid. But then it's like a lot of young players, a lot of people that they're going to be taking more of a risk on. Like Kryra, they're super hot on. Ido, like his whole thing is he thinks like we should be giving up objectives, focusing on getting the most possible gold for Kryra. We should have gold advantages, but like objective deficits, and then we should show up to the late game fights and we should win. Like that's the way that he envisions it, and really putting all those eggs in Kryra's basket. And Sajed is someone that I think a lot of the tier 2 guys have been hyping up to me for a long time. They feel like he's kind of like the next coming of Masu, and a player of that caliber who can be, really, really strong individually. The question is, when you have like so many kind of like uncertain pieces, like how are they going to all work together? How is Calmy going to fit in? He's supposed to be kind of like more of a stable player, but I do think it's difficult when you have so many different pieces changing all at once and all coming together, and a lot of those are young players and rookies and stuff too.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, dealing with the visa issues, going to have a different roster. That your main player not being your main player, that's hard. So not a lot of expectations for these guys. That's the bright side. Castle's impressed me. He's been on low tier teams pretty much the whole time he's been here, and he's still managed to stand out as like, looking pretty good. So I think that says a lot. Maybe they'll surprise us. I
think the only reason that this guys were able to keep Castle is because Sentinels got impact, and so they already had a top laner, and they're like, all right, fine, you can keep him. You can keep one. They're taking everybody else. Honestly, I'm so excited. LCS being back just feels so good here. I think this is going to be an absolute banger year.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this episode of The Dive, driven by Kia. That is going to wrap it up for us for now. It's good to be back. 10 years. We're old as hell. Woohoo! And be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment. Let us know if you want anything new this year. We were talking about maybe including a cool play each week. If we're talking about a play, maybe we'll have like a video component of that. So if that sounds like a cool idea, or if you have any other suggestions, hit us up. Let us know. LCS returns with the lock-in tournament. It's going to be really fun. We actually never addressed it, but it's going to be Swiss format tournament. It's all BO3s and BO5s this year. It should be really, really fun. Simple formats. You're going to be able to understand them, and there's going to be lots of very good games. It's going to begin this Saturday, January 24th at 1 p.m. Pacific as Cloud9 takes on TL. What a banger.
What a banger. And if you want to play Pokemon Go, my friend is in the comments, and referral code, get free stuff.
Stop the giving. Never gonna try to reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on? You better run now, run before you
to the LCS 2026 opening week. Raz,
Let's go!
Emily.
They got boba out there?
Oh, there's everything out there. Every team brought a booth. They're all giving away something. You can kind of judge by how much they're giving away. Sentinel's giving away jerseys if you trade in an old team's jersey.
Okay, a full team, nice.
You don't even have to trade it in, actually, if you show up with a jersey.
Let's go! We're back!
My eyes hurt.
We're trying to discuss.
Celebration!
Oh.
I was trying to discuss with some fans outside what to do about when talking about last year.
Yeah.
Was it just the LCS this whole time? I think it might have been.
Yeah.
I think we're just back for another year of
They did
LCS.
do that video of all of us saying LCS accidentally.
Not me. I'm a company man.
No way.
What?
There's no way you never did
Wait.
that.
Before, literally the rehearsals for the first day, I kept saying like LLA, and I was like, no, I gotta look in the mirror and say LTA, LTA, LTA. I never said LCS. I almost said LLA.
As you can see, LCS in white, LCS in
back.
black. We got branded mugs. Like we're in it for the long. You don't invest in a named LCS drink holder unless you know you're going to stay like this for a while. Anyway, we're doing lock-in tournament again as well. Another thing that comes back from 2020 and 2021. Slightly different format than it was back then.
Whoa!
But the idea is the same. We're going to see which team is going to make it to first stand. It's a faster tournament. It's not the size of spring or summer, but here's how it works. It is a Swiss stage, best of 3. No best of 1s in LCS.
No best of one?
For the first time ever.
Ever?
Yeah, so some of you are switching over from LEC. Welcome to the best of 3
The
league.
land
You've been
of no
cured.
best
Land of
ones.
freedom.
We blessed you.
Yeah, they're doing Fearless too. It just doesn't feel right in best of 1s. But we're doing full best of 3 Fearless. You can see round 1 here. Those were all the teams. They draw into matchups. Winners play winners, losers play losers. It goes all the way through. Here's what we got. C9 TL up first. You'd think this was scripted because they're the 2 strongest teams on paper.
Yeah.
And we got them to
Maybe it
debut
is
the league.
scripted.
How the hell did this happen? Not only do you get that,
Or maybe we just call that good scheduling.
Good scheduling.
thumbs up for everyone involved. DSG versus Sentinels. Hey, you stole our players. We're gonna get our lick back. I love that already, right out the gate. FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion. Everything just thrown up there. The fact that we have Sentinels in the LCS.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you said a new name because we have a new org, and you should recognize some of those names from Disguise last year. But also, I wanna give a shout out to Hambuk, former KT Challengers, and also was on Bro last year
Yeah.
as well.
Fun fact, Disguised and Shopify are the only 2 teams from last year whose 5 players are still in the LCS.
Whoa.
Weird, right?
Actually, yeah, kind of unexpected.
I'm making you think now. You're like, is
Broke
that
my
actually
brain.
correct?
That broke my brain.
is.
Yeah, it's just a little like
It is actually
rotating.
correct. It's pretty
That's
insane.
That's incredible. But yeah, for Sentinels, they used to be Phoenix Run long time ago.
Long ago.
I actually did not
Long.
recall that until I saw it on social. Did not get the connection. But another thing that's new patch, new year, new everything. I think the biggest thing, if you've been playing League of Legends, the role quests, I love as an ADC main getting dove by level 20 top laners late in the game. It's just been such a fun time for me. But yeah, there's new role quests for every single role. It's kind of resulted in a lot of laning phases being extended, especially in competitive. So yeah, this is definitely the biggest change for me going into the year as a whole.
Yeah, the one thing that people are highlighting, the fact that top laners can, of course, go to level 20. They get bonus experience based on that. So that's why you're saying lane swaps are not really a thing until like quest completion, which is generally around the 12-minute mark. It's like, okay, 12-minute hit, our top laner now gets bonus experience. Send the bot lane up to the top lane. Now we get to like get away with it.
I mean, cashback not getting adjusted when 80 carries get extra income is insane. So they already get the extra item slot, but now they're hitting 4 true items, not counting the boots, way sooner than they would have before.
Yeah.
But Emily, I know you also watch a bunch of Global League.
I do.
Since this is the first LCS, but what's changed?
Yeah, so I did want to just run some highlights from LPL and LCK with a few interesting jungle picks. So this is Jungle Jace. If you have not faced this in solo queue, it's awful.
I've abused
it is absolutely disgusting. But then we've also, Kanavi actually lost this game, but Jungle Aatrox, we've also seen Jungle Ambessa, so a lot of really interesting champions coming through in the jungle, so fully expect to see that in the LCS as well. I know for a fact some of our junglers, specifically I'm thinking of Contracts, have already practiced these in years before.
Yeah. I want to see some melt like
And then, yeah, the next thing is just a little cute bot lane clip after we see Kanavi dying here. I really like this Lissandra pick by Keria into the Rakan. I thought it was really cool in the extended lane. I really liked it. So there's a few tiny little cool things from some global games.
Because T1 did it, other teams will try, but then also they're not Keria. So I'm not sure if the Lissandra will work.
But it's really cool
on the
when
checklist
Keria
of can you do it? Are you Keria?
And it is a good Rakan counter. I liked it.
And I mean, just like talking counter picks, the fact that counter picks really matter now. We're starting to see like
Oh, yeah.
Gunblade Kennen and like Gnar, even though it's like we don't play these champions. Lane swaps really killed them out, but now you can play them out.
I'll also say, just because you're red side or blue side doesn't mean you have counter pick anymore.
That's
so
true.
first selection, as they're calling it, used to just be you get first pick and blue side. Now it's first pick or side choice.
Yeah.
And almost universally, it's first pick is the choice the teams make when they
Yes.
have the first selection, and then they usually get thrown on the red side.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a mind meld when you're on the caster desk and you're seeing the picks be in a different order.
It's still breaking my brain.
It's breaking my brain a little bit, but that's going to be that's the main implementation of it. Some teams are still choosing to be red side sometimes, which is crazy. That happened in LEC earlier today, but just a small thing to track.
And at first I was like, I wonder how much it matters. You ask some of the coaches and everybody, you're like, yeah, it doesn't matter. But there's going to be someone out there that is specifically like, no, our strategy is based around us being on blue side for this reason, and I cannot wait for that moment.
Yeah, geometry of the map. Also, Fantasy LCS, it's back.
Yes, it is!
Head over to lcsofficial.gg to lock in your picks. You don't have that long. But unlike last year where the roster's locked when Brazil started, they're not part of LCS Fantasy this year.
I'm reminding you now so you can get in now.
Yeah, lock your roster. My secret hack is whoever's playing DSG, load them up. But we'll see.
Strategy.
I'm giving it away.
That's a strategy.
There was a lot that happened in the LCS this offseason, and this is probably one of my favorite offseason charts that's ever been made, where big numbers I'll go over first. So there were 43 players that played in LTA North Split 3. 16 of them stayed on the same team in the same position. 13 of them stayed in the league, went to different teams. 14 of them are not in the league anymore. And then we brought in 11 new players from around the world to give us the 40 that are here in the LCS locking.
That's a lot of roster
It's
stuff.
also a color-coded chart. C9, 4 returning players in the
Very helpful.
Yeah.
Shopify, 4 returning players. We'd spend too long on this if I did this. That's why it's on Twitter as well if you want to take a closer look at it. But we're going to do analysis of all 8 teams
Very rare.
in 4 minutes.
Okay.
30 seconds per team. Emily's going first.
Oh, God.
She's doing
All right.
3 teams in a row. In 5, 4, 3. Just go. 3, go!
Yeah,
Go!
In practice, they said I was cheating when I left. Anyway, this is the starting roster for Dignitas today. You'll notice if you paid attention to their roster announcements, FBI and Ignar are not here yet. So we're going to have Mobility and Breezy subbing in. I think the biggest story is Palafox looking for redemption after a really rough season with Shopify last year, and XU back on his former org after trashing them publicly on the LTA broadcast. Next roster. All right, we got Shopify. This is a fun one. Like Jat already covered, they kept most of their roster. So you see Fudge, Contracts, B-Boy, and Seos all returning. But this man in the mid lane, I do not have enough time to talk about how good he is. He is such a hyped mid lane prospect coming out of the LCK. I was watching him on KT Challengers since 2024. He is absolutely phenomenal. I'm super curious to see what he can bring to this Shopify team. And next team, DSG. Okay, so we do have most of the starting roster here. Castle, Call Me, Sajed, and Lions. However, Kizno is going to be subbing in the jungle for Kryra, and that is really unfortunate. I actually really loved Kryra last year on Blue Otter. I thought he really helped turn around that team when they were struggling, and a lot of DSG's kind of impetus going in and picking him up was having him be a carry jungler. So we'll see how Kizno does in the spot, but you'll notice a lot of their roster changed. And why is that, Raz?
I wonder why. It almost feels like in the dead of night when Sentinels came into the league, we took 3 of your players right here. Rahel and Hui, the centerpiece of that DSG bot lane, it's ours now. Darkwings, he was developing, he's looking crazy with all of his new picks. We got him now.
When did you join Sentinels?
Yeah.
Huh?
We?
Oh,
Yeah.
all of us. I'm a part of this lineup. You can see here, right? The heart signs coming through. And then on top of that, we got Hambach, the bro leavers out there. If you believe in them, you got to be supporting them.
And KT Challenger.
Of course, and KT Challengers, all of the above. And I got to tell you right now, Impact, you lied to us. You said you were taking a break, but then immediately designed this lineup alongside Golden Glue. You know, to the next lineup, go to the next lineup, FlyQuest. My goodness, a new direction for the team that was in international after international, championship after championship. We decided bring in our 6-man Gakkos into the lineup, that Irelia carry player. We got Griffin from Loud, from the LTA South. He was an incredible player. A lot of his creative picks, like Mbessa when no one was playing him, we got him now. So thank God for that. Quad and Masu rejoining the roster. Thank goodness for that, because Busio's gone. I could not take losing any more players. And then we got Cryogen from Tier 3. So guess what? Busio, we got a new one. We got a new player coming through. And then Lion. First of all, I'm gonna go over here, because as sad as it is for Zumuto to not come through, I'm happy at least we got Dokla back in the league. So big Dokes. And this doesn't look like a Photoshop. We got him out with a big bulk.
A real photo.
And then Inspired, I would be incredibly sad if we lost him. But we got Fired, we got Saint that was also looking really good last split, and we got the former LCS MVP back in our region in Berserker, and Owls making this roster look beautiful. Back to you, Jack.
Great job, Emily and Raz, but guess what? My teams are better. We saved the best for last. We got C9, who I think is first or second best team. Still deciding on what I believe for that, but they only made one roster change. APA came over from Team Liquid to join them in the mid lane. I looked at all the stats from last year, and even though C9 didn't represent North America internationally, they were the second best team across the board. Now with FlyQuest losing their players, I think that puts them right towards number one. Incredibly solid year, aside from a few hiccups later on. Biggest question marks for me is going to be the performance of Blabber and APA. Blabber last split didn't make first team All-Pro in any of the 3 roles. First time since 2022 that has happened, but a lot of hype for the C9 roster. This Team Liquid roster, on the other hand, ended last year horrendously, 23% win rate in split 3. So they switch out 3 players. They bring in Jose Diodo, who's been everywhere. LCS, Brazil, Latin America. They bring in Morgan from the LCK, Quid, former LCS MVP from 100 Thieves, and a lot of people are saying that this team is absolutely dominating in scrims. So Team Liquid, did they win the offseason? Did C9 win the offseason? Let us know in chat who you think won the offseason, and Team Liquid has also made some changes. Let's check it out.
Hi everyone, Cole JJ here. I'm here to announce that this will be my last year at Team Liquid.
I'm not interested in the old names. I'm interested in the new names.
Did you just call me an old name?
He's only 31.
Next year, we need a mid laner who can play more than 3 champions.
6-1 trick.
Next year, we need fans to watch the games.
Oh my God, it's so dreamy.
Hola, fans de Jose.
They know Spanish?
한국말도 해요.
Next year, we need a top laner who will make others bow to him.
We need to build up NA players. I mean, we need to build up our NA player, Jan.
He's from California, stop being racist.
You're right. This is our last year on Team Liquid as John JJ. Next year will be a whole new team.
Jan, are you leaving too?
What? No. I'm just saying we won't be Team Liquid next year because we'll be Team Liquid and Leanware next year.
So we are getting a big naming sponsor to help us make a better content and support team. Thank you, Ho. Thank you, Alienware.
Thank you, Alienware.
Thank you, Alienware.
I was gonna say, it'd be really funny if this is the C9 intro, and it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Now we're showing C9. Here they're arriving. Also, I don't know if they're in this version of the car. Okay, this is just the players. Their coaches have suited up as
Really?
well. So
Whoa.
Dominate and Anero are in full suits for the debut of this
they
team
didn't
in the
show that.
LCS.
We need to see this. That's the first
I
thing we need
keep
to see.
also waiting for them to do the clown car like we've been asking.
I know, eventually. I don't think Sven did enough
Do it, C9.
enough action in that. I'm gonna have
Yeah.
to talk to him. But
Please do.
so much happened. We did a really quick breakdown, but since Cloud9 versus Team Liquid is gonna be our big matchup in 50 minutes, we have a little bit more time to talk about the changes.
Let's do it.
The biggest thing is the fact that APA has switched teams and Quid's replaced them, and they're immediately playing against each other.
Yeah. That's going to be really, really fun. And I think Quid joining this entire offseason felt like, it was like, okay, who's going to get Quid and who's going to get Inspired as like the two big players that LCS orgs were vying for. And I mean, Quid has just been phenomenal. I am really curious to see what he's able to do with this team, especially given how flexible he is.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that is probably the craziest kind of off-season pickup you can have is Quid as a player. And like, I feel like he generally fits in with any environment that he's involved in, and that like we got to see a little bit of it happen within Caspa Cup, even though it was a short run. I felt like the highlight for me was how well he worked with Jose Diodo in such short amount of time. So it is a really great pickup to be able to see in the LCS.
Yeah, and then by contrast with C9, APA joining C9, Loki actually did leave for personal reasons. So I'm really excited to see APA on this roster, but I do have to call out that initially it did look like C9 were going to be running back their entire roster, right, with Loki. Now with APA though, I mean, I'm just really excited to see a mid laner like APA pair up with Blabber. I think they have a lot of potential as a mid-jungle duo.
And they've made a lot of content throughout the offseason talking about that relationship. They were very open and honest that they were wanting to make they wanted to sign back on with Loki, but then being able to have a player like APA that has a semblance of like leadership skills coming in and saying what he really wants. Of course, this is the announcement that came through really early on with Loki for personal reasons going back to Korea. But then going back to the topic of like, now we have APA, I think that was quite honestly the best choice they could have, because who expects APA to be on the market? They didn't expect that at all. They were like, oh, we didn't even reach out to APA because we didn't even think that Team Liquid would be moving on away from him. And so APA coming in is a glue type of player. And we saw it at Caspa Cup, the Talia play, where he's constantly looking for angles alongside and working with Blabber. I think that's a relationship that will immediately bloom.
Ultimately, though, APA is going to be looking at this as a big grudge match, because you could kind of tell, I'd say, from the year-end video that APA knew with the way that that team had been going, that their time together was done. And I think I kind of agree with this poll. Like, if you're thinking about who would you rather have going into last offseason, Quid or APA? Well, Team Liquid actually got to make the choice. And then C9 got the other one. So it's very exciting to me that C9 has gone with an NA mid laner. Actually, the last one I remember them having was Golden Glue, and before that it was High. So it's been a while since they haven't had an imported solo lane. And of the North American solo lanes, JoJo and APA, by far the most successful of the last 8 or 10 years, it feels like, in the league. So I want to see what type of vengeance he can get on Team Liquid. But if I'm just looking at the way these rosters come together, Caspa Cup is one thing, Raz. But for me, like, the Team Liquid team, there's a lot of talent there just from individual lanes.
Yes, and I think it was smart from the organization's perspective to take a look at what happened last year and say, we are prioritizing like team culture and making it the idea work. So like, for instance, throughout the offseason, the main criticism that Team Liquid had was not picking up Inspired and like not picking up certain North American players. They picked up Morgan for the top lane because it was like, hey, he looked the best of the people that we tried out. But going towards Jose Diodo, it was simply because he was a better fit for the team. And then immediately, of course, every time we hear from them talking about the comments of how much these guys like appreciate and love working together and that they are really just friends. And I think that would make this environment 10,000 times better than what it was at the end of last year.
Yeah, and I am in particular really fascinated with how Jose is going to fit onto this team, because I feel like if all you remember of him was his stint on FlyQuest, he's evolved so much as a player since then, where he still has this just massive carry potential, where there are a lot of jungle picks right now that are really going to aid the way he likes to play. But he can also be more of a facilitative jungler. He's a massive voice. He also just seems to be a great vibes guy to have on your team.
He is, but I got a question. Is he going to gank mid or is he going to gank bot? Because let me tell you,
is there a fight?
We're going to talk about the bot lanes right now, and if you were to ask, I'd say the average fan at the moment, of which bot lane would you rather have? I think a lot of them would say Yon JJ, rather than Sven Vulcan. But that's generally because, and I had a chat with Sven, so I'm a little biased on this.
Here we go.
Team Liquid plays through them like crazy. If you think about the way they played last year, if the bot lane of Team Liquid won a trade, you were getting dope. If they lost a trade, they were getting bailed out by the jungler.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sven is needing to play safe because Blabber's doing whatever Blabber wants to do throughout pretty much every early game. Sven also takes more scaling runes than the Team Liquid bot lane. The runes have changed now. Every AD carry takes cash back. But I was looking last year, like, Core JJ only took free boots in 10% of games.
Yeah.
The support average was like 50% because they're always taking biscuits. Jan was taking Alacrity instead of Bloodline and then going to half health on Baron because he didn't have lifesteal later in the game. Like, they sold out for laning phase in every single game. They still might do that. They do it for a reason. It does work for them most of the time. But I'd say you're going to actually end up underrating C9's bot lane most times because they're so steady.
Yeah.
That's why it's super interesting to see them in this meta, because I feel like the current meta, with the extended laning phase, like we talked about, with the role quests, no lane swaps, there's a lot less early action in terms of lanes moving outside of Drake. And so 2 things to look at. One, is Jose going to gank bot, but also just how is that 2v2 gonna work? Because I feel like TL love playing to that 2v2. They're a strong laning bot lane. But then by contrast, how many times is APA gonna roam down to his bot lane? Because he can be a heavily roaming mid laner, especially on something like the Talia.
I hear all of what you guys are saying, especially the note.
So who's better?
And I just have
Who
to
won?
say Jan JJ. I just have to say Jan JJ. And a lot of it was because what I loved about Jan wasn't even necessarily like the consistent lanes. For me, it was about how strong his team fighting was so consistently. The amount of times internationally or domestically, Team Liquid would be like down and out in a game, maybe 3K, 5K gold down. And who would I trust? It was Captain Jan! Like, Jan would be somebody on Kai'Sa that I fully believe would be able to carry out a fight and would be so focused. And when they went down to Brazil last year, I was like, oh my God, a lot of those games is being won out through Jan. So, yeah, I mean, for me, I'm super biased on that regard. I got to give it to them. I wonder what the fans believe, but that's just how it is.
So you can see some of the players leaving the stage. They've done their final tech checks. They're going to be doing their final things to get ready before the game. We're going to be talking about predictions.
Okay.
But we're going to take a little bit longer to do so because you're going to have to give a good reason why you think your team is going to win. So, Raz, you said Jan is a better bot laner.
I did.
But tell me who's going to win the game and why.
I did. I spoke highly of Team Liquid's overall decision making when it came to the offseason and how good it generally was for the long term. But then I'm thinking about the short term. It's about this damn game, whether you win it or not. And we talked about quest completion. Who do you think benefits that the most in this league?
Thanatos.
Okay. Thanatos came into this league the strongest top laner by far. His laning stats were incredible alone. But then we gave him the asterisk. Your team fighting is quite bad.
Wow.
Hey, he improved.
That's right. Because that's an outdated opinion. He improved on that heavily, and then he got lane swapped again, so that it cushioned heavily the fall of anybody that had to deal with his damn laning. And now he's back to having excellent laning phase, a great team fighting. I just think that right now, he cannot be stopped. And just based off of how they were able to perform in Korea and coming back into the States, not really having any fears at all with visas or anything like that, it just has to be Cloud9. It just has to be Cloud9. So I'm just going to give you guys a recommendation. If you just dap your forehead up a little bit, it just is them. Now, this is a team fight from Team Liquid. They had a pretty large gold lead, did they not? A 6K gold lead, if I remember, going up against Nongshim.
That is a big gold lead. Yeah. Did they win this game?
That's a good question. Because this moment decided it all. Because Team Liquid is pushing forward, and then in general, they started to feel the fists of Nongshim as they were chasing too heavily. And Quid realized, ooh, I'm stuck. I'm going gold. But then I'm losing this one out. So for me, I just realized that it has to be Cloud9 because this is a team that performed at Kespa Cup. They didn't have any visa problems. You know who did have visa problems? Just a little bit.
Morgan, he just got here.
He just got here recently. They had to play out with a few other top laners in the meantime while they were practicing. So I feel like if the question is who's going to win if they were to face against each other in the finals, if they were to be Team Liquid versus C9, that's a tough question. I'm not going to answer that right now. But today, it's Cloud9 for sure.
Okay.
All right.
Good job, Res. Emily.
Yeah. So I want to talk about jungle mid. I feel like that's not going to be a huge surprise. I already touched upon this where I think APA could be, and I feel like we do this every year where we're like, who is the perfect mid for Blabber?
Yeah.
Kind of
Perks.
like Goldilocks,
JoJo.
right? So you see 3 mid laners. I can get up. I can move. That's not who's behind you, Jet.
He's had so many.
There's so much.
And Loki. And the reason why I pulled these
Diplex.
three specifically, I'm gonna stab you, is that I think Jensen obviously was a lot more standard mid, had incredible success with C9. Niski, to me, is the platonic ideal of what a mid laner should be for Blabber. Because Blabber can absolutely, he is a farm demon. Sometimes, even if his path gets disrupted, he will find a way, an incredibly efficient way to get back in the game. His farming is insane in the jungle. I think there are a lot of picks that Blabber can be really good on right now. And then Loki, I wanted to bring up because Blabber and Loki said specifically, and you kind of heard it in their comms or if you were able to watch any of their scrims, they went in together and Blabber really appreciated that, right? Because the more important thing is not always the call, but whether you're going in together. And I think if APA can combine like all of these three things, but specifically Niski's kind of map awareness and roam potential, I think he could be a really great mid laner for Blabber specifically and allow Blabber to play more farming carries, which also suits the meta right now.
Yeah.
Like you said, Raz, we're talking about today. I think these are indubitably like our top two teams in the league. And so at the end of the split or lock-in tournament, maybe I'll feel differently, but I am going with C9 today.
Nice. All right.
2 C9s.
3 C9s, right?
Will we see 3?
Yeah.
I actually feel a little bit called out in this. C9 caught me in my lies because I posted a power ranking a week after I'd done an interview, but they got posted at the same time. So I said, you can see top left, C9's favored to win lock-in for sure, right? And then my podcast, I put Team Liquid #1.
Oh no!
So I need to set the record straight. Technically, these were not the same day. There was a week apart. But I needed to update my opinion. I would say, this is gonna sound like lazy analysis, but I assure you, the track record is there.
Okay.
Yeah. C9 knows all about me tracking their solo queue. This goes back 10 years.
Yeah.
This goes back to Worlds 2015, actually,
does.
when I was tracking C9 solo queue, and I said it was a worrying trend.
Yeah.
David Shynock made this great game. It was NA Tag Team, where you picked your duo, you competed against other NA duos, and you see who could climb to the top of the leaderboard. Guess who absolutely freaking dominated this game?
Team Liquid.
Team Liquid absolutely dominated.
Yeah, they
Look
did.
at the total LP, man.
Yeah, they did.
When this was
We have some
taken,
grinders
even though
on
Quid
the
Jose
field.
finished second to Yon Core, Quid was rank 1.
I didn't know
By the
the
way,
stark difference
Quid was
between
ranked
second and
1.
third.
By the way,
Yeah.
Yon Core JJ won it because they were both top 5. Jose was top 10. Morgan couldn't play because he was in Korea. So that's the one asterisk. But whenever I see a team, and Cloud9 was this team back in 2013 when they joined the league.
Yeah.
Their whole team was top 10 in solo queue, and they went 25-3. So when you are this good in solo queue,
Yeah.
I do think it translates to especially the start of the season.
Not a worrying trend.
And that's why, actually,
A positive.
I talked to their analyst, and he said, Jat, have my jacket.
Whoa, he just gave
This
you
was
his
Haytham's jacket. I'm going to give it back.
That is a gorgeous jacket.
But it's an amazing
I'll say
jacket
that. The
for an
jacket is
amazing
sick.
solo queue team that is definitely going to beat C9 today.
That jacket
TL
looks so
returns.
comfy.
Yeah, it's actually really warm.
TL Jet returns.
Yeah.
You don't have to give it back.
Okay, I won't. I won't. So here's the predictions: 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. I think all of us are really excited to see this matchup.
Yeah.
The LCS is finally back. But to me, the biggest question, give me your biggest question mark from this game that we need to see revealed.
I need to see how well Morgan performs on day one. Because yes, there's always the asterisk of like he just got to the States, so there's going to be time to acclimate. But I want to see what role he provides. Is he just going to be on full weak side role no matter what as we send our full resources towards the bottom lane, or are they going to let him like thrive a little bit because they did, you know, talk about his laning phase. So that's my big question mark because that's the biggest challenge.
My big question mark is the mid lane matchup for everything that I said of why I think APA can really complement Blabber as a jungler, especially in the current meta. There is a very extended laning phase right now, right? And mid is such an important pressure point on the map. So I feel like even if there's not a lot of jungle intervention or support intervention in the mid lane, the way that the mid lane goes is going to be very crucial to deciding who wins this game. And that is where I'm like, I don't know, like Quid can be an absolute laning monster.
My last thing is I need to see if Blabber can bounce back.
Yeah.
He's had one of his worst splits in the last 5 years. The title of top LCS jungler was taken away from him by Inspired. I think he wants it back. So we're going to see if he can do that this year. I am wearing the Team Liquid jacket. Opening week, presented by MasterCard, starts now.
Let's go! We're back!
For the Blackwest, I was really happy to be able to win the first title for them.
Team Liquid with all 5 members alive.
It was a bit crazy.
Going straight to the end. Look at He's got to try to end it. The Team Liquid Nexus is going to be killed by Super Minions. He's done.
Winning every title is a big step, and my career still has a lot to come. Since the beginning, I knew that eventually I can become the GOAT of the league.
Here comes your janitor, baby. Double lift turns around the fight.
I first started out watching LCS when I was really young, and my favorite players were Bjergsen and Doublelift. Playing in the LCS always didn't feel like real because it's like kind of like dreaming up to be like an astronaut. But when I went to the Chicago finals when I was 15, it was definitely an inspiring moment.
Cloud9, the most dominant team in the LCS.
I remember when finals ended, Blabber won the Player of the Series and the crowd started chanting for him. And I remember he was like just super emotional. And it just gives you motivation to see yourselves in those shoes one day.
For the majority of the LCS, it was Dynasty dominated. TSM, C9, CLG won twice, and then TL. I would say there's been 3 great C9 eras. The OG C9 roster, the rosters with Jensen, Sneaky, third with me and Sven in the 4 years that we won. Sure, that old Dynasty has passed, but I don't think that means we can't start a new Dynasty. And yeah, I'm looking forward to proving it.
Coming to LCS from Korea, I was inspired by Korean Impact. They set standards really high for Korean import.
Team Liquid is the best team in the LCS.
I was hoping that I can be like them. I'm following their steps.
This upcoming split, any of the teams can win. There's a lot of good players spread across different teams. And new players, it injects a lot of uncertainty.
Playing in the LCS, this is like my childhood dream. But naturally as humans, we always want more. Once we reach a new peak, we want to go even higher. I think I am in that next generation of players because, hey, y'all know these old folks about to retire.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's 2026 and it's time to kick off some professional League of Legends here once more. There are tons of new changes here in this season on the Rift and here at the Riot Games Arena in lovely Los Angeles. We got just as many changes off the Rift. We got new teams, new players, new squads, and new opportunities to show everybody who's the best and who's the rest. And we're about to kick it off here today. And we're doing it back under the right name, back under the right letters, back as the LCS. Now let's go ahead and start this off right before I get to the team's crowd. I need your help. When I say who's back, you say LCS. Now who's back? Oh, come on, you can do better than that. Who's back? Let's go! Let's waste no more time as we introduce our first 2 competitors here of the new season. They both happen to be competing in Korea in the Kespa Cup during the off-season. So let's go ahead and get them in front of y'all. Starting with Team Liquid. In the top lane, Morgan. At jungle, Jose Yodo. Mid lane, Quid. AD carry Yon. And support, Core JJ. And now their opponents, please welcome Cloud9! Top laner Thanatos, jungler Blabber, mid laner APA, AD carries Ven, and support Vulcan! One more time for TL and C9, the first two competitors today, back for the LCS!
Oh man, it feels so good to be back here at the LCS, Kobe.
LCS! Oh, it sounds so sweet when you say it.
Rolls off the tongue.
Oh, super excited here. We got Jat on stage there behind Team Liquid. Did you think his previous employment by Team Liquid affected his flip-flop there on the prediction?
Hard to know. Could have.
Interesting stuff there, Jat. Looks like it's going to be talking to Jose up here. New jungler pickup for Team Liquid. I know they are excited about him.
All right, before we get into Champ Select, we're going to go ahead and quickly hear from the players on stage.
Welcome back to the LCS as well. I know you've been here before on FlyQuest. How does it feel being back on the LCS stage now with Team Liquid?
It feels great, especially in Liquid. I think we have a good team and a lot of good stuff here. I'm pretty happy to be in Liquid and excited to be back.
What do we have to look out for in this matchup that is going to let you guys beat C9?
I don't know. I think a lot of comes from the effort we're putting as a team. I think we are training a lot and playing a lot of solo queue as a team. So we're putting a lot of effort. I think that's going to pay off for us, and we're going to do our best.
All right, solo queue, you guys have been crushing. Thank you, Jose. I'll let you get ready. We got Raz on the other side talking to APA.
That's right, I got APA with me with a lighter blue on. You've now done this Cloud9 blue since you joined. How's it been working with the team in Kespa Cup with the new players?
I mean, it's been nice so far. I've actually been enjoying myself compared to last year. Last year was kind of hell. But so far it's been good.
Any expectations, any plans that you have going now, of course, on your new role on Cloud9?
I mean, I think we're going to shit on the league. I think we're the best team. As simple as that.
You just talked about Team Liquid a little bit. You joined that team. That was the start of your career in the LCS. Now you're going up against them. A message for them?
Good luck. You'll need it.
And now let's start the show.
Thank you very much, Raz and Jat. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It feels so good to say it again. It's so good to be back. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Azael here as we welcome back our league, we welcome back our teams, and we welcome our players to show us what they got.
I mean, it's just so fun, man. I got to be a part of the draw show. I'm not saying I rigged it, but I'm not saying I didn't rig it. The matchups turned out pretty damn good this time. We got APA on C9, one of these expected top teams going up against his former team in the kickoff is crazy.
He also tweeted out that he was going to tackle Jan on stage. He has not yet tackled Jan.
Doesn't mean he can't later.
Exactly. It's going to be a long series. We'll get into it.
Oh, man, it's going to be really, really fun. TL, obviously, a ton of changes over on the other side. They won, let's call it the Quid sweepstakes, because everyone, it felt like, was trying to get this guy.
Everybody had a ticket.
In Europe, in NA, everyone really was looking for Quid. And it's also, really makes it even more interesting because Quid and APA have a relationship. These guys are friends. Yeah. They practice against each other. They're talking all the time. And so that dynamic is going to be really fun because, even if you're happy for your friend to get a spot on a good team on TL, you still definitely want to beat them and show them that they made a mistake in replacing you.
And one of the big things for Quid is he got to bring his coach, Spooks, over with him as well. Spawn and Spooks have a long relationship, a long history there. So adding that coaching staff also really should help with integrating Quid's style into this Team Liquid roster.
And whenever you're talking about Team Liquid coaching, Spawn is in the building. He is physically here. He is a corporeal element inside the Riot Games arena, and TL fans are always happy to see it.
Absolutely. And this year, though, it's going to be a different thing. You know, I talked to Spawn quite a bit. You know, he's saying Spooks is going to be the guy that is handling the drafting on stage. Spawn is going to be more focused on big picture stuff, on the interaction between the players and how they're actually really kind of working as a team.
Okay.
Where we are going to have Spooks more stepping into that drafting role and really more focused on that aspect day to day. So they are going to be this kind of tag team duo, and new coaches on the other side as well. We got a narrow, but I will dominate as well. Suited up.
I know.
Dressed to impress today.
Boys are looking good here over there in double suits. Let's get right into the draft, though, into those coaches.
All right, draft is started up, and Team Liquid, they know all too well about APA Ziggs. They're going to ban that one away immediately alongside the Jace that we've been seeing a lot of in solo queue. Varus Top has been an absolute menace. That's going to be banned away. And on the other side, Akali, Malphite, and Rumble banned out by C9.
And I'm seeing Orianna is still up. So we're looking at some Orianna Azir style trades here for the mid lane. I don't expect, any deviations from that meta. It is.
I got to get used to first pick being on the right side.
For a
first
second,
selection.
I was about to say it looks like we might have a graphics error here, but I've got to get
first selection.
I've got to get my brain used to this with the red side getting the first pick there. C9 takes Azir.
Yep, exactly. Going to be going for the Azir. Azir Ori, very classic matchup. It is really all about, can you force the flash off the Ori if we do have Quid selecting it, which is the expectation. APA not known for his Azir, but he did have some good Azir games last split with TL and has really been working on that, trying to expand the champion pool, trying to beat the allegations about his limited champions.
Now, also, we have to think about the top lane here with mid lane taken care of, because with Rumble being banned, Ambessa Renekton is really big priority here. Huge fan of Ambessa if you don't get countered by Renekton. So a lot of times the strategy you can go for is use it as your third pick here for Team Liquid, and then you get to ban basically safety bans, and you can ban away the Renekton. Or you can just pick it yourself there for Morgan. Thanatos versus Morgan is one of our most hyped matchups in the entire league that everyone is looking forward to. As soon as Morgan pickup for Team Liquid was announced, I went into Thanatos' stream, and I was like, oh, how do you feel about the pickup? And he was actually really complimentary. He was like, I'm excited for Morgan to be here.
Renekton right here.
To have a really strong competitor. Blabber taking away the Nidalee here from Jose as well is a really big pick. So, like you say, if you always want to have some CC to pair Nidalee with,
I think we're just going to get Nidalee Renekton.
To be able to have that dive, and then this basically dissuades you from taking the Ambessa on the Team Liquid side, which is what I was exactly talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. Renekton is also Morgan's most played all time. And I think, it is one of his most successful, if not his most successful champion. So you are getting a denial pick there. Yeah. You're getting Thanatos on a lane dominant champion. Without a doubt, he was the best laning top laner in the league last year. So you're putting a lot of eggs in the Thanatos basket, which I just think makes so much sense here. Put pressure on Morgan, coming into this new environment.
And the thing is, when you're playing against Renekton Nidalee, you just want to have something safe that even if they target you, even if they dive you, it's not going to be a big problem. Cyan fit that role perfectly, trying to fill it with some sort of tank there. So really good response, I feel like, from Team Liquid. Renekton Nidalee, even if they're going to get that point and click, follow up, should be very resilient up there. And Cyan is just such an amazing front line here to put in front of Corki Orianna double carries. So really good responses, I think, from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if you dive a Scion, passive pops up, you farm the wave, you get the XP, and then you have home guards now on this new season that allows you to get back to lane even more quickly. It is very difficult to keep Scion down these days. Yunar are going to get banned away so strong on this current patch.
Yeah, I think they're only worried about that more consistent damage from AD carries, even though Varus did get buffs on this patch and is really popular. Unless you're going on hit Varus, you definitely don't want to play lethality Varus into a team that is already showing Scion. So definitely could go some more on hit AD carries here, and there are some good options.
Aphelios, Sivir, things like that.
With a lot of the changes on this patch.
And meanwhile, C9 going to target the jungle there a little bit, getting rid of the Nocturne, kind of removing the opportunity to combo that with the Orianna Shockwave if paired with Quid's Ori. As what are we going to get here from TL? Is it further AD carry focus? And it'll be Alistar instead.
Only worried about the extra engage here, because that's the one thing, if you are locking in Renekton Nidalee, definitely going to want a little bit more solid support here, work coming from Vulcan. So still have options like Rel and Leona and all these types of champions.
Yeah.
Funny thing is that Nico is still up too, and Nico right now in a lot of the other major regions that have already started playing earlier, been highly prioritized. So still can see that other engage from the bottom lane, and still has a very strong lane itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's lots of options. Obviously, you are banning out the Nautilus here on this side, but you had touched on them. You still have Rel, you still have Rakan, Leona, Nico, even things like Bard, which he has been very successful on. Jarvan, relatively popular on this patch, and would fit the bill, but Jose definitely known for the Lee Sin, so it would be exciting to see him getting this right now.
I mean, Lee Sin's a signature for a lot of players, but Jose definitely really likes it as well. So we'll keep shifting on through here. What else is it going to be? Kiana, interesting, because did get some nerfs, so not quite as powerful as we last saw at Worlds, and we'll just go much more standard here in game number 1 for Team Liquid.
Ooh, Sivir Bard. I mean, Bard, Vulcan is very good at the Bard. We'll see if he is going to lock it. He did lock it, so is going to be selecting that. I'm curious to see, does TL go more for lane focus, with this Karma, or do they want point and click engage? Obviously, you have the Xin to start off fights, you have the Sion to kind of ult in, but you don't have any, like, just guaranteed go button. So would be interesting. Sona definitely is really strong, I think, these days. A lot of the enchanters.
Tier item for Sona is crazy.
Diadem Echo's healing build is very strong on champions that can both deal damage and heal damage. But Nami, going to be the choice. Normally, often thought of right next to Lucian in most setups, but this time she's laning with a Corki.
When I think of this combo, I kind of think of Doggo and how he would play the Corki so aggressively. With this Nami pairing, you obviously throw the E on him, he goes forward, and he's kind of just forcing people to try to engage on him. There's not really that hard engage over on the C9 side either, so I think Iana's going to try to play really in their face, force them to try to respond to what he is doing. Definitely does have some good range, and they're going to have a really powerful 2v2. It's going to be up to Sven, just kind of like hold the fort down on that bot side, because the focus for C9 clearly going to be up towards the top side, where Thanatos and Blabber need to start snowballing an advantage.
So which side of the draft do you guys like the best here? Our first game in 2026 with all the new changes.
I like TL. I like TL. I just think it's an easier draft to play. I think there's a lot more pressure on C9 to get things done in the early stages with this Nidalee Renekton, and I think that is the more difficult half of the draft to play.
I feel like it's pretty even in my eyes, because having the double Shurima carries for later too with the Azir and Sivir does give you a lot of options later there too for some team fights. You are going to have to be proactive though with your playmaking. So honestly, I think that with these drafts, in my eyes, being very close, it's going to come down to the playmaking. Do you have good Bard ultimates? Bard is such a variable champion, can look completely useless or 1v9. So
1v9 for one team or the other team.
Yeah, we'll see, because Busio left the region, so the title for our best Bard is up for grabs, and Vulcan was making a good case.
Yeah, Vulcan was the one that stood out to me the most in Busio's shadow, was where everybody else stood, but in that shadow, he's the one who stood tallest. We'll see what he can bring here. It is week 1, day 1, game 1 of LCS 2026. We got our two teams that got to compete in the Kespa Cup in the off-season for a little bit of extra stage time, a little bit of extra real practice together as a squad, and I think that means a lot in situations like this. I feel like the beginning of every year is always about which team can work together better, faster.
Yeah, I can already see the banter between Jan and the APA. Jan saw APA typing, and he goes, "I have you muted, bro. Spell it what you want to say with your hands."
Old teammates know for sure.
Yeah,
first rule when you're playing versus a team that has APA is instant mute him, as well as his emotes, everything.
Yeah. Gotta keep him muted. APA always going in with the mental warfare, the typing games.
It's just like, you could not have drawn a better first game for our return of the LCS, with these two teams being so hyped. As Flowers was alluding to, these are our two teams with the most practice after being assembled, playing in the Kespa Cup, practicing very heavily together. Of course, Cloud9, besides APA, keeping all these other members over here. So really building up a lot of synergy, and the hype between these two teams. These are expected to be, without a doubt, our top two. And the typing just continues here. APA and Quid as well, starting to go back and forth. APA, by the way, on Discord with some Discord messages with Quid, got very spicy with it.
So one of the players, this is the update for the pause on stage. One of the players selected the wrong runes. So they were, asking for a remake, and then it has to be discovered, okay, was this player error? If it's player error, you got to deal with it.
Yeah,
tough luck.
exactly.
You're going to play through. And if it was not, if it was a bug, then they would have to remake. So they're checking to make sure. None of them immediately stand out as bizarre to me, at least from what we can see. We can't see secondary or anything like that, so I don't know. We'll have to find out what runes they do want to change.
And essentially, like Azael's talking about, it comes down to, did the guy click it and the client didn't register it, or did he just forget to click? If he forgot to click, it's a him problem. If the client didn't work, it's an everyone problem. So hopefully we can get that resolved ASAP, see where it goes. And like you're talking about, Azael, it might not even be something big like the wrong keystone. It might just be a minor rune, but sometimes that can make the difference in your laning phase going a good way or a much different way.
Okay, so the update is that there was a visual bug. So when the player selected their runes, on their screen it showed that they had actually selected the correct rune. But I guess it did not actually update, even though it showed that it did on their screen. So it was obviously a client bug. That's not the player's fault. So there is going to be a remake then for it.
The guy was very blue.
Yeah, we got the Mundo cosplay there. One shout out. Pushing. No Mundo picked up as yet in this series, though. We did get some hovers, though. Some tantalizing hovers.
So we are remaking now then, right? Azael, is that what I'm to believe? Since the client did not display correctly.
Me out, so I assume they're in the process.
How they're just really not, they're not Azael fans.
No,
they
it's
got
kind of
some
messed
beef
up.
with you or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're going to have to talk to them about that later. But we are going ahead, restarting that one since it was found that the player did select the runes that they thought they had, and the client kind of shortchanged them on that one. So we ought to be able to get back in the game here ASAP.
Yep, it should be a fun one though. We're gonna have the same champions, obviously same everything except those runes will be changed. You can't change anything else up. This is gonna be really exciting. I do think that top lane matchup should be so interesting. Obviously, we're playing best ofs. We're not having any best of ones this year.
Not a single
The format
one.
has been updated, has been improved. This is gonna be a really fun kickoff. Obviously, with the Swiss stage, we're going best of threes. Then we're gonna be on into full best of fives for playoffs. Everything whole year through though is gonna be best of threes, best of fives. So we're gonna get a lot out of the Fearless. We're gonna get to see more of this top lane matchup. Morgan, I had heard some people even saying that Morgan was potentially the best player on TL based off scrim. So this guy's been playing really, really well. Excited to see how he shows up. But this is all the chat that they were going back and forth with.
By the way, shout out to APA's new giant beard. It's actually
not to him, to his beard.
To the beard.
Specifically.
The beard is its own persona.
Yeah, once it becomes a certain size, it becomes separate from the person.
It's the sixth man on the roster.
Yeah, that's an advantage.
See if he can get in there for the tackle as well. Still expecting some action on stage between these two.
Do you think you get like a set bonus buff if you go for like a Berserker champion, go for like Olaf or something, do a little more damage when you got the beard?
Most certainly. We got some TFT synergies that will come in.
The beard bonus.
I don't know, bro. If my mid laner's locking Olaf, I'm giving him the report buff. Like that. I'm not so sure about that.
Unless it's Faker?
I mean, Faker. There are exceptions to every rule, but I also think it's highly unlikely I ever end up in the same lobby with Faker. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between multi-time world champions and Skarner. It's just not the same world. But we are back in the lobby. It's getting remade off your screen right now. We're about halfway through slamming all those picks, getting them locked in, making sure the runes are correct, and then we will be live on the Rift.
I ended up in a lobby with Cloud Templar, and he inted me. So, definitely don't let your memes be dreams. Also, don't meet your heroes sometimes. Because they might just int you.
Someone just yelled out, Kobe inted me last week.
Somebody in the crowd was in Kobe's solo queue game and was not happy with the results.
All I'm saying,
Kobe,
I've been dabbling
can you defend yourself?
I've been dabbling in some AD carry roles, so apologies if you got me.
Okay. I was going to say, do we need Volley Bear buffs? But it doesn't even sound like we do.
Volley's actually goaded right now. Dusk and Dawn is so OP. We'll get into the new items, though. One of the funnest parts about the new season is the new items. We don't have any really good Dusk and Dawn users in this matchup, but
no Echo or Diana, Varus. But man, that item is crazy though.
Yeah, it is really good on the champions it's really good on. That is for sure. I feel like that it's kind of true of a lot of the items. Like there are some of these items that are more specific to some champions.
Experimental hexplate.
Yeah, exactly, right? But they're super powerful when on the right champion. So we'll be interested to see.
That's a Dusk and Dawn user right there.
That is. Phase Rush Kench. Yeah, Kidnap Kench.
Just eat him up, go speeding away.
Q auto, gobble him up.
Too
All right,
strong.
We're going in.
All right, we're loading into the game. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes the runes don't get registered, but now we are locked in. Everybody's ready to go, and we're ready to hit the Rift for our first game here in this best of 3. Just like Azale said earlier, it's best of 3s, best of 5s all year long. Imagine playing best of 1s in 2026. Get out of here.
I wasn't going to say anything.
You know.
All right, welcome to the Rift. We got TL in the blue. We got C9 on the red. Our best of 3 between the two teams that I think a lot of us have at number 1 and 2 for predictions at the end of lock-in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody but Kangas, I'm told.
Yeah. Lion, another team that a lot of people are very excited about. So it will be interesting to see how their season starts off.
Look at this intimidating Discord messages, by the way.
Saved it.
Yeah, saved it. You see, line by line, you got to keep reading. APA and Quid are very close friends, by the way. This is...
I can tweet this, right?
This is not unprompted. Holy sh... I always love Quid's reactions to these because he's so wholesome.
Yeah, I mean...
Aren't we homies?
Are we friends? Yes, we are. But now you're the enemy.
Until playoff matches are over.
All right, all right. All bets are off until playoffs are concluded.
All right, the frenemies in mid lane. We'll see how that matchup does go. Currently, Quid getting the early Orianna push there. But should be top-down clears here for both junglers, ending up with possible, gank opportunities towards this bottom lane that are trading pretty heavily.
Yeah, I mean, they both already used both barrier and heal on either side, and potion for all 4 has been popped. Core taking a lot of damage now, but Sven gonna have to be careful.
Yeah, pretty good sustain for him. They're looking for the level 2.
Okay, going in further. Sven and Vulcan in retreat. Sven down to about 200 HP. We are going to get some pretty intense trading here, but nobody's in lethal range just yet. Vulcan down to 100 HP as they break away.
And this is the core, no pun intended, of the Team Liquid roster. They rebuilt here. They wanted to keep Yannick CoreJJ. For years, we talked about this duo as being the most fearsome bot lane duo that we have in the entire LCS. With the Corki Nami, have a lot of power there. Morgan, though, taking a decent chunk of damage here from the Renekton. And we'll see if the reset here is going to be meaningful. Can Yannick CoreJJ actually get that first little baby turret plate? They're going to get the push in at the very least and get their nice recall timer.
Yeah, they'll be able to get this recall, but Home Guard's obviously helping out Sven and Vulcan, being able to get back more quickly. There is less of a punish there.
Yeah, I think it's just... when your recall timer goes off, are you going to have the better buy? Because a little dagger for Sivir, that is looking pathetic.
It's not feeling great.
It's not the size of the dagger.
True,
it's how you use it.
He's got one dagger in one hand and then the blade in the other hand.
Let's be reasonable.
He's fully equipped. He's a dual wielder.
Exactly.
It's one step above glowing mode, man. Let's be realistic. That thing does not feel very good.
Hey, jack of all trades, glowing mode goes crazy this season.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, some different definitions of crazy, but I like the enthusiasm.
Yeah.
All right, Azale's taking us to the asylum here with the glowing modes. Let's see. Top lane here, you're going to see Morgan go ahead, take his first recall, teleport back into lane. Once again, not an amazing buy. It's a cloth armor and a refillable. Nothing that you're going to write a postcard home about. But again, his
you guys
job
are really
is just
judgmental
surviving.
about these buys.
The buys aren't great, man. It's an off-brand crappy T-shirt and $1
Everybody's got to start
drink.
somewhere, Flowers.
All right, it's not great. It's not fantastic.
Flowers is not a Temu fan here.
No, it's not. It's not the prio. As immediately Jan goes forward. Sven in a little bit of trouble and has to get away through that magical journey. Pops the flash as well. Summoner spells down, and he is in danger here. The bottom lane, once again, going the way of TL.
Oh, and now the wave is going to be held against them. So this time it's actually worse. Last time it was at least pushing towards Sven and Vulcan, but Jan JJ, they got hands. They are just going so aggressive aggressive with the trading. Even though the farm is very, very even, these trades all going in Jan and Core's favor.
Yeah, and the minion wave just kind of melting here in front of them too. So TL have a really good position with the minion wave. They have massive sustain advantage because the buy did allow Jan to also get a refillable in addition to having Nami sustain advantage here. So TL, they've got the upper hand in combat power and huge sustain benefits. Yeah, you get these little Cocoa Puffs over here from Vulcan in the back. He's kind of growing up some
nice
extra
little
sustain
Cocoa
there.
Puff farm.
But it's not going to be the same.
Yeah, and I mean, people have been talking a lot about TL, both in scrims and in solo queue. Just recently we had the tag team duos competition.
Yeah, they smurfed.
They took both the top 2 spots, and by a mile, 1K LP or more out of that next spot.
I mean, I was covering this while they were doing this competition. On the final day, with 24 hours still to play, everybody else was playing for the bronze medal. That's it. Like, Team Liquid was so far ahead. The only way that the first place could be upset was by the other Team Liquid duo. It was crazy.
Team Liquid have always had that grind mindset, oftentimes led by Core JJ. He was one of the early ones hosting in-houses before we even had Champions Queue, and really always encouraged, both with Team Liquid's main team as well as their academy team, when they had them, that everybody really prioritized a lot of hours played.
Yeah, Spawn, when I was talking to him, in this offseason, he was telling me how, every season he's always like, all right, Core, is this the year you want to coach? Because he thinks someday he's going to be such a good coach. And Core's like, no. And he's like, okay, go prove to me you're still good. And then he'll go get rank 1 in solo queue. And he said that's like their yearly tradition. And he's like, all right, he's still got hands.
I like it. I like it. Their bottom lane definitely does have hands, and will that result in Dragon priority for them? They've had a lot of cryo here, but the gold overall, wait a second, see if we get a tight spot here.
Yeah.
Scuttle Crab.
Josidiono's in the middle of everybody. Shockwave already comes down over the top. Blabber in danger, trying to get away. Quid finds first blood with a clockwork lined up. Beautifully placed there as C9 wanted to see if they could contest, but TL has the punish.
The synergy here, Jose and Quid picked up by Team Liquid, and they instantly go for a flash shockwave play. Quid then following up one last auto attack. Flashes are invested for them, but remember, first blood.
Oh, Jan's going in. Sven in some danger, trying to get away from this one. Stun into the wall from Vulcan, keeps his AD carry alive, but again, it's Jan and Core relentless in the bottom lane 2v2.
And I was just going to say that it is worth flashing for first bloods again. It actually feels so nice that they put the gold back on it. It's not just the Feats quest anymore. Get that thing out of here. We got some real rewards for getting first blood bonus. So well worth investing there, I think, from Quid and Jose to be able to get that. And then, as you say, this bottom lane pressure is unrelenting.
Yeah, I mean, they're going right at. I also love that the gold is back in first tower. That feels really, really good, too. Those are great changes in my mind. It's aggressive plays, but they are able to punish Blabber. And Blabber has not really been able to affect any lanes just yet. He doesn't have any sort of a CS advantage over Jose. So I think TL are super happy with the pace of this game. They're pressuring on that bot side nonstop. And here it is one more time. The ball is right on Jose's head. And he's just going to find his moment and go straight in onto Blabber. Flash in with that Q3 prepped. Instant knock-up. Shockwave there. Blabber has no ability to flash away from that Shockwave.
Yeah. Jose's eyes were on Blabber. Guess where Blabber's eyes were? Crab. For crab, for sure, baby. He was looking at that juicy crab, and TL
Blabber's getting caught again.
Hold on, Blabber. If he dies a second time, it's tragedy for the C9 jungler.
Quid, hello? During the replay, we got to investigate how he got in there. He's going for the invade Orianna. It does cost you, some increased quest progress when these laners are going for invades like that into the jungle, but your quest progress gets refunded because you got a kill, and kills give way more. So Quid, here we go. Beautiful replay. Thank you very much, observers. And we see Quid just chase him down. And it is
phase rush.
It is just insane. Orianna here, the ultimate came back up for Quid. And he deletes Blabber again.
I mean, that was really well played. Blabber thought, okay, I have more than enough mobility. I can clear this ward, then get out of there. But that phase rush proc allows him to chase him down in the jungle, gets back in range for the Shockwave, gets a second kill. And just like that, Quid is really accelerated. Top lane, yes, there is this nice little CS lead for Thanatos. He's a couple waves ahead, but it's Sion. And if you haven't really blown it open at this point, it usually is not going to get out of control.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about it at the beginning of the day before the game even started, but Quid was the most eligible bachelor of all the LCS. All the teams were trying to court him, and for a good reason. Quid is a star. And being able to chase down Blabber, who on Nidalee, you know, this is a champion where you have so much mobility that you do feel like you have the pass to go do types of stuff like that. But Orianna, really nice usage of all the extra speed boost there. And red buff is your second reward on top of your 2 kills, on top of all this gold that he has. Red buff, by the way, feels really nice again. It got some good buffs, especially for the early game.
We didn't get to talk about it yet, but you know that play where we did see the first blood onto Blabber, it's like the double flash spent there. APA still has his flash. You know, I want to see C9 look to attack Quid, but that is why TL are playing behind him. This is the flashless Orianna against the Azir with flash. If you can get multiple members there and at least try to punish that, that is something. But Quid nearly has the flash back at this point.
Best defense for Quid is a good offense. How are you going to attack him?
Can't gank me if I gank you.
Exactly. It's genius strategy for him. He's just going to go invade the jungler.
All right, we've got no neutral objectives to play for quite a while now. 4 minutes on the next Drake because Jose Diodo claimed the first one just 60 seconds ago. And then the Rift Herald not going to be rearing his head for another 5 minutes or so, but it is C9 with 3 grubs to their name. We'll see if maybe Thanatos can get some pressure in one of the side lanes, put those grubs to good use. But when you're losing in 4 out of 5 positions, it can make it more difficult to push up and really get some plate money. Quid's going to go ahead, grab the second plate from mid lane.
And honestly, I feel like with the nerfs to Void Grubs, I don't know if anyone else feels as strongly, but I think they are just garbage. I think they are trash now. So if one team is stacking dragons and then you get the Void Grubs, I feel like that is a super uneven trade. And it was like they kind of forced you into just taking the consolation prize.
Yawn. Very low on HP there. Luckily does not get caught by the Tempered Fate. Team Liquid's going to walk away on this one. Core with a nice bubble. Yawn still in a little bit of danger. Defensive tidal wave. Make sure that C9 aren't going to get anything else. Wind becomes lightning over the wall from Jose. Connects on no target. But as TL reinforced with their junglers, C9's got to walk away.
Yeah, that was a near thing, though. You know, Yawn getting aggressive. If Vulcan had actually hit that ulti, there was no flash. Nidalee likely would have come in, and they probably could have finished him off. But because that misses, because of the Great Bubble, Yawn is able to walk away. And look how quickly Core has him topped right back up. That Nami sustain is why they are trading so aggressively. They want these trades constantly.
Meanwhile, on the top side, Thanatos invested his ultimate. Renekton ultimate is one of your big kill possible windows. Morgan, though, has been doing a good job trying to hold him off, just farming up as much as he can on the top side. Does get the pop-up for quest completion for both of them here. And Thanatos has been able to get his little CS lead here for Renekton and get his turret plate money. But in the end, you do get a team fighting Scion for later for the side of TL. And they knew that they were opting into this when they saw the Renekton Nidalee lock-ins on the side of Cloud9. So if you're on the TL side, you got to be feeling pretty dang good about the way that this game is going.
Yeah, they got to be really, really happy. You know, Thanatos definitely still at a much stronger point right now if there were to be a team fight once his ultimate is back, because he's on the Black Cleaver. When you make that pit stop for the Bramble, of course, that is going to slow things down. APA taking a trade here.
Oh, another ulti there from Quid. Can't threaten anything lethal this time, and APA just runs him through with the spear. Nice solo kill from the C9 mid.
Let me see some all chat here. Come on, where's the response, APA?
He's recalling. There we go.
Okay, he's on board. Yeah, he had to finish up the minion wave.
He had to finish the minion wave.
APA's changed, actually. You know, before he would just instantly type even while he's like CSing, you know. Now he's like focused. He's locked in. I got to collect my gold. Then I'll have the luxury to type. It's a very short as well, very short. You know?
This is why you got to mute him before the game starts. He's not going to give you an inch. And let's see again how he found it.
So Quid just invested in like this Core JJ sustain. I feel like he had really a lot of confidence there. I think he was just counting on, all right, I'm going to do this heavy trade. I have Core behind me. It'll be fine. And he just underestimated the extra soldier damage here from Azir. And his shield plus Core JJ kind of walking back over was not enough to keep him up. So that's a big shutdown for Cloud9. And this makes it way more interesting because this double Shurima carries I was talking about in Champ Select here, you know, even though bottom lane's been getting pushed in a lot, Sven's been farming okay, and now the AP has gotten a kill back in mid lane. This Azir on one item. Power Spike is under attack.
Okay, APA tries to get out, but Jose Diodo is ready to flash follow. Quid's gonna flash here as well, and Jose, he's a jungler after my own heart. He's gonna take that kill himself. Make sure that he gets accelerated in this game. 3-1 TL.
This Jose pickup here, this Jose Quid synergy, I'm liking what I'm seeing already, and this is very early on here from them. That's going to lead into Dragon number 2 stacking for TL. Again, Dragon stacking to me is just the most important objectives in the whole game now, with Otacon being removed and top side of the map getting reduced a little bit. Blabber and Vulcan are getting a little bit antsy here, trying to sneak around and
flash.
Look for
Yeah, Quid has no flash. They know it. They're chasing after the Orianna now. He does get caught with a Tempered Fate. Surely this should just be the death of Quid. They want to put that money onto Blabber if they can do it. And there we go. Vulcan and Blabber getting away out of that one. They do at least find the kill, but it is 2 Drakes favoring Team Liquid.
Yeah, Vulcan unfortunately did take that kill, so no goal for Blabber there. But still, being able to punish that missing flash is really nice. But like you touched on, Kobe, it's great to see the aggressive play from Quid and Jose Diodo. This duo looking good thus far here against Cloud9, but the goal pretty much dead even. I just always get that kind of like worried feeling. If I have an Italy on my team and they are even or behind.
You don't have to say anything after the word team there.
Yeah.
I'm just always worried if there's an Italy. Because this type of a situation, 0 and 2 start, not being able to really affect the map early, it's the nightmare scenario.
I mean, you basically become poke and healing, right? But they have a Nami, so your poke isn't really that relevant.
Yeah, and I mean, you can try and highlight, some attack speed bonuses for Sivir and Azir a little bit too, but that is reaching.
Yeah, it is.
A little bit. Yeah, it is. But, you know, that's what we're looking for here. Like I said, I still think they have lots of ways to play out these team fights here for Cloud9, even as the game does progress here. There is a lot of playmaking available on that squad, but TL, they just seem really locked in at the moment. Moving over to Rift Herald, there's some really nice, you know, rewards here with Rift Herald, with so much value out of towers just being instantly accessible. You don't have to take the complete tower to get the gold.
Okay, here comes your dive. Morgan's going to try to get away, but they put APA in front of him, so he cannot use the ulti to get all the distance he wants. Morgan tries to get back underneath the turret, but Thanatos, APA, and Vulcan together are enough to force the 3v1, find the kill in exchange for the Herald that Jose Diodo got in the top side, and now that's immediately summoned up, so Jose and Quid can take the tier 1.
Our last couple of sequences have been Team Liquid going for the objective, and Cloud9 saying, okay, fine, you can have that objective. We're going to get a kill somewhere else. First time for Dragon, it was going after Quid, ignoring the Dragon, going for the kill there. This time for Rift Herald, they do get the bottom side. But again, Rift Herald does get guaranteed value now, since you know, turret plates give you a lot of the gold, and so it actually feels a lot nicer. APA, though, will finish up at least the tower on bottom side.
Yep, you're going to get the plates off the tier 2 as well. You know, there's plates on all of these towers except for the Nexus tower. So, you know, in tier 2s, tier 3s. So even though they don't kill the tier 2, still more gold there for Quid as Blabber again.
Blabber has to flash away from the shockwave, or it would have been a 3rd death for this Nidalee.
And it's Echoes of Hylia, so he is going into more that supportive style. He has bought up that item. We also have the Bandle Pipes for Vulcan that I was showing earlier, you know, on that lower third. Bandle Pipes are ridiculously
They're
OP.
super OP.
It's basically anything that can use it should use it. Bard slows with the Meep autos is going to apply that. So, you know, with the additional attack speed from the Nidalee plus the Bandle Pipes attack speed, it's not bad. Like, it becomes pretty relevant for both the Sivir as well as the Azir.
At the very least, it did get the cost increase this patch. So 300 more gold to still get an OP item. Went from like extremely OP and cheap to just OP.
Yep. that's that kill he took on Quid. That's his 300 gold.
Instead of S++, it's just S.
It's still really good. You can be a little bit more discerning on who you're going to get it on now. Just a little bit.
No. You just buy it.
I feel like
just pay the money.
We've forgotten the sins of the long ago times of Aegis of the Legion. Like, aura stats are really strong in League of Legends.
And then speaking of the echoes there, it does require or at least greatly increase effectiveness if you're still doing damage. And Nidalee,
gotta hit the poke.
The damage is conditional, So
Sven? Oh, super low on that one. Yon and Core JJ are just keeping the gas pedal down against this guy all game long.
Yeah, that is just frightening damage. I mean, when you have that mandate, you throw up the E-buff, Yon just walks forward. Sven cannot fight that. It's not even close. He had to use a spell shield, had to use the barrier, had to use the ulti. And really, nothing was committed over on that other side.
Okay, Yon exhausted, has to Valk away. Loses about 60% HP and hits him with the Pepega Frog. Sidesteps Tempered Fate yet again. Nicely done. Yon's just letting him know. Nice try.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan just has not been able to hit these ultis at all. And Blabber barely missed the spear. It was on that bound target, but I believe it clipped a minion, so he couldn't fully connect and actually commit to that play.
Got to hit some skill shots here if you're going to turn this game back around for Cloud9. Currently down the Dragons. You know, the early couple of ones you don't start to sweat too much, but number 3 is coming up in 12 seconds here. And Team Liquid already trying to move in to take the vision so they can actually win the fight first. Morgan here.
Yeah, Morgan's going to see Vulcan, but a quick magical journey through the wall means that the C9 support is fine. CoreJJ also, very importantly, sidestepped the spear that was coming out from Blabber there. So full health bars on TL. APA still very far away. No teleport ready for that C9 mid laner. Thanatos wrapping around from the side, looking for the angle here against Team Liquid. He's already popped the dominance. He's charging up some fury. Vulcan gets away. Magical journey through the wall. Quid throws the ball, finds Thanatos. TL trying to position respectfully towards that flanking Renekton. Dragons losing his patience. He's going to reset back towards the pit. 4,000 HP.
Going to expire.
Team Liquid still trying to make this one happen. Thanatos full fury, but no dominus. Tidal Wave flies out. Jose Diodo trying to stay on top of the Dragon. Thanatos here with a flash forward. Tries to be the front line. Instead going to be taken down. Jose Diodo grabbing the kill, but Morgan is traded back. It's 1-for-1 here on the top laners as Jose has to try to make his way back into front. This might, but he won't get it here just yet. APA disengaging. Morgan's dead body finally gone. Tempered Fate hits nothing. APA down to 100 HP as Quid is still looking. Team Liquid going to walk away from this one, and ultimately it's a 1-for-1, and C9 stops the Drake stack.
Oh, just barely. Cloud9 edged out.
Yeah, APA on the side here was getting so much damage down on Morgan. Look at Morgan as he was trying to walk in, was kind of getting cooked by these soldiers. So even though Thanatos' ult expired before the fight, Morgan died just as fast. And then it became all about APA on the side, creating space for Blabber to secure the Dragon. Then as he gets chunked low here, the flash looks a little bit funny, but I think he's scared of a flash auto following. So I think he wanted to early flash to perhaps avoid that.
Okay, Cloud9 bringing it back. This is what we wanted from our first series of the LCS returning in 2026. They get this gold right back within reach. Dragon picked up for Cloud9 as well. And now we get to see that Shurima power we're talking about for the carries. Crit synergies have come in for Sven. Big IE crits can come through. And you saw the power of the Rylai's second item for APA in the previous one. It helps out so much.
So annoying.
The extra slow CC is very, very valuable and allows them to play out these team fights much, much easier. So Cloud9 getting their side of the team fights operational.
And I mean, Morgan obviously is picking up some MR now, trying to build towards that, but you were laning against Thanatos. You know, he had a lot of armor early on. He had the Sunfire, he had the Bramble, so there's a lot of gold invested in this physical damage reduction. Left him pretty vulnerable to APA, and this tower could just get rushed down.
Yeah, they're going for the tier 1. Vulcan, Tempered Fate onto 2. Connects it this time. Follow-up not going to be there. Jose and Yon trying to get back over the wall. C9 reinforcing with every man on the map. The tier 1 still stands. Yon chunked by a spear, but immediately healed up by CoreJJ. C9 take control back over their side of the jungle.
Yeah, Morgan during this whole time is pushing mid lane, so they're trying to get mid lane priority, which is going to draw Sven over to farm the rest of it. And they might even go for an extra play here. Team Liquid on the top.
Oh, C9, they try to stop it. Defensive ulti coming out from APA. Quid and Jose Diodo going forward. Wind becomes lightning, and here's your Xin Zhao ulti. APA's already down. Jose Diodo taking the kill. Thanatos on the run. Here comes Morgan like a freight train out of the jungle, and it's CoreJJ taking the kill. It's Yon taking the turret. It's Team Liquid taking everything they want in the bottom lane.
Once again, the macro from Team Liquid is really exquisite here. Morgan stays mid, pushes mid, draws Sven over to that side, and then they can reenact this play on the bottom side. They go for the dive, and since Morgan is on Sion, he can get there quicker. Just ult on over, chase down the extra kills here. Really nicely done once again. Jose has been such a star pickup here for TL. It's good to see him return to the LCS, and he actually gets shoved outside here. They can easily chase on through, though, with the Nami, with the Orianna, both of them speeding up the extra chase down.
I mean, this is just really, really well played by TL. They send 4 down towards bot. C9 respond with 5, so they just leave Morgan there. They disengage on the 4, and not only Sven went mid lane, but Vulcan showed mid too, which I think was kind of that big issue, is you show multiple members there in that mid lane, and then of course TL are going to look for the re-engage. They punish there, they take the tower. TL playing the map so well, still have that Dragon advantage here, up 2K now. It is a gold lead for Morgan now on the Scion at this point, and he is going to become a real problem in the front line.
I can visualize the chat now, spamming the Tuki for Jose from his stream. And there's a look at the history of this guy. Really outstanding stuff so far this series. I think it's pretty unquestionable that he has outclassed Blabber in this game with a lot of the initiative that TL members, both him and Quid, have taken. But they have yet here to really turn it into a full breaking point for this game. Cloud9 are very much still capable of taking over these team fights. APA has a key component that Flowers absolutely loves and hates.
My favorite item in the game, Kobe. Wowie.
Is the arm guard for Azir. APA doesn't have his flash currently, but he does have some extra playmaking ability there.
Yeah, I mean, I just always feel like the later the game goes, though, the harder and harder it gets for these comps that, need to land the poke, that need to find these big engages.
Yeah.
C9 has just not been able to really hit the skill shots when it counts. Almost all the Bard ults have missed at important moments, where I feel like every time we're seeing a Spirit hitting a minion or nothing, we're just not really seeing the coordination there on these plays and the execution when it really counts, and it's just going to get harder and harder. When we get to the stage that Morgan is just perma-grouped, the Spears are just going to get tanked by him. That Spear does still hurt if it's a Nami, but those have been few and far between.
Yep, Core's going to be able to heal himself up. We do have the next Dragon alive now. Tempered Fate hits Jose Diodo, but nobody else. Vulcan tries to stun him up into the wall, loses half his HP for it. Morgan's looking to wrap around here, but the Sun Disc stops the flank from going all the way. Morgan backing up a little bit as poke is traded back and forth from either side.
Yeah, Morgan feels so confident here. He's got his Jack Show done for Scion here. The durability is just through the roof, so he's just trying to fight Thanatos to stay in combat, stack up his Jack Show, and you can see he's like infinitely taking, plus he has the Nami sustain here, so massive resistances, massive front line here for Team Liquid. They're trying to bully Cloud9 anywhere away from this objective, and I think they're going to successfully do that. Thanatos trying to find a way in.
Yep, Thanatos wanted it, but immediate Valk from Yawn as C9 all take a magical journey to stay grouped up. Sven is separated from the rest of the team right now, and C9's going to begin the drink. Jose Diodo here on the front line. Team Liquid, they jump in, they find the engagement to APA. He's already forced to use the arm guard. He flashes out and stays alive as Thanatos tries to disrupt Yawn, but now Jose's ready with the re-engage. Morgan looking to keep the pressure on Sven. Decimating smash, no stun. Dragon down to 3,000. C9 still regrouping, but health bars are injured. TL looking to DPS the Drake, and they will take it. This is what C9's Drake last time bought them. This is not Soul, but TL arrive at Soul Point.
Yeah, and they've got control of the map. I mean, another really good engage from Jose and Quid. This combo here, they find another shockwave onto the Azir. Let's take a look at the resources blown by APA, and it's just Jose hit his W onto the Azir as he's moving back and forth, and it cost APA his arm guard and the flash, which had to be used defensively.
And really, it cost him the whole fight, because even though he lives, he's so low he can't re-engage. He can never step up. He'll get flashed on and killed. Jose feeling happy about that one, and rightfully so. He is playing great in his debut with TL.
I swear, for me at least, that W is hard to hit. It's kind of skinny, okay? But he has been nailing it every single time. You talk about
spoken like a ball of bear.
True.
It's not a giant circle.
Also, it speaks to the discrepancy between hitting your skill shots. And, a lot of, I'd say the W for Xin is about as skinny as a Nidalee spear.
There you go.
They're both a spear ability. Yeah, one of them you just chuck it, and the other one you stab it. Easy. Now, Team Liquid, they are still in a 2,000 gold lead game state, but that is still playable for C9. You've got the Hourglass fully purchased for APA, so now you can use the Stasis again, and they really need to see a big Shurima shuffle here if they want to have a favorable fight, I feel.
Well, the other thing I really talk about a lot when you have Renekton is TP flanks. All right, where's your TP wards? There's nothing. They have a crab. Yeah. But there's no ward across the map. There's not even a ward in the river except for this one in the Baron Pit right there. So You know, C9 has no forward vision. If Renekton just has to walk straight at them in the team fights, he is pretty useless, and that's mostly what these team fights have been for Thanatos. He has not been able to find a single good angle. Yeah. You know, even in that one where he was wrapped around behind, his ult expired before he even went forward.
Which is kind of why we're seeing, oh, the Azir was the one furthest up and gets hit by a Xin W is within range of that, is because of, you know, a frontline difference.
No tank.
Sion difference here. That's why even when you're getting, you know 20, 30 CS advantages for some of these matchups of, you know, bruisers or carry champions versus Sion, you always have that feeling. I would love to have that beef ball zombie on my team later.
All right, C9, let's see what you guys can do to come back into this one. We do have Baron on the map. He's been there for the last 9 minutes or so, but nobody's confident enough to take a stroll over there just yet. You are seeing some pings toward that topside river, but it is just about 2 minutes until what'll be Mountain Soul for the side of TL. C9 has got to make sure they stop it.
Also got to say, the carries that I keep on alluding to for Cloud9, scaling away, 3-item power spikes are really big for both Azir and for Sivir here. Sven getting that Lord Doms. We will see, does this actually make it that much
Giant Slayer is back.
Exactly, and it works so well versus Sion. So does this make it that much less scary? Is Sven in a capable, you know, place right now? Are they able to peel for him? Is he able to auto attack actually? Because if that Sivir can fully auto attack, then the damage now actually does become very, very meaningful.
Yeah, I completely agree. But the difficulty is that question, like, can you actually auto-attack? And that's always the tough part when you're playing AD carry without a big front line, is there's no one really there to step up and eat damage for you, right? You know, Bard can't do it. Renekton can't really do it. That's why APA is forward and trying to chip and poke and prod and get damage down, because if you just allow TL to play how they want to play, it's a shield on Yon, it's heals and speed ups on Yon, and he's just stepping forward and chipping your HP away until you can't even take the fight. So it's going to be difficult for them to find the correct positioning to actually make sure their carries are hitting without getting caught and killed.
Okay, Blabber tosses out the spear. Just going to get some wave clear out of that one. 60 seconds until the Drake spawns, and that bottom side river is fully TL controlled right now.
Small thing too, but it is really nice on the current patch. If you can let your minions, or their minions, kill off the last little bit of your turret plate, to deny that little bit of extra gold, especially when there are crystals already formed up on your tower and you know they just wanted to get that one auto and cash in. So minions pretty nice here, but Cloud9 with the pushback.
Yup, they want to let the minions eat the crust, but C9 is going to take some of that themselves.
I don't want to eat the crust.
That's what it is. Minions love turret crust as Vulcan tries to get away through the wall here. Drops the exhaust on Jose Diodo. That's an important cooldown not to have. C9 staying grouped up here in their jungle. They've got to approach into a TL that already has control over the river, like I said moments ago. C9 did not change that map state in those 60 seconds. TL going to continue to defend the entrance towards this river area, towards this dragon pit.
Okay, everybody has flash ready for this fight. This Dragon Soul fight could be everything.
They look at Quid. They're not going to find anything super valuable here. Wind becomes lightning, tagging multiple Cloud9 players. Quid with a flash away defensively. There's your ulti from the Nami. Thanatos continuing to retreat back towards the rest of C9. Jose Diodo taking a ton of damage. Goes in for the ulti. C9's not really intimidated by it. And now APA, he wants to shuffle. And he hits Quid. Blabber with the shutdown. As the Guardian Angels also proc. Morgan's in the middle of everybody. And Cloud9 roars to life with multiple kills. Morgan's gonna get one back, but it's still 3 for 1 for C9.
They clutch it just in time. Cloud9, when everything is on the line with the Dragon Soul staring them down, they trust in the Azir, in the Sivir damage, and they get it done. Look at multiple re-engages here.
Yeah, I love the space creation here from Thanatos. Flashes forward, then just ease back out to dodge the stun, getting healed back up. That is buying space for Sven and APA to be hitting here. Jose goes forward here, but knocks them back kind of to safety, and then APA realizes, you know what, you are getting low. Thanatos has survived on the side. Yon is getting pushed out. APA just flashes forward, catches Quid there, and then Sven full sends it, flashing in on both Jose as well as Morgan, and knock him down. Massive team fight, and they're going to get Baron, maybe.
Yeah, Yon and Core coming to stop it, but no, Blabber's got the smite secure. C9, not only do they stop Soul, they take the Baron and don't lose any additional men doing it. This is a massive swing.
Banger alert here. Game number 1 of the LCS. being back. Team Liquid and Cloud9 here are going to push it to some late game objectives, okay? We're going to have multiple Barons. I can already foresee it in this game. Baron power play currently, though, 2.5 minutes left for Cloud9. Let's see how much they can actually get done with it.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of gold on the map to grab here. You know, a lot of plates they could farm away on. They're definitely going to get this tier 1 mid pretty easily, I think, unless TL wants to try to force an engage, but that would be difficult. This one's going to go down really fast. Vulcan, dangerous spot.
Yeah, Vulcan's going in, but everybody else is going with him, and now CoreJJ shuffled back. They caught themselves a fish out of water, and now they're putting the DPS into Morgan's health bar. A double kill for Sven on the Sivir, and C9's DPS has officially scaled.
We got to get a listen in on the comms for TL there, because I don't know why they are reacting to a magical journey
not
like
even there.
that. I mean, yeah, CoreJJ walks back to the magical journey where the rest of Cloud9 could take it in, and the Orianna is off in Narnia and top lane over there, and Cloud9, now with this Baron, they blow the base wide open.
Narnia is not a friendly place this time of year, my friends. C9 are bringing the violence to the Team Liquid half of the Rift as they push towards their first Tier 3 tournament of the game. The mid lane inhibitor will be their target. There's still 25 seconds on Morgan's Scion. CoreJJ finally back alive now, but the mid inhib is already down.
Yeah, and I mean, look at bot lane as well, right? They're pushing, they're farming these plates as well, so they're going to get so much gold from this. TL has been looking really good throughout most of this game. They get outplayed in one fight, and then they kind of lost their minds there and got punished so heavily for it. When you're playing this style of composition, you need both your carries there. That's the whole point of Sion going forward, is buying time for them. But if Quid's not there, you don't have nearly enough damage to get anything done.
And like I've been saying, these are two of the best carries of melting tanks, Azir and Sivir. Azir is level 18, so
both have 4 items.
If you count a control ward as a real item, then you can say he's full build.
What? Bro.
In last season, he would have been, because, you know, maybe.
Oh, APA goes in for another big shuffle. CoreJJ is going to be the target. Almost killed, but not quite there. Plenty of burst, though, down onto Quinn, and he is gone. Jose and Jan both locked up. Plenty of damage into the carries as a double kill back to Thanatos. A triple kill for the Crocodile. Morgan just might be number 4, but it's APA taking the credit. Only Core still standing, and C9 march at the Nexus.
It was TL in control, it felt like the whole damn game, but it's C9 showing up when it matters most.
C9 with all 5 alive. They may have trailed for the majority of the game, but they're the ones who will see the enemy Nexus in ruins. They will win the first game in this best of 3.
Oh, and APA giving a wave over to his own team there. What a way to start out the LCS this series. And we're going to continue with some more hype right after this.
Back, baby.
No.
And not how we expected it, actually.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Sion, Xin, Ori. No. I want late game Nidalee. Give me Nidalee.
I expected those things. I did not expect the Nidalee Renekton to be coming through.
Yeah, it's interesting.
C9.
We were having this off-camera discussion about, like, oh, is Renekton tanking up? He'd go in, absorb damage, little Nidalee heal pops him up, and it buys enough time for the Sivir Azir to win team fights.
Because I was a little bit of a hater.
Nidalee.
Because I saw Spear Shojin and Black Cleaver, and I'm like, bro, he's just getting popped in fights without Sterak's Gauge. But no. It was ridiculous.
The 5-head play. That's not how I was expecting Nidalee and Renekton to be executed.
Definitely not. I mean, this game turned on what is our pagoda moment for this week. APA from Cloud9 Kia turning the game around on his former team in game 1 here.
Finding the angle as an Azir, you have to be precise to be able to see it. Like the casters called out the space creation from Thanatos going in and out, allowing both the Sivir and the Azir to be able to chip them down. And then APA saw that angle, gets a 2-man after basically chasing down Jose Diodo.
Jose's disengages down. They say, Ori no flash, Ori no flash. Right here, boom, gets the Orianna, and it's the Nidalee with the shutdown.
And it's really great to see the way that C9 follow up and also kind of just waiting around that timer for APA. Previously, we've had a lot to say about APA's Azir, especially in team fights where he would be looking for these angles and it'd be disconnected from the rest of his team, right? This was great, and the whole team was there to support.
It was happening again and again. If you guys see another Pagoda moment play, just spam that Pagoda emote in chat because there's going to be a few of them today.
And something else we're going to be doing throughout all of LCS Lock-In is player of the game.
Yes.
So player of the game every single game. Our votes are in for this game one. We gave it away. It's APA. I think Sven probably had a good argument, but the game-changing plays that APA had. We forget about the early game when Quid was 2-0, looking like he was going to take over the game on Orianna. APA got a solo kill.
Yeah.
Really kept
and then
him in
he
the game.
smack-talked them immediately afterwards in all chat, too.
The XD all chat.
We got the old APA back, of course.
I like the setup for him and Quid in the chat as well. That was really fun. But yeah, I'm curious to see, because I know we have a really cool PGB tool.
Jack got hit by the mic, please. He has to fix that up. Oh, good catch, good catch.
Let's go.
So yeah, we want to pull this up if we can. LCS Lock-In stats, we'll see. We wanted to check healing done and damage done in this game, because we know Azir was 917 damage per minute. You can see Zven with 41,000 on the Sivir. I was talking about how
Z-tier damage.
Sven is underappreciated because he's not flashy in lane. Yon and Core JJ had the prio, but who killed the Nexus, my friend?
Good question.
It's definitely him. But I wanted to check the healing done in this game as well. And 25,000 healing from the Nidalee? Maybe it's not the Renekton Nidalee of old.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a new Renekton Nidalee.
I don't.
It's the support Renekton.
I don't think the
Renekton
Renekton Nidalee
strategy.
went the way they wanted to.
It was the strategy not to dive the top side of the map. We're no longer diving
we don't
as
need
Nidalee.
that. We just have to get to our Echoes of Helia.
I still think it didn't go as planned, but it did work out.
It did.
We saw how much healing was being done from the Nidalee when, especially with Thanatos, right, where he would go in as this Renekton, not only something he's really good at, but a takeaway from Morgan, as the cast already pointed out. That's Morgan's like most famous champion, and he'd just be topped up.
Yeah.
Like he'd just go back out, still has Dominus on, get topped up by Nidalee.
Where do we go from here?
Oof.
I thought that was the Team Liquid win.
Same.
I want to see more from Morgan, personally, as the person who predicted Team Liquid. I know he got in like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
But I hear all
You need to carry the team, Morgan.
Spawn, my man. I guess, it's not even Spawn. Spooks, my man. Spawn told me that Morgan should be an MVP candidate. But you know what happened, though?
What happened?
They just made him impact. Like, they're just, by the way, your Team Liquid, have a weak side tank, please. Like, I want to see what the special sauce is from this new top laner. Morgan, that is not the debut he would have had in mind when he arrived here.
Special sauce, Ornn in game 2.
Jat is already cringing. I really liked the way that TL's mid-jungle played.
Yeah.
Up until that APA turnaround, we'd actually pulled a bunch of footage of Jose and Quid working together with this Orianna Xin combo. I thought they looked really in sync with each other, much more in sync than Blabber and APA did, despite the setup we kind of had pregame.
Yeah.
So I would continue to build on that because I thought that was a huge bright spot in addition to their bot lane.
Shout out I Will Dominate in an Arrow for bringing the suits. So game 1, C9 had first selection. They first picked Azir. Game 2, since TL lost, they have decided they want first pick, but they'll be on the red side because C9 has selected blue. So game 2 coming up after the break.
On the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at the turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
About the PowerPoints, I normally don't really ever do them. I've done 2 so far. The first one was just a presentation about myself, like who am I, like the story of APA before I became APA. You know, just talked about all the good stuff and how I like view the game, like what I like want, what I'll give, you know, et cetera, et cetera. The second one I gave was just about like a Bush concept, and I think presentations on concepts like that to me in the past I would always learn from. You know, of course, I'm still the sole player coming into a new team. Like, I'm sure they have ideas how they view the game, and of course, having a few days scrimming with them, they do. And we'll still have to mesh in how we do things. But yeah, we'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to the LCS, and by no other name shall it ever be called again. We are in the middle of our first best of 3 here in season 2026.
You know? You just don't say it.
You do not speak other definitions. However, the definition of game number 1 was TL for so long until C9 win their one big fight. Everything just self-destructs for Team Liquid, and C9 quickly ends. They're up 1-0.
That's one of those games you're watching on the couch, you're like, this is looking pretty wrapped up. We'll go grab a snack. You come back, the other mech is exploding. You're like, what the?
Yeah, you missed 5 minutes. You missed it all.
It's also one of the games where if you're playing in it, you're just telling your friends, "Don't worry, we scale," and you kind of mean it,
but you don't really mean it. When you in your heart of hearts,
when they win the team fight, you're like, "Whoa, we actually did! No, we do scale."
Wait a second, it wasn't cope.
Actually, really, really fun ones. I always feel like those are the most fun ones where you do get the back and forth, but Team Liquid probably don't feel that way. So
no.
Game number 2 here, let's see them back out into Champion Select and see if they can kind of rewrite history here. Cloud9 up to series point here.
I'm really curious to see how TL will look starting off game 2, simply because I wasn't really that worried about the lost team fight that they had in the river. You know, I just felt like, okay, you know, C9 kind of outplayed, but the game is going to stabilize, it's going to go on. I was more worried about they lost their minds in the jungle. They see this portal, Quid's not even there, you full sent it, that cost you the game. Like, to me, that was the game.
Yeah, it was weird because the Bard came out and Core was like, oh, I back off a little bit, and then he went back up to it, like more people.
You saw them all come out.
It's a clown car, people will just keep coming out of those things, and all right, let's get into draft for game number 2 here, though.
All right, the first ban is over on the TL side. They are going to continue to ban out the APA Ziggs alongside Malphite and Ambessa, while C9 taking out Ryze and Jace.
I'm feeling Taliyah here, boys. Ryze is banned out, and Orianna and Azir were already using game number 1. I really like some Taliyah combos. You know, Taliyah Vi, good old classic. Any sort of Taliyah plus AD kill jungler. To me, those types of comps, especially if you just lost a game where it was in your control for so long and you couldn't finish, I feel like that's a big priority. Rumble, though, did get through the bans this time around, so they went for the first pick on it.
So did Varus, and Varus is really strong. So that is definitely a concern. They're just slamming Varus and the Jarvan coming through. I can understand, Morgan, though. You just spent 20 minutes under your tower against Renekton, and then you lost in the team fights. And when you play that role for the team, it is so demoralizing.
You don't want to play it again.
You're like, I think I'd rather be in the winning side.
All right, let's see what they can follow it up with, because Rumble here definitely deserves being built around as far as the team comp does go. Jhin can be played into Varus, no problem. Your lane is fine. I don't know, though. Varus getting the recent buffs on this patch, I actually thought that those buffs on top of Varus's already like pretty high pro presence was going to mean that he was gonna be perma, 100% basically pick ban, and so we'll see how powerful it currently is, because they buffed both his Q damage for lethality build and the on hit for W.
And the interesting thing to me is that in pro, we're not seeing it top yet, but in solo queue, I feel like this thing is kind of starting to run rampant in top lane.
Yeah, it is oppressive.
Yeah, it feels like there's almost nothing you can really do in a lot of these matchups. You just kind of take it, you know, you're getting outranged, but also there's high percentage damage. You can shred tanks, you can burst you down. So I do have that kind of in the back of my mind, like, maybe Thanatos could swap that up. But we are, of course, expecting, given that it is pro play, that Sven will be piloting it.
And for my 2 cents, I also do like Aurora matchup into Rumble. So this could be theoretically a Thanatos Aurora as well.
You can have more than 2 cents. You can have as many as you like.
I'm only giving you 2 of them, though.
Oh, okay. So I'm receiving the 2 cents. I was so generous. I said you could have more cents, and you're like, no.
Yeah, I know.
Can't we stop this senseless violence? All right, let's get into the second half of the draft here, as we do have plenty of question marks still with where these champions are going to go on the C9 side, with the Aurora and the Varus both being flexible. Over on the Team Liquid side, these are pretty hard locks for top lane, for jungle, for AD carry. So we'll see how they want to focus their bans here as the clock ticks down, and we still don't see anything other than the Sylas for C9.
Yeah, the Sylas to me always makes me think of, Malphite's already banned, but then also Alistar. If you want to play Alistar, you really do not want to be leaving that Sylas up. It is giving so much power away. There's a couple of pretty good engage champs that Sylas works really, really well at stealing their ults. Obviously Alistar, Blitzcrank, things like this. So definitely leads me to believe C9 is looking for some more guaranteed hard engage for Vulcan.
All right, let's see what else we can round it out with, because the supports are plentiful at the moment. And again, Nico's still up as well, so there's a lot of engage options. They don't just have to go with a melee engage, although Cloud9 would like some frontline. And I think that you always want Vi plus something. You don't want like Vi to be the only melee.
Needs a buddy.
Melee engager there. Exactly. Dive buddies are the best way to go.
Yeah, you really do need that extra bit of damage to get over the top. Of course, you have the Rumble Equalizer. Morgan can try to get in there, but having some sort of frontliner flying in at the same time could be really strong. I like the Cassio ban here, taking that away from APA. So they are thinking, like you were thinking, Kobe, that this definitely could be Aurora top as an answer into the Rumble. So trying to limit the pool here in the mid lane.
All right, what's it going to be for our 4th pick of the draft? If this does get locked in, it's throwing back to what we were talking about at the very beginning of this draft, the potential of the Taliyah when you have Ryze banned away, when you have Azir and Ori out through Fearless, and that is the pick here for C9.
And I think it's one of the best champions, for APA. When I think about how he was playing last year, I really felt like Taliyah at that time was maybe his best champion. So it's definitely going to be something that fits well for him. Jan hovering the ASOL, and you can see him leaning to the side, looking over at APA.
I mean, I'm still waiting for the tackle. He said on Twitter they're gonna
Is he more likely to tackle him if they win or if they lose the series?
Lose.
Jan's going for like the victory bow, and he just bam, pancaked.
Yeah, APA seems like if I lose type of tackle angle. Yone gets locked in for Quid though. This guy has one of the biggest highlights of LCS of all time on Yone. So let's see, Quid Yone with a Rumble and Vi and Jhin. All of this dive. This screams Varus. I'm sorry, because you are going to have a very, very difficult time moving around at all in these team fights. That dive for the Varus is just so well constructed by Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I mean, Tahm Kench is going to keep that Jhin safe from that Jarvan, coming in. You can eat him out of it. They're considering the Alistar. That was kind of my expectation based on the Sylas ban, but obviously you've seen some less powerful laners. So Rakan, to me, always kind of, I feel like, scales better than the Alistar. I think you're really, really powerful in those team fights. You have a very weak laning phase. So sometimes when you're up against something like that Tahm Kench, you say, hey, I can just take a free lane. I can have that powerful engage later on. It's also really good peel when you look over and you see there's all these dive buddies coming in. There's the Yone, there's the Vi, there's the Rumble. You pop R, you run across them all, CC them all up with that charm. Can be pretty effective as far as that counter engage goes.
All right, same question as last time, except now with a brand new coat of paint. Which side of the draft are you fellas feeling more?
For me, I love dive. I think that this is just exactly what you envision when you try and get a first pick Rumble. Then you get to layer on top of a Rumble your Yone, your Vi, and your Jhin. So I just feel like that is super, super well focused. From the Team Liquid side, the Cloud9 draft isn't bad. Though.
By the way, it's Varus top, and Sven is playing Taliyah bot. So they actually are going to do the Varus top I was mentioning, because this is Varus top is like unlaneable. Okay, never mind. Wait, is it? Okay, I guess it was messed up in Champ Select. It was visual bug.
Okay.
So it doesn't look like they actually did swap those things around on my screen in Champ Select. It was showing that they had. I guess there's some weird things going on in Champ Select with the remake last game, so we're just going to wait until we're in game and not trust what we see in Champ Select anymore.
All right, let's get into a game number 2. If you didn't see game number 1, by the way, you should catch up on that real quick.
Yeah, check the bot, put it on 8X.
That was a banger. Let's see about the follow-up here. Will part 2 deliver as well?
All right, let's check it out here. C9 up 1-0. Remember, it is best of 3s here in the Swiss stage. So let's see how the second one goes. 43 seconds into game 1. Sven muted the entirety of Team Liquid and also his own mid lane.
Nice. I like this. Fun facts here.
It is a fun fact. That's a very fun fact.
43 seconds.
That's
okay.
so funny. Probably he typed one time and he's like, forgot to mute APA.
Let me update this.
I like how you can sometimes see when people are surprised by, summoner choices. There was like 10 pings on the fact that Jan is playing barrier, and then Morgan on the other side was spam pinging the teleport for Sven. So obviously you are down that combat summoner for Sven and Vulcan, but if you can get pushed, which I expect them to be able to have here with this Varus and Rakan, then it can get really difficult sometimes. You can end up with some pretty bad bases where you're kind of lane locked. They pushed you in, then they base and TP back, and you get stuck.
All right, as we wait for the action to really start to boil here in the laning phase, we've got Kangas standing by for an interview with APA's biggest fan.
Much. I'm here with Stacy, APA's mom, who's here to cheer APA on the new team. And I got to start off, what's it like to raise a champion?
I raised him to be a champion.
So do you take credit?
Absolutely.
I think so.
Partial credit.
On a new team now, so I see you got the new gear as well. How hard was that to throw away all the Team Liquid jerseys?
It's not thrown away. It's just packed up nice and neat. It's fine. It's good. We'll shelve it for now.
Did C9 give you anything?
They gave us more than Team Liquid does.
And I did see you talking with Jack, actually, a little bit before we went live. What did Jack tell you?
That they picked the better mid laner.
I think so. Thank you so much, Stacy. She said it. Let's hear what the casters have to think about that.
I like that because there's always, this issue when you get replaced on your team. Is there going to be any sort of confident stuff afterwards? But Cloud9 have been really welcoming to APA, and small note, Cloud9 have also given me more stuff than TL ever gave me. So I think that's just, how Jack rolls. That's just how Jack rolls.
They also did better in Kismet Cup, So I mean, you're gonna be building that confidence for sure. If you're able to take them down in a match like this, it's a great start for APA in game 1. Had that big play on the Azir, champion that he's not really known for.
Ooh, Jan down to 200 HP down here, has to flash away to avoid the grand entrance from Vulcan. Core JJ tries to cover the exit here for his 80 carry. Sven with a flash forward, piercing arrow, but the heal's enough to keep Jan healthy. Now Sven could be in a little bit of danger as Jose Diodo wraps around from the side. Vulcan with a battle dance, reinforcing the rest of his team as Blabber grabs first blood, and he might just make it 2. Jose Diodo falls, and C9 comes out on top, and the early scrap.
It all starts with the 80 carry duel, and you're able to see Sven sidestepping the W from Jan. They get the advantage. Mid lane priority leaks over, and it means that APA, he always talks about loving this roaming style, and especially on Talia here, he's able to get the advantage in mid lane to roam first. Cloud9 just clean up huge in that bot side fight.
And this is always the worst feeling. You lose an early skirmish, you look across at your laner, it's a blue buff on the enemy mid laner.
Yeah.
APA getting that and the lost chapter by this early. Great trade of flashes here from Vulcan. Jan is put really, really low, and C9 have first move from mid lane, so they're just fully committing to this play. Sven flashes in, wasn't able to finish off Jan, but because APA is there first, Jose goes in, but he has got to get out immediately. Blabber is able to flash forward and takes him down. It's really just all about the prio they had through mid, makes all the difference.
Oh, and you can see the frustration for Spawn.
Locked in, he's still locked in. And he's able to lock up Quid here. Big trade from APA. Blue buff too, so his mana is already back to full. He is feeling so good.
And we remember the beginning of the previous game. It was constantly Jan and Core JJ winning out in the 2v2s in bottom lane. It was Quid getting ahead early with the Orianna kills onto the Nidalee of Blabber. It was a great start for TL in game 1. They still ultimately don't come out with a win. And now in game 2, C9 is up over 2,000 gold just 5 minutes into the game.
And again, the reason I like
like this side for the team comp is that you can be so proactive. Wait a second. We have an invade from Blabber, so he's going to take away Gromp. Jose's going to find him, and APA is looking for solo kills.
Yeah, there's no way for the mid laner from Team Liquid to do anything about this. So Blabber just takes his Gromp prize. Jose Diodo is left a camp down, and C9's loving the way things are going early.
I mean, APA is blasting this mid lane right now. You know, he had spent the rest of his career all on TL, right? Now you get to have this debut on a new team against TL. He gets that kill because he had push early, and that is really starting to snowball this mid lane because Quid gets set down. He doesn't get an early Berserker Greaves buy. He doesn't get that early Vamp Scepter to try to heal through some of this damage. APA gets a blue buff, early Lost Chapter. You can really start to slam home that advantage in these range versus melee matchups when you have that kind of a start.
And APA as a player has always been a lightning rod for criticism on the teams that he has been on. People always looking at his champion pool, the individual plays he's making, and his whole time on Team Liquid, you know, there are people in both sides, in both camps, but always bringing up these sorts of issues, and especially going versus Quid, who basically everyone had decided is the best mid laner of the off season. I love the interview that Kangas just did with APA's mom, and how Jack was really comforted and said, yeah, we got the better mid laner, you know, straight from Team Liquid. And so this series does mean a lot for him individually, and not only was he able to roam first and make the big, you know, team play there, but now he's able to pound lane afterwards, getting all the benefits of that roam and the blue buff and everything.
I mean, 2.5K gold lead, and we are not even 7 minutes into the game. That's a crazy start.
Especially for pro play. Even in a game of solo queue, if I see a team up over 2,000 gold at 7 minutes, it's a pretty crazy start. But in pro, this is quite a mountain to have to climb up here for Team Liquid very, very early. Another nice seismic shove there from APA in the mid lane as well. Constantly hitting these onto Quid. He's up almost 20 farm 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and his Ziggs is his most famous champion, but I always felt like Taliyah was his second best champion. So we'll see how he plays out the rest of the game, because Taliyah with ultimate very easily can capitalize on something like an Aurora ultimate and kind of try and roam up to that side of the map, or keep playing off of bottom side, where Sven and Vulcan will soon have their ults, high CC available, just playmaking all over the place.
You know, I don't know if it's just me, but I've always kind of thought it was funny how much discussion there has been about APA's champion pool. Not that he's never had any issues, but it's like he came in, everyone's like, he's a Ziggs one trick. And then it's, he's an Asol one trick. And then there was the AD carry meta, he can only play Tristana and Corki. And then last year, people were talking about, well, he can only really play Taliyah. And it's like, okay, well, aren't we kind of adding a lot of champions in here at this point?
And it's not like this is just like no-name people saying this. Core JJ in the draw show that you did earlier this year literally made fun of it also. Yeah, it's a joke, but he's
but
making
there's a
fun
little bit of a twist of the dagger.
He said their mid laner only has 3 champions. But I guess in a best of 3, you only have to win 2 games, and 2, so
2 is less than 3.
That's enough.
All right.
Quick math from Kobe.
He's got it. You're doing Freak proud. That's quick math right there. Well done, buddy. Immediately engage coming out from Jose Diodo, though. They are looking for APA, but Quid might just die first. He's down to 100 HP. Both mid laners about to fall. Quid is down. Jose Diodo picks up the kill, but he should die to Blabber's Jarvan right after. And the flag marks his grave. A double kill back to Blabber.
Yeah, nice try there from TL, but Blabber, right place, right time. And now it's going to be able to move up towards this top side, even put a little pressure on a Morgan, potentially grab these grubs. Morgan's doing well in that 1v1, you know, given this counter pick that Thanatos has gone for. And Blabber off to a great start. This guy absolutely knows how to snowball games.
Yeah, Blabber, when he is snowballing, I think people don't. The only criticism they'll ever have is if he like dives too deep and like gives away a big bounty or something. But he definitely is, as you say, very good at snowballing these leads. And especially you want to play around your winning lane, your lane that has these advantages, this mid lane that's you know, constantly chunking them out, getting health advantages. And so they are able to capitalize. It is not only those kills, but all the neutral objectives so far in the side of Cloud9, in addition to this large gold lead.
And by the end of the year, last year, I think a lot of fans were feeling like Blabber was not performing to his usual level. Game 1 of this series also very rough on the Nidalee, but now he's able to step up. Here in game number 2, the early performance has been awesome.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, he's right place, right time, makes a good play down on bot side, is here for the counter gank exactly when he needs to be. APA pumped up about that. barely got knocked down. If he lived, that would have been devastating for TL, but still, it is a great play for them. Early Sundered Sky has gold on top of that. And a fast Sundered Sky, you are feeling so good.
Ooh, knock up off the back of the Chains of Corruption, and they take out Core JJ. Easy peasy there for C9. Nicely used with the Chains and the Grand Entrance. They brought 4 men down to guarantee they had the firepower. That's a 3,000 gold lead.
Quid at least will get the first turret plate in mid lane, so you get the tiniest of consolation prizes, grabbing some gold back for himself, but nicely done here for C9. Again, the path to victory here is very quick Dragon Soul for this team. It is kind of the strongest early objectives that you can go for, the easiest line if you are winning and if you're looking for snowballing a game where you do have an early lead. So bottom side very critical there. But with the Ocean Dragon up, they're making a mid play while the Dragon has been started up.
Yeah, Quid has to snap back down to a quarter HP already. Team Liquid only has this Drake down to about 1/3, but they might be able to still secure it. C9 at least wants to go in for a fight. Blabber is ready to challenge here for the smite. Hosdiodo tries to find the opportunity to go in there, but the Drake is secured by C9. Team Liquid's got to be careful, keeping their jungler alive just by a hair of his health bar, as Sven's going to be next to die. Vulcan gets back over the wall. It's C9 taking the objective, but losing their AD carry in trade. Hosdiodo escapes with 25 HP.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's incredibly good for C9. They get the Dragon. Thanatos didn't even have TP, so that could have been a total disaster for them. TL had the extra member, got 1 kill, but still lost the Dragon at the end of the day.
And I have to say, really, really good, like, patience and concentration from Blabber there. When Jose turns on you to try and suppress you, and Blabber's just staring at this Dragon, and he's still able to get that smite. He doesn't die, he doesn't give over, any extra gold here, secures the objective. Like, remaining calm under pressure during Dragon Smite fights is very, very big, especially with the importance of snowballing here. So, anytime you see a jungler under duress, being able to get these smites is going to be big, and even bigger with the new season where they buffed up some smite damage. Once we see these things transforming here, Blabber already has his 1,400 damage smite, whereas Jose is still on the 900. So it really further emphasizes farming your camps and getting your upgrades here so that you can get these.
And honestly, I really like the changes, with Smite, because you also deal less damage to the Dragon and the objectives, as non-junglers, right? So it's harder to actually steal it away with an ability like a Varus Q or whatever.
You and me both, brother.
Yeah,
I love these changes.
I think it's great. It always feels terrible if it gets stolen away by a random spell.
Jinx Rockets, dude, they're the worst.
Veigar late game. That guy's got 2 smites on basic abilities. But at pro play especially, I think it's really, really fun to kind of see that smite duel, right? Because when it's 1,400 on both of them and laners are doing way less to it, it's going to come down to you guys nailing your smite. And so the timing there becomes more important as a result.
Okay, Team Liquid has got to be aware that C9 is in the jungle. They are looking to steal away the blue buff. There's going to be no contest for this. TL so far behind. 2 Drakes, 3 Grubs, 3,000 gold. Not even 14 minutes into the game. I still see 14 minutes as a checkpoint because of turret plates falling for so many years at that point in the game, even though they no longer fall off.
It could be your checkpoint.
Yeah, it's my
Don't let them take that
now.
from you.
I'm always going to check in at 14 minutes into the game to see where things went. And right now, it is all C9 all the time.
We're going to get a custom graphic made. Flowers checkpoint.
That is my checkpoint now. I am claiming it. I am planting my flag here. And TL is just struggling to find a part of the map that they can plant their flag right now, because it seems like this very modest 90 gold lead in the top lane is about the biggest thing they have to write home about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's interesting because, coming into this, everyone that I was talking about.
Immediately, though, it's a full send into the bottom lane, and APA is down. Nice setup there for TL. The Fate Seal does exactly that, and Quid cashes in.
So, I was hosting the draw show. I talked to every coach pretty much, doing interviews with them, and then I talked to a lot of the players at draw show, and everyone was telling me that they are scared of TL, that TL is the team that they want to dodge. People giving a lot of respect to Cloud9 as well, but people were all telling me, yeah, my coach just told me, just don't get TL. That's the matchup you want to dodge. But C9 coming out here, happy about getting that matchup. Xanto said that they were going to stomp them, in a less nice word, and so far, so good. They win game 1, they're crushing it in game 2, and Cloud9 not deterred by all of this hype that has been forming around TL.
And if you 2-0, then nobody's going to know that game number 1 you were losing for most of it. And so it will look like a stomp. Look at a scoreboard.
People only remember the score lines as APA does get jumped on there by Quid, who does have the fully evolved boots with the quest. He has his Blade of the Ruin King completed. It is full build Yone. So APA does have to play with respect, despite the fact that the early game has gone so well for C9. And it's only going better from here as they go after the Rift Herald. The gold lead has shrunk from 3,000 down to about, I don't know, a little bit over 2,000 gold here. So Team Liquid at least stopping the bleeding. But the next Drake is going to be a big target because it would be soul point for C9. And Team Liquid is already putting men in the river to get early control.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely have to stop that dragon stacking, but getting Quid in this position of power is massive. It wasn't long ago we were talking about this, nearly 1K gold lead. He was getting slammed. Quid is such a playmaker. He had an incredible 2025 individually, even on a team that wasn't, winning championships. He was looked at as the best mid laner in the league, had some massive individual plays, got signed by TL. And these are the kind of games that when you are signing a player like this, you expect him to carry. You expect him to be able to take over, to save you in these positions.
Yep.
You got to put the eggs in the Quid basket and hope he can make it work.
Well, they're going to slam the Rift Herald egg into the Tier 1 turret basket, and all that stuff is falling all over the street because that turret is gone, gone, gone. First turret for C9 brings the gold lead closer back up to 3K, and C9 are the first ones into the river looking at their soul point Drake.
Can they get the engage here? Team Liquid, they're looking for it.
Okay, Jose Diodo going to be in some danger. Blabber wanted to go in, but Jose stays away. Now the follow-up engage in the core JJ, but an equalizer down over the top. Jose re-engage after Blabber. They're looking to burst down the C9 jungler, but Jose dies first. Both junglers out of the picture, but Morgan is also gone. It's a 2-for-1 favoring C9, and APA wants 3. Quid continuing to try to escape into the bottom lane. Thanatos goes over the wall. A little bit more damage is all they need, and Thanatos goes on a killing spree. C9 win a clutch fight, 3-for-1. Their jungler might be dead, but they'll be happy with the outcome of the battle.
That was a clean chase. He got the slow, and it's enough for them to chase down the extra kill here. Here, look, the idea to go for the kill on the enemy jungler, but immediately get the shove.
Watch the counter engage from Vulcan. He's just standing right on his carries. As soon as Quid goes forward, he is in position to just turn this around, goes immediately back in, instant charm on 3 members from TL, bounces the charm over on a core, so he can't devour his carries to actually save them. That was beautiful from Vulcan, really making it impossible for Quid to do anything in this fight.
And I feel like that's a great contrast to what we were levying some criticism towards in game 1, with the Tempered Fates not being on the money in the early fights from Vulcan. This time around, having that ulti impact, big.
Oh, man, to do it.
Yeah,
Wait, it will take 40 years. We can go from base.
Actually does take 40 years. All right, right back out onto the map here. Team Liquid, they sent multiple members topside to ensure that Quid can maybe get some turret plate money. Core JJ up here trying to shadow him because they know, all right, yeah, we still need to put as much money into this Yone as we can. Like, they're still hoping, Azale, that Quid basket is...
It's looking rickety.
Even though it doesn't have a lot of gold in it, you still got to try and get more into it.
It's the best basket you got, You don't really have a lot of options here. But it is so tough dealing with Vulcan CC because there's nothing you could dodge. I mean, you have all of this great mobility here as Quid, but Vulcan is going to press R and jump on your head and you are charmed. Like, there's no avoiding that.
And I feel like it's exactly what you guys were talking about in the draft, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to get punished in lane. We clearly saw that in the early game. And now that Rakan is ready to run rampant. Thanatos tries to escape here in the bottom lane, goes between worlds. Jose Diodo has no opportunity to make a truly impactful play there. Instead, they will just force their opponent back. It'll allow Morgan to take the tier 1 turret at least. But meanwhile, C9's doing the same thing on the other side of the map. So even trade tier 1 for tier 1.
When you're behind, you always feel pretty good about that, but we've talked a lot about the supports. These are the supports by age. There's some pretty massive discrepancies now in the LCS from, the oldest, most experienced players to some of the youngest. We have obviously some of the most experienced players here. Vulcan, not yet 27, but has been playing in the LCS for so long. Core has been around since back to when he was on Dignitas as an 80 carry before he went to Korea and won a world championship. So, these guys have a tremendous amount of experience at this point, and Core, aging like fine wine, he's playing well these days, but it is Vulcan definitely getting the best of him in this game.
We got some birthdays coming up on there. There was some 0.8s, 0.9s in there. There must be some early
Somebody's birthday is today too. I remember.
Inspired.
Somebody somewhere.
Yeah, maybe just our MVP from last year.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, might be that guy. But anyway, Jan's the target now. Cataclysm comes down on top of his head. The damage just pours in. One more auto attack from Blabber gets it done. EQ backwards towards the rest of the team to make sure he can escape safely. Equalizer summon up to clear out the wave, but Team Liquid won't do much more than that. Morgan now could be the target. He has to try to escape through the slow coming out from Thanatos with the Between Worlds. He's overheated. He's slowed by the weirding again. APA setting up the rocks, but a nice escape thanks to Core means that Morgan survives.
I mean, technically, meanwhile, Quid is making money still here for TL while they're, Cloud9 are chasing Morgan around the jungle. So they're still trying. They're funneling as much as they possibly can into the split push here for Quid for the Yone. 2 items currently for him, and are trying to create a feasible Dragon Soul team fight. It's going to be hard. It is definitely going to be hard, but you have to get that really dream engage here to try and get an assassination. I would say onto Sven. Sven has definitely been a big issue from the backside of these team fights. This lethality, Varus, as we said on the new patch, did get some extra little bits of buffs there, and it has been pretty annoying long-range damage for them to deal with.
It is really frustrating, and clearly I think we know a fight that's going to be a win for TL has to start out with a one-shot on Sven. The problem is, when you're this far behind, usually you can't just have like one person kill someone. Everyone has to send it. So then you have 3 or 4 melee stacked up, and that's where Vulcan becomes so damn powerful.
Ooh, Thanatos taking a lot of damage here from Quid. Close. Nearly dies with the pseudo deathmark snapback from the Soul Unbound. But it's Quid here at 400 HP. Does have the Q3 to dash over the wall. He'll be fine escaping on that one. Jose Dioto is hanging around the area in case somebody from C9 was there to try to snipe the last little bit of the kill. Critically though, gentlemen, it's not the top side of the map that matters at all right now. It is less than 60 seconds until the Drake spawns. That is Soul. That is Hextech Soul if C9 secures it. Absolutely massive power spike just 23 minutes into the game.
Nightmares are made of Hextech Soul lethality Varus, by the way. Sven Poke is already doing tremendous amounts of damage, and it's also going to slow you, and he's going to land his next little bit of poke that much easier, so.
We do have all 5 Unleashed teleports ready on the map right now. Remember that C9 does have that extra map-wide utility there through Sven taking that non-combat summoner spell. Thanatos going to keep the pressure on the mid lane while Team Liquid tries to show up to contest this early positioning on the bottom side river on the Dragon Pit.
Look at him. He already lost like 30% of his HP. That's just 1 Q from Varus. If you get tagged again, they pretty much can't fight. So that is the difficulty of dealing with this Varus. And look at APA setting up for an ult.
And Morgan is so far away right now. Rumble is showing on the mid wave. So Cloud9, now they need the teleport to come in. Here we go.
All right, let's see how it's going to go. Morgan tries to get in there. APA immediately fires off the wall. C9 going to stop DPS here from the Drake right now. Blabber with the engage onto the Cataclysm. Chains of Corruption does not hit a target here to follow up, but the curtain call is already open. Drake going to be secured by the side of Team Liquid. No Soul just yet, but what about the fight? Thanatos coming in, wants to fire off a 2-fold Hex, but the weirding only hits Morgan. Now Jose Dioto's down to 200 HP. Blabber on the front line. Jose's already down as Core tries to get away. Blabber's still chasing, and Core JJ's next to die. Yawn meets the business end of Blabber's spear, and C9's already picked up 3. They're not done yet. You're going to see Thanatos go for the recall, but he has teleport to join up with the rest of the team if he needs to. Nearly a 7,000 gold lead. Baron's going to be the target here for C9, even though they lose out on the Soul.
Morgan is able to burn down the Dragon by some miracle there for Team Liquid, but because you lose so many members, Cloud9 are going to try and finish the game with a Baron buff here. This thing should be guaranteed unless Quid truly is magical and create something out of nothing here.
All right, Quid, this is anime protagonist or bust at this point, and it looks like it's bust. All right, C9, they will happily not achieve a Soul if they can get a massive team fight win into a Baron 7,000 gold lead, C9.
I mean, it is just almost impossible to come back from this point. You have to think Blabber now finishes up the GA. He is way ahead.
Careful, Kobe, we can go for it a little bit. No, he carry this choke. I don't have vision, I don't have vision. I'm going for it, I'm going for it, I'm going for it. I'm going for it no matter what. I'm going for it no matter what.
I love it. I'm going for it no matter what. And here on the top side now, Quid is in some serious danger. He has to snap back, but he's immediately thrown back on to those stones. It'll mark his grave. C9 picking up another one. Enemy mid laner down for 35 seconds.
I love that confidence in the comms listening in from APA. You know, the new guy on the team, as we saw in the content, you know, his mom making a presentation for him and him giving multiple presentations to the team, but now Blabber's in.
Yeah, Blabber's already dropped the Cataclysm. Jose Diodo wants to try to turn the aggro back around onto Sven. The Varus is under some pressure, but not any longer. The rain of arrows over the top. Jose is low, flashes back over the wall, but Morgan's going to die. APA on a killing spree, and Team Liquid are on the run. Health bars are shattered. Morgan is broken, and Quid is still yet to respawn. The C9 aggro continues.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a long respawn timer on Morgan. Even if they don't end the game right here, they're just ballooning this gold lead even further, and they are TPing in for this. They're going to grab the mid lane inhib. They already took down that top lane T2. Question is, do they go for the top lane tier 3? And it looks like that is going to be the answer.
And they've already got the wave here. Why not cash in a little further? Morgan still dead for another 10 seconds. C9 continuing their pressure. The top lane inhibitor turret will be taken, and it looks like the call is to back away. They know Morgan's spawning in 5 seconds. They don't want to overstay their welcome. They've got 11,000 gold, and a lot of that's ready to be spent right now. C9 head home.
Yeah, the damage has been done. Cloud9 claim full supremacy on the Rift. TL, they need that real magic now. You got to be like 5 people in a brush and hope that somebody's out of position. You got to be praying.
It is going to be tough. Cloud9, though, feeling great about their new look debut. Looking to try to put the finishing touches onto this one. Bringing in the new coaching, the addition to the coaching staff here with the Narrow and I Will Dominate being there for the team.
And I remember last year Anero talking about how, yeah, the first couple of games, my drafts are great. It's after that where Fearless starts to get the better of me. Hey, this is game 2. If you're playing best of 3s and you can give me 2 good ones, that's good enough. And
That'll get her done.
C9 are looking to take this one here. That tier 2 turret in the bottom lane is going to fall. An 11,000 gold lead. The Baron still on him for now as Blabber goes forward. Cataclysm on Core JJ forces him to flash away over the wall. Ult for flash there. It's going to feel just fine as now that Baron is finally going to wear off. C9 thinking about how they want to keep this one going. They've got less than a minute until the dragon spawns, so control over this bottom side of the map is going to help them one way or the other.
Yeah, they're going to go about this the safe way. No need to rush into an ending play where there's even any chance that you possibly throw the game away. Just wait for the Dragon Soul to come up. Yes, the Dragons are like tankier now in the new season when you have multiple earlier ones taken, but that's not going to be a problem at all. So just get complete vision leading up to the Dragon. You know Team Liquid will be squirming and feel the pressure and make them come to you.
And I mean, Yana and Quid aren't even close to getting their IEs. They're both on no gold. They just bought. Yana is doing no damage. When he is hitting Blabber, it is just not even moving his health. And one Varus Q is doing about 50% of Yon's HP.
And when you look at the junglers, their first 2 items were identical, but now Blabber is up an entire Guardian Angel over his counterpart in Jose Diodo, and that is a tough, full item to be behind from Jose Diodo's position. C9, they're going after the Dragon. Yon and Core are already chunked down to half HP. C9 is slow DPS on this Drake. They're waiting to see if it's a fight against TL they're going to take instead. Quid gets away here with a Fate sealed for now. Between Worlds, not going to get it done from Thanatos, but a nice seismic shove means Core JJ is out of there. Quid still trying to run away. He goes into the Soul Unbound to buy himself a little bit of extra time, but with Core already out of the picture, C9's got a Soul in a 5v4. Yon continues retreating. Thanatos wants to tag him with the weirding, but he doesn't have the range, doesn't have the angle. C9 continuing pressure now into the enemy base.
Yeah, this should be the game here. Morgan's going to lay down the equalizer to clear the wave, though. Really smart, since the other wave that Cloud9 would want to use is bottom side right now and moving over. So they're actually going to force the recall here. TL, they buy themselves a little bit more time.
Yeah, the difficulty for TL, though, is they used all of their playmaking tools in a losing fight there. Quid just used his ult, his flash, and his QSS in a fight where they got nothing, right? And he is the only one who's even kind of close as far as the gold leads are concerned. I mean, just look at this down the middle. Those gold leads are absolutely enormous. I mean, Zen has 4 fully completed items. Yon doesn't have 3 yet.
Morgan is running for his life at the moment.
That life might be forfeit. Gentleman Morgan slowed down by the smite, followed by the slow from the Golden Aegis. Seismic shove forces the flash, which means the Jarvan EQ can follow and guaranteed hit the target. Morgan's about to die between worlds. Lost in the abyss goes the poor little mechanical Yordle as Team Liquid now scrambles to defend their Nexus with the remaining 4 players. Quid is still down in the bottom lane. He's got to get back to the base. He has no teleport to join quickly. The recall's got to be channeled because C9 are pushing onto the Nexus turrets. The first one's already about to die, and Weaver's wall is going to guarantee that Team Liquid cannot defend the way that they want to. Hosedioto dives in, but he's all alone. Second Nexus turret is about to fall as Thanatos takes a little damage from Quid, but it will not matter. Blabber with a re-engage. Core is the target, and they switch the focus over. They knock down Quid, and C9 with a triple kill for the new mid laner makes quick work of Team Liquid 2-0.
They took TL's mid laner, and they're going to take first place in the LCS.
It's a great start from C9. Has to feel amazing for APA. Face off against the team that replaced you. Slap them down 2-0. Big plays on the Azir in the first game. Created a big advantage in the early game in game 2. And C9 looking hot to start this 2026 season.
Hot to start the season against the team everybody else wanted to dodge. If you come out swinging and hit TL in the mouth, those knuckles are looking like they're ready for any challenger. As C9 take the stage and take their first bow of 2026.
And they did it with 2 different looks. Showed resilience in game number 1 and the ability to snowball and stomp in game number 2.
Going to be a really fun year, man. I feel like we have a lot of great draws to kick off Swiss.
Yep.
I think this lock-in tournament is going to be incredible. And this is that final fight, really one more time. You know, TL, it's kind of desperation hours at this point, but C9 knows they can really just send it on pretty much anyone.
Yeah, I love APA saying, I'm going no matter what. We can look. I can go. I am going no matter what. And they get in there to finish it off. Remember, APA also on the Azir game made the decisive play at the Dragon to go in. So this guy, yeah, he has just picked up onto the team, but he's fitting in not only in comms, but also playmaking in game. The confidence is really showing for this Cloud9 squad early on in our lock-in tournament.
Yeah, I think if I'm giving a player of the series to anybody in this one, it would be APA for me. I think that, like you're talking about, the playmaking when you're behind, that's what brings you back into the game. And the absolute bloodthirst when you're ahead is what guarantees you're the ones finding your way to the enemy nexus. The triple kill to end it off. Just the icing on the cake here as Team Liquid felt like they never really had any footing in game number 2. Early on, C9 was winning in the bottom lane. Blabber was having so much better of a game early on in the jungle in the second game too. Just felt like TL was out of sorts the entire time. C9 gets the win, and now we're joining Kangas and APA in the fan zone.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. I'm here with APA. Congratulations on your first win wearing the new jersey. And I got to start there. What's it like, your first transition to a new organization in the LCS?
I mean, so far it's been good. Like, C9's been very welcoming. I enjoy, only have teams here, but I enjoy everyone on the team. Like, all the staff is very nice, and like, I feel very welcomed. It's just very enjoyable so far.
Well, we're rooting for you on the new team, but I also got to say, what's it like having LCS back? Because that's also awesome news to have.
I mean, I debuted in LCS. I wasn't like the biggest fan of the LTA name. I kept calling it LCS no matter what. So I'm very happy to have LCS back too.
Does that mean that you're going to be an LCS champion again? Is that your expectation for C9? Because I think that you've, and the team in general, have set kind of high expectations for yourselves coming into this year.
I don't know what our expectations are. We haven't had like an official team meeting, but I feel like, you know, just do well. Literally, that's it. Just do well.
Should we do the team meeting right now? What do we think, guys? Vulcan, are you winning the LCS?
We're going for top 6 this year.
Top 6, okay. Honestly, that's
pushing it a little bit. Like maybe top 8 is good for us, but we'll see.
All right, well, I want to bring you back to that last series because 2-0 over Team Liquid. A lot of people were expecting you to be the top 2. Generally on the power rankings, that's what the expectation was. And game 1, first off, draft. I want to talk about that because you were primary engage Azir. How much pressure is that for you?
I mean, I was chilling game 1. Like I was up CS in a bad matchup somehow with scaling runes. So I was completely chilling. And then like I told my team after I solo code quit, I was like, this game's over, I'm gonna carry.
Yeah, so what happened in that from your perspective? Because that seemed kind of wild from just a viewer side of how easy that was for you to get that solo kill.
He just doesn't know the matchup. Simple as that.
Sometimes that does, that's all it amounts to. I have one last question here. Actually, surprise guest here. Your family is around to cheer you on. So we have your brother, if we can get him on camera here, Quentin. Quentin, I gave you the chance to ask any question that you wanted to of your brother APA. So what question would you like to ask him?
When are you shaving this thing?
Never.
Never? Is it just going to keep growing then?
It'll keep growing. I'll get a Zazel beard eventually.
Zazel beard. Are you going to match it?
No, I can't grow one.
All right. Well, hey, thank you so much, APA. Congratulations on the win. With that said, we're going to throw to a short break. But on the other side, we have the debut of Sentinels taking on Disguised. We'll see you there.
Then insane.
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah, I'm looking by. I want to buy. Oh, they got it. I'm playing the fight.
Sorry,
No eat.
Careful, Colby. We can go for it a little bit.
No eat. Okay, this choke. I don't have vision.
I'm going for it. I'm going for it no matter what. I'm going for it no matter what.
Yeah.
Juno flash.
2 seconds, my spell. Juno flash, I have spells in 6 to reach you, Bar. I'm on
Juno
it.
flash.
Go Baron. Oh, look, you want to? Rumble the flash, guys? I can't everything. You can go, no, you can take. No, I can't.
Let's go back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Okay, no flash. Look me, guys.
Looking blubber.
Yeah. I lock it. I'm okay. Okay. Taking no flash here. Slow, you guys. Look, nice.
I'm going for you inside.
Not bugging.
I'm going to
No ulti.
I'm not okay, Ian.
Can you guys do Drake? I'm looking. You want flash? No flash.
I can't do this split. Oh, I'm out to do it.
Yeah, you guys go Drake.
C9 win a clutch fight. 3 for 1. Their jungler might be dead, but they'll be happy with the outcome of the battle.
Don't wait on me. I'm already gone. Don't pray for me, 'cause I'm already done. There's a chemistry. I see it in her eyes. Don't follow me tonight. That way madness lies.
to the LCS as we see Disguise.
Well done, Emily.
Good job, Emily.
Oh my God. Arriving at the studio, and Sentinels, it's gonna take some time to wrap my head around the fact that this is not a Valorant team coming in, because it used to be. Whenever I would see that jersey, it automatically just registers in my head.
I don't care about those people. That's Valorant. That's not League of Legends. you don't deserve the mind share in my head. You know, if you're not in League of Legends. Get on my face.
They're a true League of Legends organization. Remember, this is Phoenix One coming back. This is not Valorant Sentinel.
And like I said at the top of the day, I'd forgotten that they were Phoenix One until they themselves mentioned it.
Nice.
But we do have to talk about these rosters because, as you covered at the beginning of the day, Raz, there's a little bit of a switcheroo with some of these
players.
players.
You did a great job with those players. What happens if we take them now?
I mean, this is the tough thing for Disguise because they're the only team with a guest slot, right? So you don't have a guaranteed spot at the end of the year, which means, hey, your team could be relegated. Your org might not even be in the LCS next time. So, it does make it more difficult for them to hold on to players if other teams are interested. The only remaining player on their roster at the end of the day was Castle, and that's who they decided to build around.
Yeah, and I really did like the choice from Disguise. Of course, Kizno's coming in. Last year was playing on the side of Dark Zero. The intended roster was to be able to have Kryra. And Kryra is an incredible carry jungler, and I guess the strategy was like just to be able to play around him a bit. Now, that being said, you're going to have to change that a bit. Still, I think the pickup of Sajid, Lions, who I felt like had a pretty impressive run on Lion last year, though I would have loved to change his name because now you're no longer online. And you're Lions. You're still confusing me, buddy. That's a little bit. But Sajid, I think, had a really standout performance last year when he was in NACL. Nicknamed the mayor of Copperville. I felt like I'm interested in seeing what kind of picks he's willing to play here because he was playing picks like Vayne and stuff all of last year. So that will be nice, but it should be a slow run for the team because of they're just a bunch of green players.
I mean, in talking to Ido, it's like the intent of building this team was bringing in Kryra, and he was supposed to be kind of like the centerpiece of the team, right? We have this carry-style jungler, and you have these kind of like stable laners around them, and he's supposed to be kind of given that agency to go crazy, and it's like the whole identity of the team was supposed to be around him, and it's like, oh, we don't have him. He's not here. So that's going to change things up a lot. I think Castle, was impressive to me individually, even when DSG was struggling. I think Calmy should be stable for them. The big question is, how are Sajid and Kizno going to perform? Because Sajid, there's a lot of hype when you talk to people about him in Tier 2. People are kind of looking at him as like the next Masu, so to speak, right? Someone who is really more focused on team fighting, is really strong in that team fight stage, not as dominant necessarily in the laning. But, can you take that to the next level is the big question because some players really struggle to transition that.
Yeah, especially in the AD carry position, I think, where you do have so much reliance on your teammates. And additionally, the current meta really does favor super, super strong laners, right? We've been talking a lot about how there's an extended laning phase. There's going to be the extended bot 2v2s. So we'll see how he does there. Back to Kryra, I do think I'm curious to see whether Disguise decide to continue to go with that and just lock in a carry jungle, kind of stick to their plan to keep the rest of the team on the same page, or what they want to do.
Pretend Kizno is Kryra.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course. In my mind, it's already that. That's my plan. But I think whenever we make comparisons to Masu or Danny and JoJo when it was on EG, those comparisons are made real by the veterans on that roster being able to basically give them a speed run of all the concepts and especially a strong coaching staff and everything like that. That's why the biggest question is going to be there for Disguise because when they made that same gambit last year at the beginning of the year, it was a question mark how it would work with some of the players coming in. And it just didn't work, and they had to really retool and change their mindset and then bring in Rahel afterwards. So I wonder if, because they're now going for the long run with this roster, it's going to be a challenge, and I want to see if they can make it land, of course, going from winter to spring.
Well, now some of those players they brought in, right, specifically Darkwings and Rahel, are now on Sentinels on the other side of the stage. I am curious to see what you guys thought for predictions going into this. I did, just because of a lot of the roster substitutions, did go 2-0 for Sentinels. I do think this is going to be a really tough uphill battle for Disguise. But Azale, you gave them a game, so talk to me about how Disguise take this.
I'm giving them a game simply because I think Sentinels, is also going through a lot of those things where it's so much, new players coming in, they're still kind of figuring things out. So I don't think we're seeing teams as stable just yet, right? I look at some of the mistakes that TL made, or even C9 in the early game and things like that. Those teams are considered to be kind of top of the table. So I just don't think anyone is so clean that you're unbeatable at this point.
And man, Sentinels confuse me because I have them at 6 or so when it comes to my power rankings, and I know that'll be a discussion we go into tomorrow and everything. But it's but what kind of impact will we see? Will we see impact from last year? Will we see an impact from 2024 era? Dark Wings, even though he was really raw coming in, but at playoffs he looked incredible, right? So it's I really need to see the level that they're coming in on, because conceptually having veteran players like Huhi and Impact and having a coaching staff like Golden Glue and Deo, that is a big win. That should mean that this team can level up quickly. And having Rahel and Huhi as a bot lane that worked on DSG last year, all of these things conceptually, if you tell me this is how it should work, I agree with you. But then last year hurt me when it comes to how Impact would work. So I just need to see that work out for me. But yes, I do have him 2-0ing DSG today.
Yeah, you know what else we need to see? Jat was checking out Sentinel's tailgate earlier.
Ooh.
I'm out here at the LCS opening tailgate, and I'm walking through the Sentinels booth, and it says, I can get a free Sentinels jersey? How do I qualify for one?
Yeah, so if you trade in any old team's jersey, that includes TSM, CLG, Golden Guardians, any team that's not in the league anymore, we'll give you a free Sentinels jersey at no cost. Also, for the fans at home, if you have any old team's jersey, you can go to the Sentinels YouTube channel, and there will be a way to redeem a jersey if you're not able to come in person.
Wow, the good thing about this is I always come prepared as an old school LCS fan. So TSM for life, I guess. Apparently I get to keep this too and get a Sentinels jersey, so looking forward to that.
And there it is!
Yeah.
Sentinels Jet, this is a nice looking jersey!
I knew wearing TSM under my jacket for 7 years would eventually pay off.
Eventually it would pay off. Yeah, you don't still have it on under there. You're not going to do the open switch, right?
I do not. It'll be too warm.
Well, thankfully for me, I never owned a TSM jersey, so I'm unfortunately not able to do that. Maybe I'll take a look at the other ones. But let's meet the teams ahead of us today, starting with Disguise in the top lane. Make some noise. We got Castle in the jungle. Kisno in mid lane. Call me at bot Sajed and support Lion. And their opponents today on Sentinels in the top lane, Impact. In jungle, Humbach. At mid lane, Darkwings. Bot lane, Rahel. And support, Huhi.
Going to be really interesting to see these two teams make their LCS 2026 debut.
Rahel will join us shortly, I hear, yeah?
Yeah, he's scaling.
Yeah.
He's scaling onto the stage.
There we go!
Rahel, thank you. Thank you for joining us, sir.
The new kids on the block versus the team that defended their spot to kick off their opening weekend of LCS. A lot of talk around Sentinels, Jet. They're new to League of Legends esports, but they are a juggernaut as an org when it comes to esports as a whole.
And it's really interesting seeing how they're making their entrance into the LCS. They're not going all out right away trying to just sign giant big names or have a massive amount of big name imports. What they did is they signed two of the more experienced naturalized imports in Impact and who's actually an American citizen at this point because he's been here so long and gone through that process. They bring in Darkwings as well and Rahel from DSG, who really stabilized that team towards the end of last year, and then have the fresher import jungler.
Yeah, they were talking about it at the lounge earlier. You know, this is kind of 3/5 of last year's DSG roster brought in, but they worked incredibly well. If we just look at the stats last year, before Darkwings, Rahel, and Huhi joined DSG, just Darkwings and Rahel, DSG was 2-18. That's not a great Jat stat right there. After
That's
they
a
joined,
great Jat stat.
Being 8-9. Well, okay, you know, I guess it's a great Jat stat. Not a good stat for the team.
It's a great stat, actually. That's such an improvement. That's
almost 50-50 win rate after those two joined.
Yeah, I would say if I was really going to try and make it insane stat. It's a 400% more wins in half as many games.
Oh,
yeah.
that's
that sounds
a better
incredibly
tagline.
Impressive, right?
That's a much better tagline. But let's talk about it from the DSG side now, because what happened to them, they went into the offseason, they had to defend their spot as the guest team. This guy is the one team in the LCS that is not guaranteed a spot year over year. They had to defend it. And what was their reward for defending it? Almost a full roster rebuild. And who's their first opponent? The team that took most of their roster. I mean, this is a crazy start of the year for DSG.
It really is a rough deal for DSG. But I will say, they also don't have their full roster to make things worse.
Yeah,
so,
it gets even worse.
It's just really unlucky for DSG, which would make it even more impressive if they're able to win. What I will say about DSG is I was really impressed.
We're all wondering.
Play?
We're all wondering. Shout out, though,
when he gets here. When he gets here.
When he gets here.
You'll have some stories about Kisno later, but I want to really quickly talk about DSG and Ido plus Castle. He didn't join the team until partway through the season.
True.
And I feel like he was a big part of their turnaround. So they got to hang on to Castle and Ido, and they're kind of building around that. We know Castle is one of the best top laners in the league in the laning phase, and Ido's going to try and put together these puzzle pieces to make a team that isn't last place. That's kind of their goal, is to make sure that they can pick up wins and make some upsets happen, because they're dealing with having the fewest resources of every team in the league.
But that's part of the fun of being a DSG fan. I see a couple in the audience waving their flags, having their jerseys on, is that they are the underdogs. They have to defend this spot. They had to do a full rebuild, save Castle, who is kind of their, at this point, it's hard to say franchise player when it's been 2 years, but closest to that they would have. But roster definitely built around him, and we are into pick and ban, and already a lot of focus around him. Things like Jace and Rumble taken off the table.
Yeah, and currently we don't have a Malphite ban. It has basically been a permaban on 26.1, but LCS is on live patch, and it's been nerfed. In the previous series, C9 and TL were still banning it, and currently, Ido has decided to leave it up and roll the dice.
Also important to note that while DSG is on blue side, because of the global changes at the competitive level, Sentinels have first pick, so they get that first choice. Malphite is up, but instead they go for the Azir for Dark Wings.
Decent chance we get to see an Azir to Orianna trade if both teams decide to go for scaling. Castle also decides to just power pick his top lane, and instead of matching with the Orianna, they decide to match with the Taliyah, which I do like when you're playing Renekton, who's more of a player who wants to isolate, like win 1v1. If you have push and roam from your mid lane, you can snowball that top lane matchup even more.
Exactly, and also you're up against Impact, who historically has been one of the GOATs in the top lane, but last year, we talked a lot about how Impact had a rough year, if not his worst on record. So this is showing Castle, I think, some confidence, saying, I'll blind pick into him, just give me that Renekton, give me the Croc.
Absolutely. Historically, Impact has been very good at neutralizing Renektons. Last split notwithstanding, where he had one of his worst performances in his decade-long history in the LCS, and it would be a very standard first 3 picks for Sentinels if they decide to lock in that Cassante and throw him top.
Corki and the Cassante are going to be locked in for Sentinels, so we have a lot of our carries, so we're saving the jungle and support pick for second rotation, but we do at least know that, yep, it will be the Cassante trying to equalize that Renekton in the top lane.
Biggest surprise, actually, is DSG just slamming this Pantheon very early right now. It's going to be a support jungle flex. We were wondering how DSG is going to play, because Ido had said with Kryra, the plan was to give him a bunch of resources, let him play his unique champion pool, and then carry the game. But now, because they're playing with Kisno in week 1, does that change how they're going to try and build their team strategy, or are they just trying to have Kisno do an impression of what Kryra is supposed to be playing like? We'll have to see. We don't know where this Pantheon's going.
I'm leaning more the latter here. As a support main myself, Pantheon is a little abysmal at the current moment. I really don't like a lot of the matchups. His win rate incredibly low in terms of solo queue as well. Doesn't mean that it's unplayable. It still could be a flex, but I'm anticipating the Pantheon plus Taliyah being the combo in the jungle and mid.
Yeah, globally so far in 2026 on Games of Legends here, it's 49 jungle games to 2 support games.
Yeah.
So it's possible, but unlikely.
Possible. Heavily dependent on matchup, so we'll see what Sentinels lock in for their support role. Right now, they're focused on the 80 carries as they ban out Lucian. Alongside Nautilus, DSG will take out the Poppy and the Bard. Man, I love seeing some Bard. I was hoping we would get it every series.
We still might.
We could.
It's
next
fearless.
Game. Yeah. If anything, this means that we can delay it so that, next game it's not Fearless banned. But Nico is on the table. That one I am expecting to go into the support role.
Yeah, this will almost certainly confirm that Kisno will be playing the Pantheon in the jungle. A lot of engage and Hard CC coming out early from DSG. And it's Hambach, actually, who's going to give us our first carry jungle look with the Kiana.
Yeah, what a way to make a statement debut. Hambach, a player we haven't talked about too much, but he's one of the newer players to join us in NA. And already, this is a statement saying, day one, game one, lock me in a very squishy, very high burst damage assassin jungler, paired with Huhi on the Alistar, and the answer will be Kai'Sa for DSG.
I think the Kai'Sa makes sense. Every single person can give Kai'Sa a passive stack for him to fly into the back of a team fight if things are going well. But you just have to see the standard nature of the Sentinels team comp. When they feel like they're going to be the stronger team going into the game, very stable lanes, safe blind picks, good scaling, strong front line, with the only curveball being that Kiana. But I think because they have such a strong front line in the Alistar and the Cassante, that the composition for Sentinels makes a lot of sense.
A little bit of spice on top of all that nice. Sentinels in game number one having a more standard draft. DSG, when I look at this composition, though, I don't see the same type of scaling tools. I see a comp that really wants to get going early on.
So I know Azael was seeing some champ select bugs and things not getting traded. Yeah. I'm going to end up waiting.
Okay.
Because it's unlikely to actually be a...
But a little teaser, because maybe.
I fell for exactly the same thing that Azael has fallen from. I think it's still going to be Pantheon Jungle. And it is. It's Pantheon Jungle, Tulia mid.
Yeah.
They didn't do a switcheroo on me.
But it's DSG versus Sentinels to kick off their LCS season. Riot Games Arena, make some noise for the new kids on the block versus the team that defended their spot. Sentinels, welcome to LCS. Disguised, welcome back. Happy to have you again. Both of them up against each other with a bit of rivalry to start off the year. 3/5 of DSG's roster last year is now playing for Sentinels. DSG with a full rebuild. Let's see if it gets them a win here today.
Send everybody top to kill Castle. Get revenge for him to not coming over as well.
We don't have as much time these days. There's been a lot of early game changes, specifically around the minion spawning. But a reminder, congrats to DSG. They defended their guest spot here in the 2025 promotion tournament. But it's not over yet, Jet.
Oh, they started the clock already. What are you doing?
We just need to remind them. We just need to remind them that the clock is ticking. They got a little while, though, to get everything together. And that's what Ido was saying. You mentioned the coach. This is a rebuild. This is a team that's going to have to take some time to kind of get things together.
Absolutely, and diving into this game a little bit already, I want to talk a bit about Sentinels and why I actually think this team might surprise people. I think there was a lot of people that were whelmed by their original roster announcement because 3 players from DSG who seemed like a bottom tier team for a lot of the year, and then Impact, who had a bad split on Team Liquid. But when I just look at the way the team is constructed, I think the players' strengths when they're at their best works really well together. So I think Rahel was a great hyper carry last year. He actually
won a series versus C9.
He led the league in gold percentage, and that was with Darkwings in his mid laner. So their willingness to give most of the resources to Rahel was working, because I wouldn't say Darkwings was doing poorly on his control mage pool. And I'd say with the season changes, that can actually be amplified. Bringing in those carries as well as who he is, the shot caller. Like, 80 carries just have so much gold now with cashback and the inflated gold from the role quest.
Scumbag Golden Glue, that's crazy.
I think Golden Glue did a good job putting this team together. He didn't have massive amounts of resources, and I think he has carries that make a lot of sense. And if you're going to have a hyper carry like Rahel, why not have one of the best team fighting top laners in the history of the league in Impact if he's able to have a bounce back split? So that's where I like what Sentinels is doing, and I think because the fit is so good between the players, they might surprise a lot of people.
And you did rank them much higher than, I'd say, the average for Sentinels. And even much higher, still only 4th place, but still. Higher than I'd say the average was for them across the board. So we'll see if they're able to deliver. And yeah, I'm speaking on Darkwings. Last year, it really was like he's coming in for one split. I talked to him a little bit earlier before coming into the game, and he was like, look, this is still basically my rookie year because he only got the one split. This is his 2nd split, so I'm still looping him in with the other rookies that we have right now, kind of like the APA treatment that we gave a couple years back. And yeah, he was solid, but now is a chance for him to try and stand out in the mid lane. But maybe they just put the resources into Rahel regardless. Either way, though, catching up on the game, we see that junglers are just pathing opposite sides. They're going to trade for different scuttles. No early game action here. But I still, when I look at DSG's comp, think that they're the one a little more pressured to go for earlier plays if we're going to see any.
They really are, and they have tons of river vision at the moment as well. Utilizing the new super ward spots, the Phalites, to get extra vision in the river. You can see that bottom lane is just completely lit up, but they're not really able to do anything with it because both junglers just full cleared, got the crab, and are likely on their way back to base.
But it does mean the DSG have a lot of vision protecting Sajed. Another of these rookie players coming in here. Sajed, you know, most recent winner of MVP, Most Valuable Prospect, an award given out to NACL players. Some were confused thinking, well, why did he not win First Team All-Pro? Because Prospect is not player. It's not that he was the best in his role. It's that we felt confident he would be a great prospect going forward. So he's joining the likes of Masu, Busio, Dokla. Big names have won this award in the past. So maybe some pressure as well on Sajed, but so far laning phase going all right for him. He's actually ahead about a wave of CS.
Yeah, hopefully it's just a little bit of hope because Most Valuable Prospect has resulted in so many players finding Tier 1 LCS success. And it's only 4.5 minutes in, but DSG is sticking with him. I wonder what the coordination is going to be like because I know to make matters worse in the offseason, and these are just the difficulties that they're going against and why DSG should be favored as or seen as an underdog. They did lose 3 of their players, and then on top of that, being power ranked below most teams, they also don't have their full roster. So they're really playing with a lot of difficulties for this first game.
So how about let's do this? Let's catch up on Kizno's early game here, because as a emergency sub, didn't have a lot of time to practice with a team, if any at all. How would you kind of expect, if you're putting yourself in the coaching position, Ido to approach saying, okay, this is how I want to play around a Pantheon jungle right now?
I mean, for the most part, if you're dealing with a player that's not going to be there long term, you kind of actually want to mold your team a little bit around him, make him as comfortable as possible, and then the other 4 people should be able to do that. So I would hope that it's just, what do you like in the jungle here? I like Pantheon, that's what I'm most comfortable with. Okay, great, now let's have it make sense. And in that case, they really have built a cohesive team composition. It's high execution, but it's anyone who goes in and lands the first CC, whether it's on Kiana, Azir, or Corki, everyone else kind of flies in and tries to one-shot that squishy. And I will say as well, like, Castle is the one who's going to have to create a lot of pressure on that Renekton because he's the one that is in the most winning situation.
And also the one with the most experience on the team, at least with this organization. So, also one other fun fact, we're basically just lore dumping Kizno right now. That was my goal coming into the series. I was like, we're going to get some Kizno fans in the audience. Again, it's a tough position. Yeah! Somebody shouted out right there. Fun story I heard about them. He was actually a recommendation from Sajed coming in. So the 2 of them, old friends, played against each other. Sajed's, or rather, Kizno's first ever 5v5 experience was scrimming against Sajed when he was off-rolling in the jungle. Apparently he got bodied because Sajed was playing like Shaco and Kane. So maybe we'll have to ask him about that, the Shaco text later on. But they've also played on the same roster together, so it's cool to see that Sajed not only is a rookie coming into the team, but also is a rookie that's like, hey, I know a guy that can come in and replace Kryra, who's experiencing some visa issues.
I mean, things looking good for them so far. Pretty uncontested with what DSG has wanted to do. Calmy has held push in mid lane. The Nico support has appropriately kept the Alistar pushed in. They've had really good vision in River. And a 6-minute, 40-second uncontestable Drake because they had so much River control.
Yeah.
That's a good first 7 minutes of play.
Not too shabby coming in here from, again, the emergency sub for DSG. They get the shove in the bottom side as well. Still, Sajed is maintaining his CS advantage. And I'm happy that you highlight the fact that Lion's helping out with that a lot. Actually, we'll get back to that. Hambach looking for a play. Flash from Dark Wings. Response from Call Me. But Sentinels are looking for it. He didn't see Hambach, though! First blood to Sentinels.
That's a nice way to start your LCS life there. Your mid laner goes flash for flash. Even though Call Me felt pretty safe, you're near walls, and you're near a Kiana. So instant punish there by Hambach. Has no problems getting the one-shot button off on the Kiana.
Yeah, sometimes you just get a little overconfident there thinking, okay, I played the 1v1, but Hambach committing flash as well. That is a 2-for-1 summoner trade, but that first blood gold being back in the game. Last year we had to get used to not having that anymore because it was feats of strength. Now that is more gold in the pocket of Kiana, who is going to have a pretty juicy back here.
Yeah, does a nice job stealing Krugs as well. I don't feel like that's going to be able to get matched by Pantheon as Pantheon's on the other side of the map.
That's a completed item.
So that is a really nice job of making sure they have something to play off of, and that Profane Hydra could be huge. Watch this one more time. I mean, Call Me probably just feels like he's safe, wants to get back to the wave. Hambach's on full vision. He just doesn't respect the EQ flash into ult because that is a perfect one-shot angle for Hambach. He needed to keep running backwards. Beautiful play.
Yeah. So, unfortunate oopsie from the mid laner of DSG, but that is only first blood. If you remember, they still have that dragon from earlier. So, a slight gold lead now for Sentinels, but all that going to be on the Kiana for now.
quick call out as well. Is Golden Glue in a plain black t-shirt when they had a merch tent outside giving away bunches of Sentinels merch?
Well, yeah, he gave his jersey away. He's such a good guy.
Am I wearing his jersey?
Maybe, well, no, yours says Darkwings
it does.
on the back. Yeah, shout out to you. But we see here some Hambach fun facts. Newer player coming into the league. Kind of a storied player himself. He's new to NA, but he played through the OK Bro pipeline. I also played with Morgan a little bit, new top laner for Team Liquid. As actually, we'll get back to that here because DSG are posturing around the Grubs, but Sentinels currently bully them off. Hambach with that big power spike on the item completion. Yeah, you don't want to mess with that Kiana.
If Kiana and Pantheon are in the same place and there's no numbers disadvantage, the Pantheon has to run at this stage. Hambach can absolutely run the map. He's got the 1,000 gold advantage completely for himself. And even though one Grub did go over to Kizno, the lead will slightly extend for Hambach's Kiana.
Yeah, and this is a tough spot to be in for Kizno as the Pantheon, falling behind the Kiana, and now a lot of camps cleared behind as well. We see 71 to 89. Hambach having a great debut. Also, fun fact, he's played with a lot of players that are coming into the league. He played with Castle a little bit back in the day on KTC. He played with Zinni, who we'll see tomorrow on Shopify Rebellion. So Hambach might be new to North American audiences, but not new to a lot of the players playing here in North America.
Yeah, the KT Challenger roster now having 2 players in the LCS this split. We'll get to see Zinni tomorrow. Hambach was on that team in 2024, was not on that team in 2025, but now he's over here in the LCS. And I think a lot of the success of Sentinels will hinge on whether or not Hambach ends up being a top-tier player for them, because I think Darkwings, Rahel, and Impact are more known quantities, and if this team's really going to start contending for a title, it would have to be around exceptional play from their jungler.
And that is one of the things that they really wanted to upgrade as well. When you look at kind of the difference between DSG to the Sentinels rebuild, getting a player like Hambach is a big boon for players like Darkwings who can play more stable mid lane and then just give resources to Rahel. Now they have more firepower here in the jungle. But speaking of that bot side, I'm still impressed that Sajed has been able to kind of hold things down on his own down there. Gonna go for a reset here. Maybe that's gonna be a first item completed as well, which would be ahead of Rahel, who expectations was, I definitely thought Rahel would have kind of the advantage in just laning phase and pretty much every point in the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of it does have to do with the matchup. Nico into Alistar is always going to be more Nico favored, and it's harder for Alistar to roam to, say, top lane, since the vision up there is just so easy for top laners to turn that into an isolated 1v1. So I think he's just conceding a lot. He's actually down more than it looks, because that's a 70-stack cull already from the Kaisa as well.
Impact actually finds the third and Topo strike, looking for the solo kill on Castle. Flashes forward, finds it. Impact, welcome back to the LCS.
I mean, absolutely, and I just gotta say, Impact still got it. Yeah, he's still got it here, so beautiful job by Impact getting the solo kill. Oldest top laner in the league, getting the solo kill onto Castle. Beautifully done.
He's teaching these young kids how it's done, as Darkwings avoids Call Me with the flick back on the seismic shove. Next Dragon's up. Sentinels, not only do they get a solo kill top lane, but even on the bottom half of the map, they're able to get an advantage, pushing Disguised off of the second Drake. Let's get another look at that. So Castle, he's trying to get the wave in, and it's just a TP from Impact.
Yeah, so you can see Castle pushed up the wave, was just trying to clear it and then go back, but Impact realized this was a time for him to go in, despite the level disadvantage. Knows he has the solo kill angle, able to go under the turret, using the Cassante all out.
Yeah, through the minion wave too. That's some confidence. That's some calculation from Impact coming in. And that was the question on my mind, was which Impact were we going to get? MVP Impact from 2024 or last year Impact?
Just because you're the oldest player in the league for top laners doesn't mean you don't got it. Age is just a number.
I've never seen a 0.9 after an age. 30.9 years old.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a decimal rather than the months.
Yeah.
Conserving space. You can work it out.
Once you hit 30, you don't say how many months old you are.
You know, 31 soon.
Yeah. Soon, TM.
Soon.
Not the oldest in the league, but yes, definitely using that experience. Oldest top laner in the league. Yep.
Core JJ is the oldest player in the league.
All right, we're just gonna start calling him out. Huhi, let's just list all the 30-year-olds here. As we have an invade. Hambach's actually pushing Kizno, one of the young kids, out of here. Oh, you have that one too.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I'm ready. I have stats, so Core JJ, as you can see, the oldest player in the league, but Huhi also very experienced. But again, like, I think in the past in esports, you would. Honestly, when I started in the league, people were saying, oh, if you're 25, your hands are going to fall off. That is clearly not true. Faker's 30, Core JJ's 31. You can see who he's over 30 as well, and they're still at the top of their game. Impact getting a solo kill onto Castle here earlier in the game.
So I just turned 30 a couple months ago. So what I'm hearing from that is that I still have a chance.
You still have time.
I still have time. Yep.
If you devote your life to League of Legends for multiple years, you still have an outside chance of making a challenger roster.
Hey, I did play on the playtest team yesterday to warm up the stage, and I had a great Malphite game.
Congratulations.
Malphite mid. Think about it, everybody. Hambach, another invade onto Kisno right now. Weaver's Wall to try and lock him down, but a supreme display of talent, taking a long journey. The circumference around the map now, the Grand Starfall. Kisno's looking for it all onto Rahel, all alone, but Hambach's in trouble. Oh, Sajid! Ult's onto the wrong side of the wall, so he has to commit flash, but it's still a kill. DSG will get 2 members.
An extremely goofy play that we just saw right there. I need to catch myself up on it because it appears that Sentinels went way too deep. The Talia wall created such an interesting connection.
I've never seen that.
For the Kiana ult, because the Kiana ult is going to track the nearest terrain and just circle until it runs out of terrain. So I feel like that delayed the Kiana ultimate. Once we see the replay, I'll see if that ended up costing him the kill.
There is travel time on it, so and it made a huge amount of terrain connecting 2 big pieces of Summoner's Rift. So yeah, that's going to be a Pagoda moment.
Yeah,
I think that's worth it.
But I mean, just looking at the numbers here, he is pushed really deep.
3! That's 4! Oh no, just 3, okay.
Yeah, it would have, it kept going.
Yeah.
Because of the Talia R.
Amazing.
But it also means that they're just completely outnumbered. I think this was a bad invade by Hambach. And then also DSG doing a good job of collapsing and completely staying in the game. Almost a mistake there by Kaisa, almost cost him the kill. Ends up just costing him his flash. We'll see if that ends up mattering before that flash cooldown comes back up.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where, again, as a rookie coming in, this is his first game playing on the LCS on this stage. So moments like that do happen. Still have the flash to get the kill at least. That's gold into the pocket of Sajid, who now has a sizable lead over Rahel.
And this is a Kaisa comp. Yeah. So him having the 1.7 thousand gold lead, 1 from the laning phase, 2 from stacking his cull, and then 3 from getting that shutdown on the Hambach. That's exactly where you want the gold to be going, and DSG is absolutely in this game.
One thing I want to track now, though, is what Sentinels does now that there's no flash on the Kaisa. Because at the NACL level, yes, he's MVP coming in from NACL. Yes, he found a lot of success as Masu's replacement on FlyQuest Challengers. But you don't get punished for things like not having your flash around Herald plays at NACL. Does a team like Sentinels punish that more? So eyes will be on Sajid going forward if he can stay safe. Currently, though, it is the Herald not contested. DSG just have Kisno soloing this one as they push top.
Trying to race for first turret. They should be getting that extra gold now if Impact can withstand this pressure. Getting that extra gold on his ear is going to be real nice. And now Huhi's up here to cover. So giving up Rift Herald, but they're sending the squad. It's actually 5 thinking about heading up top.
Sharks are circling onto an Alistar and a Cassante. 2 tanks, hard to take down, but they just dropped the Herald. Maybe they killed the turret first. As Sentinels have a teleport coming in. Huhi pops the ultimate early. Impact with the 3rd and Topo strike. It's going to be a sacrifice of the Alistar. No, he flashes. Gets out just in time. DSG will only get the turret.
That's got to be a little disappointing for DSG. If they send 5, they definitely get at least 1 kill, but then Sahed would have lost the mid-wave because Kaisa was kind of circling the river, decided to go down and catch that wave. Still equalizes turrets, but Huhi, I think, is pretty fortunate to get out of that one alive.
And it's one of those moments where maybe if you commit everything, you can ride the Herald into another turret, convert it into 2, but Dragon also on the map. They want to go for a reset, now back on the map for this.
But if they do that, Rahel probably gets mid. So like I really understand Zahed's mindset here, saying, I have a lead on the Corki. If I match him, I'll always win. So there is a smart individual call there for him to make sure his game is in a good place.
I don't think Sajed's going to have a chance to get a second item, though, before this Dragon fight. Although, as I say, that everyone's positioning topside. They're TPing topside. Everyone, again, going to Dark Wings. TP response from Sentinels. It's only Calmy. Now Kismo ulting in. Dark Wings has the backup of the team. He was the target, but who's hunting who? Supreme Display of Talent not landing the mark as Huhi's in some trouble. Rahel now joins in for the first kill as Sentinels do hold the line for 1. Dark Wings pushes Castle back. Pop Blossom coming in. Will land on a 2. Sajid can free fire, but he only gets 1 while a triple goes to Rahel.
Again, a bit of an awkward fight. You could see that DSG was trying to fly in from all angles, but the Kaisa just couldn't find the right angle, and as you mentioned, didn't have the 2 items yet. So that big gold lead that he had now diminished because Rahel ended up getting some kills out of that. So I actually like the idea of the play, but the execution just ended up falling a bit short.
I mean, you see Alistar no ult, you see a TP was used early, you see a Lonely Azir, but Sentinels, really good defensive play.
It is. watching this one more time, you can see Castle needed to avoid getting one shot, so he's not in there right there. Kizno takes damage, is almost dead before the fight starts, and then Rahel also arrives first. So there was no Kaisa combo one shot that you would ideally have. Doesn't fly in here either because they can get the kill out of Hambach without ulting, and everyone on Sentinels had already fallen to the back of the turret. So a pretty good response on second watch there from Sentinels to retreat to their turret while still doing damage.
And the story gets worse for DSG. Not only do they not find an advantageous trade for that top play, back-to-back top plays, but another Dragon goes to Sentinels, the more experienced roster, but the brand new org here finding some purchase in this game. They got a slight gold lead, and now they're up in objectives.
And I think if this team is going to succeed, it's going to be off the back of the team fighting for sure. Rahel, you want him to get to 3 or 4 items. That's where he was shining last split on Jinx and Aphelios. Darkwings, a good control mage team fighter, and Impact, as we mentioned, a really strong team fighting tank. So even though they're not blowing out DSG, I feel like this is generally how a lot of Sentinels games are going to look.
And Castle finds a nice little chunk there into Hambach, who now is trying to push him away from the Raptors. The team pushed into the mid turret, but don't have quite enough push, as now Impact alone topside.
Yeah, and here's also where an experienced team is going to be able to outperform a team that is just put together playing with the sub-jungler. Is you could see 5 people were grouped there for mid lane, but they didn't have a reliable trigger pull, so they end up losing a bunch of farm in the side lanes. Now they're redeploying, but they're completely down on tempo because the deep push is there for Sentinels. They can get the Phaelite in the bot lane, so they have full vision now for Darkwings to push deep. Not to mention it gives time now for Hambach to move to the top lane and think about pulling off a gank to maybe get this turret.
Castle does have the turret, but it's very low. Impact pushes the cannon wave in. Now all out, pulls Castle back yet again. He will fall in the top lane. Grand Sorrowful was committed by Kizno. We can clear out the wave, some damage on the Impact, but I don't know if Pantheon will have enough to actually threaten the kill. Impact is trading it right on back. Hambach says, I think you got this, buddy. And Impact says, you bet I do. Sajed will get the shutdown, but Impact with the solo kill.
Wow, Impact Hambach there getting a 2-for-1. It looked for a bit like Hambach betrayed Impact.
It did, yeah. And he trusted him.
But I'd actually say that was correct because they knew Kaisa was on the way.
He needed his bot camps.
If Kaisa arrives, I think he kills them both. So he protected himself. Impact got the kill anyway. Yeah. Perfectly done.
All according to plan right there. Yeah. But DSG, we have seen, even though they're falling behind, this was a composition that we highlighted needs to make early plays. They are trying to defend. They're trying to be aggressive as well. Kizno coming in here to attempt to save Castle. It's a nice look.
Yeah, he was thinking he was going to be close enough to protect from a gank, but the one-shot potential from the Kiana. And yeah, this just looks like the biggest betrayal, but it's because the entire river is controlled by DSG, so they don't want to give away Kiana as well. Ooh. Really, Kizno needed to just not fight the Cassante as much as possible because the kill was going to be secured regardless.
Yeah, and Aegis Assault went the wrong direction as well. He's going to get pulled back from the Atopo strike, so I don't know how much of a difference that really made. Either way, some slight mechanical errors being shown by some of the younger players on DSG. While our Sentinels, I love how much they're playing the map. League of Legends, we're well beyond the days where you just stop lane and you win the game. You have to actually play Summoner's Rift, and Sentinels seem to be doing that very comfortably with also a very new roster. 3/5 the same from DSG last year, but DSG will commit a lot of members again to the mid lane to clear this turret. 2 TPs coming in. It looks like Sentinels actually want a fight. Impact on the flank. Darkwings is ready for it, but Sentinels can't find it, so they actually commit 2 TPs, not going to land any kind of engage.
I mean, the biggest surprise this game is how starved Rahel is of gold. I was thinking he was going to be the hyper carry for this team, getting most of the resources, but he's, you know, a good 30, 40 CS below Darkwings, and the Kaisa's 2.2 thousand gold ahead of them despite being equal in kills, so that's still going to be their window back in the game. 3-item Kaisa right now. This is where AD carries really start to take off, is around the 3 or 4 core item marks, with the AD carry quest giving them extra gold, with all of them taking cash back. They're taking what I think was intended to be a slight increase to AD carry income, and now they're getting 1,000 gold a game from
Another Grand
Starfall
Starfall onto Darkwings. That is a teleport from Huhi this time with the Unsealed Spellbook. So Sentinels, man, they got TPs for days, always defending these top lane plays. DSG not going to find it again.
Yeah, they'd love to get this turret eventually. I think they might be able to get it on the next wave, because they're going to see Kaisa on mid, they're going to see Renekton on bot, and maybe be able to push up, but they have to respect the Pantheon ultimate. No, sorry, the Pantheon ultimate is down.
He had just used it,
so
yeah.
They might be able to push in and get it, but Huhi's left, so they're just going to continue to trade waves.
Yeah, Sentinels happy to just keep a slower paced game. They do have great scaling tools available to them. And the pressure's on, I think, for a player like Sajed. 3 items completed, working on a 4th. Very far ahead of Rahel, who had a standout performance last split. And a player like Sajed, yes, he's not new to competitive play. He's been playing since high school. He was in one of the Riot-affiliated high school leagues, so he's been playing for many, many years now between Tier 3, Tier 2, and NACL. But still, rookie at the Tier 1 stage for LCS, and now he's got to put on a big performance here.
Yeah, Hambach lying in wait, hoping that someone squishier walks through.
He's going to go for the steal.
So much damage.
Yeah, not
Kizno
spotted.
does not even realize it yet.
Kizno, I think, is maybe reading that there could be an invade. TPing in.
It's fine.
Yeah, Sajed's very far forward. Rahel, they still have Hambach on the flank. He's now spotted DSG see the lonely Kiana all alone, but the Pop Blossom was committed by Lions. The rest of the team, they were chasing back as Rahel kites back from Castle. Castle might just have him, though. Ooh. Stunned up, CC. Can he get him? No! As a shutdown for Kizno on the Dark Wings. In goes Call Me. He finds the shutdown of his own. Now Sajed says, tag me in. Rampage for the rookie 80 carry and a team fight win for DSG.
And that's the big win. They have such a big advantage now. Can they take this dragon and then go for Baron, or have they run out of time? Watching this one more time, Castle does so much good work to just buy time. So Lions gets the ult up on the top side. That allows the Kaisa and the Taliyah to free hit. But look, that's 3 full people trying to deal with Castle, while Kaisa is just completely free hitting the team. So DSG arguably pull ahead in this game with that fight.
One of those moments where when you track impact there, I don't know if he knew where his AD carry was. They're going to get the Baron, so DSG, the rebuild roster, the guest team that had to defend their spot, are getting themselves in a very comfortable position in this debut game for most of these players here. 2,000 gold lead, equalizing Dragons, they get the Baron. Hey, they're back in the game.
Yeah, Sajed working on his Zonias as well. That's going to make him very difficult to kill in team fights. And that's the slingshot that we see in that game, in this game off of that fight. I mean, just, you would expect Sentinels to have a cleaner fight setup, but I feel like Hambach getting spotted, having to kind of retreat, use his ultimate solo on the Renekton, allowing the Kaisa to free hit his front line. Puts him in a powerful position. A 3,000 gold lead now for Kaisa.
Insane lead for Sajed. The rookie AD carry. Again, I mean, we've talked about him a lot, but there's a lot of reason to be excited about a player of his caliber. He was Masu's replacement on FlyQuest Challengers. We know kind of the expectations. We have a player for Masu now, and Sajed was the one that stepped in, filled his shoes, was able to win the same award Masu did, now in the same league as Masu. And having a pop-off game #1 makes you wonder, what else is this kid capable of?
The promised Tier 2 and Tier 3 pipeline bearing its fruit here in 2026.
Don't watch EU. Don't look. You don't need to pay attention to Sajed. You don't need to pay attention to Kizno. We're good.
I mean, this is a very impressive showing by DSG. It's really bad news for my fantasy team as well, because I was thinking a team with a substitute, surely just load up on Sentinels players they're taking advantage. Oh, they are not.
This would be a huge upset for DSG to win this. Now, even if they had their full roster, I would have favored Sentinels over this version of DSG, but I mean, sometimes it's the way the cookie crumbles.
Watching the dive, Meteos, Azael, Kobe, all had DSG 8th of 8 in their power rankings. My power rankings on JLXP, I put them 8th of 8. So I am very impressed with what they pulled together in this. They picked a high execution team composition. It's a Kaisa comp. They're playing with the sub jungler, and now they have Baron buff, Equal and Drake's 3,000 gold up, and looking to advance the game.
Can they push into another turret here? They just took the mid turret. They took the bottom turret, one last Tier 2 turret. DSG had a 2,000 gold lead. This Baron has ballooned up to a 4,000 gold lead now. And they do actually take down the final Tier 2 turret. Sentinels still, this is the 3rd time now that Darkwings has been split pushing on his own, and he's getting close. Oh, he actually gets pulled back here. TP does not go off. Darkwings was trying to get out of there, but does have the shuffle to escape Call Me. No summoner spell, though.
Yeah, still no TP there for
that's a Weaver's Wall. Call Me might actually look for the long chase.
Backup.
Darkwings with the Emperor's Divide pushing Call Me away, while Hui and Hambach were there to capitalize. But either way, he gets out. He's fine.
True, Pantheon Kai'Sa could have arrived at any moment, just 1 CC. They're going to keep the chase on now, knowing Impact's in top lane. If they catch anyone, they're going to look to pile in.
You watch the Jed. He's off screen right now, but that Kai'Sa ultimate can always follow up on one Pantheon W. So DSG with Killer Instinct looking for the play, but Sentinels do get their mid laner out of there. Just costs a TP and an ult cooldown, but that should be up before the next big objective. Speaking of, it's a minute for Dragon. It's not Dragon's soul, so Sentinels again can scale, and they did a good enough job of slowing down the Dragon stacking of DSG that they even could give this one away and just continue to catch waves if they wanted to.
I mean, DSG really looking to make a statement here early in game 1. I know they still haven't won this game. We still have a best of 3. But
are you trying to caster curse them? It feels like you're trying to caster curse them.
I mean, maybe a little, but it's just... Listen, for those of you who haven't been following, like, the overwhelming opinion was that this league was a top 2 in TL and C9, maybe Lion sneaking in there. Then you have
Shopify Rebellion.
Then you have Shopify. Then there'd be 4, right? Shopify, FlyQuest, Sentinels, and
if you took
Lion.
the averages, it would be exactly
that. And then DSG and Dig are just everyone's 7 and 8. But DSG in game 1 now with a 4,000 gold lead on their young 80 carry are going to try and, I mean, if they win one more fight, they could potentially end the game. They've eliminated 6 turrets already.
And it's not only the young 80 carry, it's a jungler subbing in, and it's their top lane. Actually, we're back to that. Lions with a Pop Blossom defensively. They got him! Hambach just popped like a balloon. DSG will happily accept the jungle donation, as now they're looking for Impact. He has to flash away from the flick back, and Sentinels now with 4 members will limp away from this Dragon.
And I like to play. They don't over-chase in the 5v4. They're just going to take the free Dragon, keep extending their gold lead, keep growing Seched's Kai'Sa. My God, they are looking good.
Yeah, if you had said, if you'd asked me ahead of time what my expectations were for this, I would have said, unfortunately, rooting for the players on DSG, but I'm expecting a 2-0 for Sentinels. Thankfully, nobody asked me that ahead of time, so I don't have to admit that, though, because that would have been a little embarrassing. Sentinels, so far, have not been able to really solidify their lead. They had one at one point. They were up a Dragon. They were up some gold, but then one bad team fight, and DSG have been able to run away with it. Now, again, the scaling, I do want to keep reminding people, because games, if they go long, these types of gold leads don't matter. Where your team with the Renekton, with the Talia, with the Kai'Sa, like, yeah, you can still blow somebody up, but if you give a Cassante 4 items, if you give an Azir 4 items, it can get really tough to end the game.
It can. I mean, if Darkwings is able to get one more item, he's really going to be pumping damage. I'd even say Rahel, even though individually he's 4,000 gold down on the Kai'Sa, if he completes an Infinity Edge, he's going to be a strong Corki as well. We'll be able to kill squishies in a couple auto attacks. But at the moment, like, this is previously what a completely full build Kai'Sa would be. He still has a slot for yet another item.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of curious if when we see more of this, like, what is going to be the 7th item build for all these 80 carries, because it's previously unexplored territory.
Usually we wouldn't even get to that point in a pro game.
We're 31 minutes in, man. He's got 18,000 gold of items right now. He is unbelievably fed.
Also, Call Me with a decent enough lead over his lane opponent, too. Really, the only lead for Sentinels is Hambach, who just got picked in that last play, just lost his spell shield there. The Baron has started. Hambach's going to have to try and find a way in.
He's
looking for the flank right now. Disguise decide to walk away. Sejet at half health. If he goes down, even with that Zhonya's, that's bad news for DSG. So Sentinels do push them off of the objective.
He took way too much damage there and actually doesn't have any lifesteal in his build. He took Legend Alacrity. He has Absorb Life, which gives him 21 health per target killed, but that's actually really bad late game if you don't have Bloodlight on an 80 carry, because you start Baron, and Baron itself will actually take you like half health, so it really diminishes their ability to force Nash, surprisingly.
Yeah, maybe something to look at for that 7th item. Yeah, think about it.
A little bit of lifesteal, but he's the AP. I want a death cap.
Yeah.
I want that death cap.
I want to see somebody
so much AP.
One shot by a Kai'Sa. Speaking of, Hambach has to use the supreme display of talent defensively. Castle was able to find a flank there. The flanking Renekton always terrifying for squishy junglers, as Hambach will actually walk back into the jungle. Call Me's lying in wait. Castle and Kisno will walk forward, clear out this control ward. Hambach will now see Call Me. That's the flash as well. A fantastic start, but a rough second half of the game for Sentinel's jungler.
I agree. The first blood looked great. After that, he's really had a hard time entering any fight. So with no jungler, flash, or ult, DSG is going to continue to try and hold control here on the river. And really anyone can land CC that allows the Kai'Sa to fly in. So it's very difficult for Sentinels to approach.
We see Darkwings going for a bag. Baron's been started. Darkwings, if he finishes the 4th element, can TP in time? Maybe it changes things, but DSG, no contest, will pick up the Baron. Second of the game, another Baron power play. Let's see what they can do with this one.
Yeah, an important note, the power of actually getting Baron has been diminished this season. The gold reward is about half of what it was before, and it's a little bit tankier to take down, so Baron isn't as game warping as it would have been in past seasons. But as you say, second Baron, the Baron minion's still very strong. The gold's still coming in, almost full build Kai'Sa now. Just need another Rabadons to complete the 6-item dream for Kai'Sa, but I think they're just going to slowly control this and play towards Soul.
DSG, as long as they don't blunder, can control this game very far in enemy territory, but should be able to get it back off right here. We're just trying to get some vision down around Dragon. A minute and 10 for that to come up. DSG can use this Baron buff either to CJ turret or just control waves and go for their Dragon Soul. Now they are on that Soul timer.
Yeah, they don't want to overforce too much to give Hanbok's Qiyana a big angle, but I don't even necessarily think that with the big front line and even with Azir Corki that they're necessarily winning the front to back, because the Taliyah and the Kai'Sa just have such a big item advantage.
Whoa! Call me! Use the Weaver's Wall to try and help out the team on the bottom dive, but almost dies. He doesn't, though! He lives! Kizno, the savior of his mid laner. Darkwings will take down Castle, though, because DSG were expecting a mid laner down there. Now they got a jungler. Oh, Kizno with a Grand Starfall flash from Lion. Sajed dominating as the rookie AD carry. He's exhausted, but he don't care. Who he trying to frontline for the team? Kizno doing the same. It's a trade of kills back and forth. Call me! Will get shut down by Darkwings. Oh, what a scrap in the bot lane.
Oh my god, it's a bloodbath. 3 for 3. Sajed gets even more gold, so he's now 5,000 gold up, but you could see the Azir Corki range was starting to pay off right here. Love the pick attempt there by Hanbok. Call me really sloppy moving between those lanes. That's the moment where you'd want to be able to get the pick. You can see they do get the kill onto the Qiyana, but that distracted him from the fight up top.
Yeah.
So they have to retreat on the bottom side, and then a risky re-engage. Beautiful W there by Kai'Sa at the end. And it's just Rahel's damage is actually starting to be real here as well.
And it's tough to point out that Rahel missed one rocket on, yeah, we see the coach cams right there. Rahel missed one Corki rocket onto the stunned Taliyah. If that had landed, Taliyah would not have been alive for all the Unraveled Earth, for the seismic shoves, and then that made Huhi's job harder. So really tough. That was a great find from Hanbok to actually get onto Call Me. But they couldn't kill the Taliyah, and now it is Dragon picked up by Sentinels there, actually. I'm just realizing, just kind of assumed coming out. They denied Soul, so it's 3-3 Dragon count right now.
That's really makes things fortunate for Golden Glue and why he was the one excited after that fight. If they couldn't secure the Soul right there, that makes this game very even. And now they're actually on a bit of a timer because the Kai'Sa's 6 items, the Corki's 4.5. So Kai'Sa cannot build 7.
Nope. You got your boots. That's the joke 7.
That is the 7. So it's a real 7-item build.
This is it. This is the full build. You can get a an elixir, but that's it.
He probably already has one, to be honest. Yep,
I would imagine. Yeah. All right. So Sajed does not get stronger than this point in the game.
664 AP, level 18. Every item he wants. He could start becoming an AD if he wanted to get more gold to sell all his items.
Just unlock everything.
But I think that last push was their strongest window.
Oh, another Weaver's Wall now. Call Me's really fishing for these Grand Starfall as well. DSG using their semi-globals to try and catch out members of Sentinels, but Hui just walks away from the Pop Blossom right there. Now the flag from Hanbok! Sentinels trying to turn it around, but Sajed is untouched. He got a huge shield. Darkwing's trying to push him away. Sajed positioning safely, trying to free fire, but Darkwing found him! The carry for DSG is shut down, and Sentinels hold the line.
This is still anyone's game. You can see them pushing back the mid lane. 2 for 2, but the carries are alive and no real objectives up. How much can they get off this?
Darkwing's TPing, yeah. He's going to go for a turret here. What a hero play. No, it's actually Impact going for the turret. But either way, Sentinels will get it. Darkwings with clinical precision keeps his eyes on Sajed. We'll get a look at a replay here in a moment, I assume. But I'm just going to be following what Darkwings does in that fight because he's able to find all the gold. All the gold for DSG is on Sajed.
He was fishing for Sajed the whole time. So the start actually, if Rahel gets hit by any of those first spells, the game might be over. But then they all commit, and now all eyes are on Kiana. Sajed, beautiful job doing the stopwatch, and then ulting to the side to get the execute. But he then sticks around with no ult, no summoners. Watch Darkling's up in the top here.
Yep.
Waits for the stun. Sajed wasn't quite in range. He was trying to get the autos off during the stun.
Yeah.
As soon as he didn't kill Darkwings in that split second, Darkwings dashes, flips him back, and gets the kill.
It's one of those moments where if the enemy mid laner's just not paying attention, you can probably unload a bunch of damage as AP Kaisa and kill them. But Darkwings knew he was paying attention.
I feel like if Sajed was like an inch closer to the wall, he gets 2 autos off on Darkwings while he's stunned, and the game's over.
Yeah.
But he just couldn't quite weave those autos in, and now we're here in what is an even game.
But I gotta go back to expectations. When I looked at Sentinel's roster, I looked at Rahel to be the primary carry. Yes, now 5 items has come back in this game, but Darkwings is the one that's actually pulling off some of these big plays, whether it's just split pushing in the bottom side and getting turrets there, or you know, that moment. Darkwings, my expectation for him was like, okay, how does he stand out this year? He's still technically in like a rookie year, and he was solid. But how does he stand out as a mid laner? Plays like that, if you can chain those together, that's how you start getting fans as a mid laner in NA.
Yes, the NA hope here, Darkwings on Sentinels, but they kill Baron very quickly. They just have to be careful of getting Snap engaged on because they won that fight, because it's now a 5-item Corki who's still one-shotting people, and because it's a max item Azir. That 3,000 gold lead, as you mentioned, when you're this late in the game, doesn't really matter that much. And if you look at the front line, especially this Cassante with the Protoplasm harness, with how many resists he can get as well, it's going to be extremely hard to kill. So the front line is much stronger here for Sentinels, unless they can get some type of assassination onto either the Azir or the Corki.
And that's, DSG was able to get their gold lead initially around a dragon fight where they out-executed. You could say the same thing. If Sentinels just find their one pick, if they find the Kiana ultimate into a wall on somebody like Lions, even somebody like Kizno with the GA, you can blow somebody up and try and get some big damage. Call Me, meanwhile,
is pretty big.
Yeah, it's starting to land. Castle has a flank here, but Sentinels, they have the Azir ultimate. Now the Weaver's Wall yet again. Darkwings barely gets over and gets back to his team. Now it's Castle who might be caught out.
But they might get
Darkwings
Darkwings.
Goes not in the direction of Castle, but he flashes forward, jumps onto Rahel, has to Valkyrie to safety. DSG feel confident to push forward because of the low health bars of Darkwings, and Rahel having to use the cleanse. No flash on Corki either. Sentinels, that was a tough moment there. They thought they could turn on Castle, but DSG were ready to actually pounce.
Yeah, Darkwings ended up being at the back of the
Baron.
chasing party, and now they're going straight for Baron.
Yeah, Darkwing's back.
Burst this down.
Darkwing's backed and healed, and now a TP answer from Castle. Darkwing's gonna hold the wall over there. Who he TP's in as well. DSG though, almost got the pick onto Impact, but he's got the unstoppable.
Baron Shred is real, and they've also given away position on Soul, so if DSG just push them off here and then move towards Soul, that'll be a big advantage.
With the flash over the wall! Pop Blossom on a free! Supreme display of talent, tries to turn things around. Darkwings can free fire, has the ultimate to buy space for Sentinels, and that's enough. An incredible engage from DSG goes awry as Sentinels hold the line.
That's crazy. They one-shot Rahel's Corki, but Darkwings and Hambach and Impact fight back the engage.
Yeah.
So, but this is important. To me, Soul for Baron, I'm taking Soul every time, and Sentinels is actually teleporting to control the Baron, but Soul is going to be going over to DSG.
Yeah, this would be the third Baron of the game. First for Sentinels, they commit to Dragon. DSG get that Soul. Call Me is here to watch the Baron go down, but will back off wisely. Away pushing top, away pushing mid. Sentinels are giving away a lot for this Baron. And now they will pick it up, but the Soul for the Baron trade and a basically dead even gold game 42 minutes in.
This is one way to start your LCS journey here. If you're Sentinels or these players on DSG, Sajed really wants to have this be his pop-up moment. He has changed his items. So he sold one of them
Shadow Flame.
For a Shadow Flame.
I'm trying to remember which one that was. Yeah.
Beforehand. Nasher's Tooth, maybe? Is
they
gone.
still has the Nash. I see the Nasher's Tooth. Yeah.
Why
Does anybody in the
blanking?
audience remember to shout it out?
Kraken Slayer.
Okay.
So he's full AP Kaisa now, which is, they're in these situations where they're just kind of trying to poke each other, and now his W would take like half of the Azir or the Corki's health, but they are losing the poke battle because they have no sustain.
Yeah.
And Corki rockets or a couple of Azir autos are chunking them out at the start of these fights. It's part of how Sentinels has stayed in this game. But now, we're definitely in a lull state because the team that was getting pushed in got Baron, so their minions will push back. But the other team has a Cloud Soul, so they'd be able to chase anybody down if Sentinels leaves their base by too big of a margin.
Yeah.
So
if DSG just wait out this Baron, they're in a fantastic spot. Maybe they find a way to make action happen, but expecting the game to go a little longer here. Everyone is approaching full build for game 1 of LCS between these two teams. And what a way to start the season.
That's the poke.
That's one. That's one right there. Think 2 more and he just dies.
If you land another, it might even kill because he would proc the passive with his 700 AP, and it might even just get him.
Shadow Flame additional damage.
He's become ARAM Kai'Sa at the very end of the game, rather than just being SR Kai'Sa.
You would play AP Kai'Sa in ARAM, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Who doesn't play AP Kai'Sa if you have Kai'Sa in ARAM?
I like tank Kai'Sa. I think it's fun.
Okay.
Think about it. You fly in,
losing fun?
Primary engage Kai'Sa. Consider it. Consider it.
Randwin's alt in slow.
Exactly, right? Yeah, I'm technically providing CC. But DSG right now still have their backs against the wall. I'm going to keep reminding us of that fact that they have to make very creative plays, which to their credit they have. They've used the Taliyah and Pantheon beautifully back to back to back. There have been 3 distinct moments where they've used Weaver's Wall to try and get on the members of Sentinel with the Grand Starfall on top of it. If they can find one member caught out, then that's a way to win the game, but Sentinels have not been giving them as many opportunities in this second half.
I know this is going to be a completely useless stat, but it's just a big number, so I like it.
Okay.
I almost guarantee you, without checking, that in your first ever LCS game, no one's ever had 25,000 gold, but that's what Sajet has. So they've increased gold in the game. He has cash back. This game's 45 minutes long, but I bet you no one in their first ever LCS game has had 25,000 gold
Can we get stats to check? Leo, our stats guy, can you check that globally? A rookie AD carry in debut
I'm saying
game.
LCS. I don't need to
No, let's make this
crash the
worldwide,
servers
Jack.
with
Come
the stat
on.
pool.
I think at this point, let's build this kid up. And again, I mean, it is important to remind people that this is a rookie AD carry coming in, and I think he has played exceptionally well as Castle now finding Rahel, the more experienced bot laner, all alone. TB coming in, don't matter. Rahel caught out of position. DSG find a pick.
What a disastrous play there for Rahel. He was greeting a wave to try and get his maw, but we're 2 minutes from Baron and from Elder.
50 more seconds.
There's no reason to not wait for the wave to enter, and now the team's in a tough spot.
Darkwings is going for a play of this Sajet, finds Lion, Supreme Display of Talent will go in, and it catches Sajet on the back half. Has to use the ultimate to try and get over the wall, but there's just nowhere safe to go. Shut down to Hambach and Darkwings. What a crazy look.
Darkwings is having an insane game.
Yeah.
He's pulled off all of the big plays that they've needed. They lose their 80 carry 45 minutes into the game in a lane that doesn't have an inhibitor, and then they find the re-engage. I need to see that one again to see exactly what angle he had. We have comms too.
Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at this.
Cancel.
Oh, nice.
So Sajet thinks he's out.
No flash.
Just get pretty. Yeah, pretty.
No flash, no thing now. Oh, nice.
Nice, Isaac.
Yeah. Can he? I think we have a death time.
Thought he was out, wasn't quite out. The Supreme Display of Talent does have travel time. We saw it earlier with the crazy looping 3 walls together. That time around, Sajet not out of danger zone, but it's not the game over. Because of the waves pushed in for DSG, it's just some gold to Sentinels where everyone's pretty much full build. Let's look down the entire roster right now. Everybody except for top and support has full build now. That's 5 items on Hambach.
That's crazy. Even supports just being on 3 completed items is surprising.
Lions will get there. I believe in you.
Yeah. Thornmail will be completed soon for Impact. So he's going to be even tankier. So we didn't have the minimap in that last replay, but I did find it. I think DSG might have been able to win off this, except after they got the kill, Castle did go back to base because he was a little bit low. But then he teleported bot lane. So it was like a guaranteed 4v4 and 4v3 if they get the pick. Whereas I feel like if they just push that wave with more people, they can do, at least do a 4 run on mid top and maybe break the second inhibitor. But now we are Elder and Baron 20 seconds away, likely to be the game deciding sequence here. And Sentinels have really pulled it back. Max build on Corki and Azir.
Important to note though, we still have GA on Kisno. 3 Zonias from mid, AD carry, and bot lane of DSG. They are ready for a fight, but it will come down to one big fight. Huge poke onto Rahel. Elder has spawned, so if they can't get a reset for Rahel, he's going to be in a rough spot. DSG will start up the Elder.
Rahel decided for Maw instead of Bloodthirster, so can't heal up well off of that poke. Elder deleashes, more time to poke with Kai'Sa.
Sajid taking a very safe path. I like that. Impacting who he had a trap laid for him, and now Castle will face check and see it. Who he's walking all the way around. Maybe the cow can find something, but the Elder Dragon's already at half health. Who he does find, the engage on the Sajid! Has the Zonius to try and stay alive. Can he get out of there? Ult over the wall. Knocked around, but Sajid still stands. Now it's Lions with the flank. It's Castle holding the line. It's Elder still focused, but Impact is stalling the Elder. Kizno flashes the wall. In goes Rahel. Double kill to the Corki. He's gonna get even more. Sentinels with the team fight win at the Elder Dragon. And Sajid trying to find something will fall. Quadra kill to Rahel.
Only Lions alive in a minion wave in mid. He's hoping to be able to push it back, but that's probably going to be a Game 1 win and Game 1 heartbreak for DSG.
Oh, they held the line for so long, but who was it? He with the flank around the buff and finds Sajid. DSG tried so hard to keep their AD carry alive all game. He played so well, but he on support will find those engages. Sentinels have some minions in their base, but I think with their wave spawning, they should be just fine. Walking in a cannon, Lions is going to try and stop it, but with Elder Dragon on Sentinels, no shot of that. Welcome to the LCS, Sentinels. Congrats on your first game win. Sentinels take win 1 against Disguised.
101,000 gold for their team by the end of this one. 41 kills in 49 minutes. It wasn't how they would have drawn it up, but Sentinels take the 1-0 lead in the series.
What a wild game 1. That was back and forth. There were so many incredible plays by so many members. It was Darkwings really keeping them in it. But again, Huhi at the very end, finding the big engage onto the AD carry. And props to Sajid for staying alive as long as he could. Wasn't able to live the entire time.
Yeah, Lounge, good luck. Let me know what happened. What do you think of this game?
Well, we started planning this quite a while ago, so what we were going to break down may not feel as relevant, but it's still pretty cool. I mean, the game started out, it looked like Sentinels were going to stomp it, I thought. Then we had this great team fight from DSG that kind of brought them back into the game, and then, of course, chaos ensued later. But I want to go back to this earlier Dragon fight and talk about how DSG actually at least, pulled back their position in this game. It was really all off of this fight, and so much was about this engage here from Lions. So watch the Nico up in the top right there. That is really, really critical. Also the fact that Humbach here is going to get marked on this flank. Nico goes in at the same time, finds this ulti on 3 members, and then Castle here is in position to follow up, flashes in onto Corki. Yes, he can't finish him off, but look at what's happening on the other side. So Castle's buying time here. Azir has gotten caught off of that Nico. Everyone piling in and putting damage onto the Azir, while Castle is just buying time. Huhi is going to kind of give his life to try to peel as well. And it just, the space that was created allowed all of these carries here to pile in. Sajid as well as Call Me, go forward, get all of these kills, take away the dragon. And to me, it felt like this was going to be the defining moment of the game. This was going to be the moment that really swung things. Of course, it was not. Yeah.
It became a very wild game of kind of back and forth plays. But it was a lot closer, I think, than we really kind of expected, based off of both the early game and the mid game and kind of the late game.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, my boy Humbug's doing so well. Oh no, Humbug, what are you doing?
The incredulousness that you had throughout the game, where it's like,
no.
well, DSG should just win this game from here on out. They got a major pick, on towards Corki. Surely they can end it here. Just doesn't happen. They ended up getting Soul, Cloud Soul for Baron. You'd think that would be more meaningful, but honestly, Cloud Soul into the composition, you're fighting into Azir and Alistar, I don't think it's going to help you. So so much of that game was chaotic with reason, I guess, but it was tough.
Well, you also brought up Azir, right?
Yes.
And Darkwings was, like Kangas mentioned on cast, Darkwings and his Azir was the person kind of keeping them in a lot of these close fights. his shuffle ended up being kind of the reverse game. We had a lot of game deciders, or supposed game deciders.
The 8th game deciding play.
Surely this one.
That did earn Darkwing's Player of the Game, and here we see that all-important shuffle. The big thing was that they managed to get onto Sajed, who was so incredibly fed for the vast majority of this game.
He was true 7 items at about 35 minutes into this game, which I was asking them to check like gold per minute, like item completion stats. It feels like there's just so much more gold in the game right now that it was ridiculous how quickly he actually finished that. Did it so incredibly fast, but credit to Darkwings, found a lot of big plays here. Even though Sajed reacted so fast, he reacted with the flash, saw the flash follow, then Zhonya's it. Like, that is pretty insane.
Yeah.
But just forcing out all of those tools meant that then Hanbok comes in, the ult lands, there's just nowhere really for him to go. And to me, it just felt like DSG in critical moments just kind of rushed things. Like after they got actually the kill topside, that play, that big Azir shuffle, was right after Rahel died for free top lane. Right? All they needed to do was walk a little bit more slowly, clear out the brushes with Nico clone, but instead, they're kind of face-checking these bushes. Calmy's walking up as Talia, like everyone's just walking in blind. That was really the only recourse that Sentinels had from that spot, so credit to them for finding those plays. But I felt like DSG really lacked kind of polish and some patience in moments where they should have been able to close the game.
You could say the exact same thing, rewinding the clock towards the bot siege on the inhibitor turret. Like the fact that they were able to get a kill on Hanbok, because it seemed like Hanbok had a pretty good play, but then he got completely taken out by the Talia ulti and everyone was able to converge on him. Great. Next wave is coming in bot lane. Surely on that bot lane wave, you start to siege and try to end the game from there. No, Pantheon ulti comes straight through before the minions even come in, and they end up dying to the Azir. The Azir held the game on from that point on because they were the more disciplined and slower-paced team in comparison to DSG.
Yeah, I feel like you can kind of levy that criticism at both teams, right?
Yeah.
Where, like, when there was one player who was able to get off a good play, then they would, kind of chuck it back towards their opponents. Right now, we do know that DSG have chosen first pick and Sentinels have chosen blue side. What a surprise! Who's shocked?
Not me. Sentinels, credit to them. I mean, they have a lot of experience. You got Huhi, you got Impact, you got guys there that can kind of continue looking plays, even in those moments when things were looking bad. They've got to be happy, I think, to kind of walk away with that win, because it did look like it was going the other way. But during the LCS lock-in, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event. Save your MasterCard on file and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win. Tune in after the break to see if Disguise can bounce back in Game 2.
I'm coming. 이거 강 다 잡아. Nice.
Look for mid wave. Okay.
Shoot. Kill him. Yeah. 죽여. Go mid.
잠깐.
Nice.
깜짝. 씨발. 존나 힘드네, 씨발. 왜 이렇게 힘들지? So hard.
Oh my god.
Isaac, nice engage. You kind of saved the game there.
I saw the last fight.
Welcome to LCS. Welcome to LCS.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Yeah, I think Sentinels is a new org. For our team, it would be important to get the stage matches in. So us going into new org for our first match would be kind of nice because maybe the enemy team's a little nervous to try to look good for their new org. They don't want to look bad. And honestly, they have 3 ex-DSG members on their team, and we're kind of like the new DSG. So in a sense, like old DSG versus new DSG, and we're going to show them that we're the better DSG.
Well, you just heard from Sajed. He wants to prove they're the better DSG, and for a lot of that game, they were. Unfortunately, Huhi on Sentinels used to be on DSG. He found the game-winning engage. And Jet, I got a stat that might make you feel a little old. It made me feel a little old. Huhi role swapped from mid to support. We talk about that a lot, but he did that in 2019. It's 2026, which means that he has now been a support over twice as long as he was a tier 1 mid laner.
That's a cool stat.
How crazy is that?
Yeah,
I still think of him as like a mid laner that rolls off the support. This is over double the time in his career has been spent in the support role. Great find there at the end for him. Even if it was Dark Wings, it was finding a lot of the plays that kind of kept them in the game before that.
I'll give you one more.
Yeah?
As a former CLG fan, when CLG won Summer Split in 2015, Xmithy had visa issues for Worlds. Huhi was the mid lane substitute, so he was going to play jungle for that team at Worlds if Xmithy's visa didn't come through.
I never knew that tidbit.
Doublelift knew that. I also hear Doublelift is streaming with Sentinels right now with their CEO and Tarek over on their co-stream. So I'm sure Doublelift has plenty of stories about the old CLG days if he wants to tell them.
Shout out to the co-stream going on over there. I'm sure that they're feeling very happy about how that game 1 went. Maybe a little anxious as well based on the way it ended.
Relieved, I think, would be the better word. Because I think expectations going into the series was the Sentinels was going to win. But the question was by how much, and then they should have lost that game, man.
Yeah.
Sajed was 5,000 gold ahead on Kai'Sa. Maybe he should have put a little bit of lifesteal somewhere in his build because he did end up getting poked out a fair bit towards the tail end of that game. And then just DSG's inability to play cleanly and cohesively as a unit because they are playing with a substitute jungler and they're also a newly assembled team ended up costing them. And then Dark Wings really clutched up in some big moments there for Sentinels. And funny thing is there's no pictures on the 1-0. So it's still one more game and you're out of the series no matter how close that game 1 was.
Exactly. We see DSG now on the red side with first pick. They go for Ambessa, banning out the Jace, Varus, and J4. Sentinels ban out the Orianna, Rise, and the Rumble. And let's see what they decide to lock in as the response here. Hovering to Lucian. So maybe a focus on the bottom side here. Things like Lucian Nami, I've been seeing kind of propping up here and there. It's a great pairing with the Lucian.
Yeah, I like the fact that DSG in both games has just decided that Castle is going to blind pick because they want him to have prio over Impact. They don't think Impact's going to be able to get a good counter pick. And it just opens up
they know the draft.
Their draft.
Play Nami. We got a sign right there. And it's up. Okay. Somebody's about to be very happy if that's locked in. This would be a very early bot lane matchup, but they did it. I'm sorry, fan in the audience. Maybe it's coming later.
It could still come on pick 3, but they want to have a little bit of flexibility in case DSG picks something that is highly counterable here on their 2-3. So top lane picked already. Likely to see jungle, and then they have to expose themselves with something. It'll probably be an AD carry pick before this 1-2-3 is done. Oh, interesting. They just power pick both solo laners right away.
Okay, so, well, keep in mind, it could be Ambessa jungle. We have seen Ambessa jungle creep up here and there. It's one of the changes from the off-season. Things like Malphite and Ambessa, I didn't expect to be junglers, but here we are in 2026 on the current patch. So Aurora could still be going top lane or mid lane, depending on what happens with the rest of Sentinel's draft. I would expect then like an AD carry picked here for DSG to kind of hold that flex for as long as possible.
Yeah, not to mention they'll still be able to, in theory, counterpick support a little bit, but support will get fairly targeted with bans in the 4-5. Yunara, one of the most picked AD carries on the patch, so no big surprises there in the draft, and Nami looks to be locked in.
There we go!
As well.
Yeah!
There we go.
And the crowd goes mild for it. There we go. Oh, now, okay, there we go. There we go. Now they're having fun with it. All right, so Lucian, Nami, a bot lane into the Inara. DSG will have to find a support that will help keep the Inara, alive, but also powerful enough, because when I think of Inara, I initially, when I saw her on release, was like, oh, she's gonna be like a scaling AD carry. I was shocked at how aggressive you can play Inara in the 2v2 from level 1, because your Q alone and your passive, you have so much power. So they could still go for something to try and answer the Lucian Nami, even though that's a little scary to think about, because they're a very powerful duo.
Oh, for sure, but Lucian Nami also doesn't necessarily get that strong until a couple of levels in.
Okay.
So there's potential for some fist fighting in the bottom side, and I do wonder how Rahel actually is dealing mentally after that game 1, because he was getting slaughtered that game, made what could have been the game-losing mistake getting picked in the top lane if Darkwings didn't bail them out. So he's the big one for me that really needs to step up in this game 2 for Sentinels.
Now on a also AD carry that notoriously can get punished if you're out of position. You have one mobility spell, but you're still relatively short range outside of your ultimate, so can be tough to play into things like the Aurora, things like the Ambessa already that can try and dive on top of you as an AD carry. They're going to ban away the Nautilus and the Lulu, so an Enchanter plus an engaged support. Meanwhile, DSG will ban out some mid laners. We got Syndra and a Victor taken off the table, and now Sentinels get to pick for themselves.
Yeah.
Solo lanes are the name of the game for them here, so we'll see what they want to lock in. Currently hovering the Cassiopeia.
They're trying to target ban Darkwings a little bit, because if there would be one criticism on his champion pool, it's that he only plays control mages, even if he plays some of the more unconventional ones. So Cassiopeia ends up being what's locked in with boots. Have to buy boots now on Cassiopeia.
That threw me off. Why do you think they changed that? Did you have any insight from the
Well, yeah, because of the
team?
role quest. They didn't want to just give Cassiopeia like extra stats when the quest was completed, which I think would have been the better choice. You can't wear boots. As Cassio,
as a snake.
Yeah. Oh,
There's still always the argument that Vel'Koz should also probably not buy boots then, by that logic. But, we don't want to open that can of worms here. It's going to be Wukong locked in with the Rakan. So what this team was lacking was hard engage. Now they got it.
I was just getting a download of stats in my ears, so I couldn't necessarily hear you.
All right. I was trying to pass it off to you, be like, hey, talk about Rakan, but I can talk about Rakan as well.
I know.
Not going to be that early game power that I expected with the Inara to try and bully the Lucian and the Nami, but maybe you still can find a cheeky W and to find a pick.
Yeah, it was something about Sajed's CS in the first game being extremely high.
Yeah?
But that's all I could make out.
Okay, but did they also confirm that he is the all-time global leader of rookies with gold in the game?
I mean, I confirmed that when I said it.
I'm just going to confirm that now.
Until it gets
that's just truth in my brain.
It's absolutely true.
But either way, it's going to be Gwen as the final pick here for Sentinels. So AP solo laners for Impact and Darkwings, and we do know with the Wukong lock-in, it is not Ambessa jungle, it will be Ambessa top lane. So Sentinels, they were able to get a counter pick for Impact last time around. It was the kind of like Cassante to hold the line against Renekton, but he still got a solo kill.
He did.
Now he gets a proper carry counter pick.
His Gwen was hit or miss last year.
Yeah.
When it became a really big meta pick in the LCK, Team Liquid started first picking it, and then that was coinciding with some other issues with the Team Liquid team, so ended up losing a lot of games on Gwen, but it's something he definitely wants to be able to add to his champion pool for this year.
For this year, eyes will be on Impact. Does he look better than last year? Right now, though, DSG backs against the wall. Need to pick up 2 wins in a row to get their first series win. Meanwhile, Sentinels, the newest org in the LCS, starting off strong with a Game 1 win over their opponents. Game 2 of DSG versus Sentinels starts right now.
And I got the stat.
You got the stat.
I actually like the stat. It's another Sajed-related stat, as we might
have to get
see
back
a
to
fist fight at level 1.
Yeah, I was saying the level 1s are less popular because of how early the waves spawn, but Tisno does get to safety.
And you gotta run back right away. So it's the 5th highest CS in an NA debut game ever. Ever. But listen to who he's behind. This is what I actually find interesting.
I'm gonna guess
about
Wild
this.
Turtle.
Power of Evil, Freeze, Alex Itch, and Kobe from TSM.
Yeah.
4 European imports. So it's actually the most CS in a North American's NA debut game ever.
There we go. We found the loophole.
NA talent, baby.
NA talent. Sajed with a great Game 1. Still was not able to pick up the win, but got the lead over his lane opponent. Now can he do it again? Sentinels currently here with a slight push in that bottom side, so it's looking like the level 1 is going their way. But I want to do some table setting for these compositions as well, Jet, just like we did for game number 1. It was very clear in game 1 that DSG needed to win early game. Sentinels had the scaling. What do you think about game number 2 and the pivots that each team has made?
I mean, both teams are very squishy. We don't have the same type of Cassante, Alistair front line or like the Kaisa one-shot. I'd say the engage is still slightly more in favor of DSG. They have the better trigger pool. Lions is Rakan definitely there, but also just like Aurora Wukong is a combo that 100 Thieves was dominating with last year when River Quid were playing it so much. And then on the side of Sentinels, while they do have some good scaling, like Gwen and Cassio both really pump damage, neither one of them are really bringing that much CC. Vi is a single point and click CC as Calmy is trying to kill Darkwings.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a massive lead over Darkwings in this early game.
And then Lucianami is also more of like whittling you out. So the snap engage isn't there. Calmy wants the big play, can't get it.
Honestly, respect for attempting, thinking if Darkwings is window shopping, you have a chance. Darkwings, though, trades Flash and will now get the wave in himself. So, you know, again, respect the Calmy for the attempt. Not going to find it, though.
Yeah, they'll both likely just trade TPs to get back to lane. Darkwings is likely okay with that trade. Vi's early gank and Wukong's early gank both fairly threatening, so look for more action in the mid lane now that both mid laners have no flash.
Both of them will TP. I was wondering, will either one choose to not TP? Because with the home guards change, you're able to get in so fast as Rahel actually avoids the grand entrance from Lions. Just steps barely over that circle, and we'll get a good chunk onto Sajed.
Yeah, Hambach thinking about a dive. It's completely on vision, though. Barrier and heal up. This would be difficult to execute, but it looks like Sentinels want it anyway.
They have a big wave, so they will commit to it. It's Rahel getting big damage in onto Sajed, who he was tanking up first. Now Hambach tanking up afterwards, but gets out of range, and Sentinels are fine.
And Darkwings is dead.
In the mid lane, though. First blood is picked up. DSG find the play mid, while looks like Sentinels were not able to find theirs bot.
Well, that's the danger when you show as a jungler, is it lets the other jungler go wherever he wants without any fear of counter gank. So knowing that mid lane was no flash, he makes the repeat gank. And then not only was it going to be a difficult gank with heal, barrier, and both flashes up for the side of DSG, Hambach's VIQ just gets straight up interrupted by Lions' Rakan, so the gank fails miserably. Another good early start here for DSG.
Yeah, solid DSG jungle pathing from Kisno. Last game on the Pantheon, it took him a while to actually get onto the map and make action happen, but this time around on the Wukong, of all things. Typically don't really see Wukong ganks until you're level 6, but like you had highlighted, no flash on the mid lane meant that it was much easier to pull off. Now also gold on Kisno. Let's see what he's able to do with it this time around.
Yeah, another attempt to prove himself. This is really an interesting debut for the LCS because we know he's not going to be the long-term starter once Kryra is able to join the team, but it's definitely a great job to secure a future if you're able to have some big games. And Lions diving over the bubble for a big trade onto Hui, playing pretty aggressive.
And Kisno's just going to go back again. Still no flash on Darkwings. And a second kill on the DSG's jungler.
I mean, I think it's worth asking the question is if he should buy boots to walk away from these ganks a little bit faster on the Cassiopeia.
Now that it's an option, you know?
No, shouldn't have been there. I mean, this was a good gank, once again, by Kisno's Wukong, and it just starts to snowball this lane.
Yeah, and Kisno also waving. I haven't mentioned this yet, but when you look at the Tier 2 players, a lot of them have played with each other at one time or another. Darkwings and Kisno actually were on the same roster last year for Conviction. So Kisno waving to his old teammate saying, yeah, I'll take 2 kills from you. And that means that Calmy also gets a CS lead, but Hambach will get the first Dragon. So even though we've seen multiple kills on the Kisno, objective lead starts off with Sentinels.
Yeah, it makes sense. All the tempo was used by Kisno to gank mid, so Hambach can go take the Dragon, not to mention Vi kills Dragon very fast and very safely with the percent health damage that Vi has, so nicely done there by Hambach, even if his gank was a big miss.
And we see the bot lane CS differential going the complete opposite from last game. Rahel has mounted a sizable lead over Sajed. So even though Sajed and Lions were not, they were able to hold the line from that gank, that dive attempt earlier, they have not been able to equalize the lane state.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I don't know completely behind the scenes, but from other AD carries that I've worked with in the past, if you have a bad matchup in game 1 and you fall really far down in CS, you need to pick a winning matchup in game 2. Like your ego is on the line right there. So I think that's why they're going Lucian Nami and playing ultra aggressive, pathing down bottom lane. Like it's to their detriment even going for that initial dive, but it's one of those things where no, we're going to try and put this other bot lane in the dirt after what they did to us in game 1.
Yeah, especially after the rookie is able to get the highest CS ever of a debut rookie. NA players.
Of a North American debut.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Darkwings hits level 6 on the mid lane finally. Call Me does still have a experience advantage slightly right now. Darkwing should catch this soon here after some of these minions. But the big thing that I look at is anytime the Wukong hits level 6, and now Kizno has hit level 6, Wukong has ultimate available, and this is when the Wukong ganks can really start to become lethal. And still technically no flash on Darkwings. It's going to be up maybe about 30 seconds here.
Another thing that I feel like, I didn't watch the first series super closely for this exact thing, but I don't think a jungler has gone top.
Yeah?
It's
just been
the first 14 minutes of any of our 4 games.
Which is counter to what I expected could happen because of how impactful top lane can be if you can get a lead now.
Yeah, but to me, it's about that little Phalite. You just throw one ward down, and you got these big fat walls. It just seems like this kind of ungankable lane, and it ends up being in complete isolation. So Castle and Impact are just having a grand old time fist fighting each other and not worrying at all about where the junglers are.
But Impact is, again, slight lead for himself there, about a wave up. Now that will get pushed in by Castle. But the question on my mind was still, which version of Impact will we get? 2024 MVP or 2025, really rough year overall. And in the debut, I mean, he gets a solo kill in game 1 and now already holding his own with a maybe slight lead here in the top lane.
Yep. Absolutely good tank play from him in that first game. Hard to make more of a difference on Cassandra than getting a solo kill and being a level 20 max item tank.
Kizno will now start up the grubs, and Vi's on the bottom side. So Hambach not in the same neighborhood. We'll be giving this one up.
Buddy, you gotta help out this AD carry. His ego's on the line. Like he was down in game 1.
Oh,
We're already 30 CS up. We're gonna put him in the dirt. It's also bad for him to be top lane against the 2-kill Wukong who has ultimate. But they're completely on top of the ward.
Sajed is still level 5. Lions is level 6. Call Me has hovered to help out, and now they're just going to flash engage themselves, trying to lock down Uhi. Call Me will get in there and pick up a 3rd kill for DSG.
Nice job there by Call Me. No vision sweeping by Sentinels when they're going for that dive. I think questionable play to wait that long.
It might be more. Rahel has the flash available, has the barrier available. We'll need to use either one. Lions tried to predict as Rahel says, no, I'm just going to hold my line and doesn't have to use anything. Meanwhile, here comes Hambach. DSG could be in some trouble. The flash hits on the Lions, and Rahel picks up the first kill of game 2 for Sentinels.
I mean, even if Sentinels isn't super happy with that play, Rahel's very happy with this play because he's not the one who died. The kill didn't go to anyone in his lane, and now look at this, he's 37 CS, 900 gold up, and it's only going to increase as he's going to shove in this cannon wave and then likely reset to go for a buy with about 13 to 1400 gold.
Sajed very far behind right now in this bottom lane matchup. And that's, yes, you've been hovered a lot from Hambach. That's 2 dive setups, 1 attempt. But either way, not the best start considering how well Sajed was able to play in game number 1. Castle pushes in a wave topside. We'll get 1 plate right there as Impact looks like he's going to have to reset. Does have the TP summoner spell to get back.
Absolutely, and you can see Essence Reaver being completed by Rahel. Meanwhile, the Cull on the other side. So it's no early combat power there for Yunara. And Hambach is going to want to continue to play around bot side, so I'd like the DSG finally has a little bit of vision there to have better defense.
So Impact stayed for another wave. I do want to highlight, though, Rahel, yes, has the first item, but so does Kizno. Wukong Trinity Force Power Spike is pretty big, and I was wondering, do they go for the Dragon? Sentinels have the Power Spike in their bottom laner, but this Wukong does have a lead over Vi. Also, Hambach no ultimate from that earlier play, so DSG will deny the Dragon stacking and get one for themselves. Here is Rahel, big damage on the Lions, who now just goes for the re-engage here. Double charm up onto Huhi and Rahel. The Culling goes out, as well as the Nami ultimate. Bubble lands. Jed cannot follow up on Lions' engage. So DSG do not find the play, and that actually de-leashed the Dragon. Yep. It was not secured.
Yep, that was something where Kizno's going to be really sad he left the Dragon there, because Rahel has the Essence Reaver, is going to play super aggressive, but unless Kizno is in gank position when he goes in, he's just too far away to be able to make an approach. They didn't even get a summoner spell out of Rahel's Lucian. So yes, they get the dragon. I think they were always going to get the dragon with that Trinity Force Wukong. And now Hambach,
so
our first top gank ever.
Yeah, we have a TP coming in as well. The Needlework was already used from Impact. He does not have the ultimate available, as the Public Execution will miss. That's a flash from Castle. Teleport coming in as well from Darkwings. It's going to be underneath the turret, but he is fine, okay? There was a lot that just went down there.
They're just all too tanky. This is why you don't go top lane. You're never going to get the kill. They missed everything on everyone.
Whew, that was a fun one right there. Yeah.
Nobody's punished.
But Castle does have TP, and we find a pick in the jungle. Hambach caught out as Kizno with his mid laner will find a kill.
Yeah, nice pick there by Kizno, making the most after everyone's trying to retreat from that top play.
Castle says, get out of here. Ooh, Kizno has to flash away from Darkwings, though. Petrifying Gaze still available. Darkwings is very strong with that ultimate available, and Rod of Ages completed, but not strong enough. He wants to catch his mid wave, and that will be a blue buff stolen by Kizno. And now call me. Ooh. Yeah?
I faked myself out a little bit. I'm like, did they stop Cassio from being able to buy boots? Because I feel like he should really be buying them soon.
Well, he's got to get the Rod of Ages tag. He's got to get the tier
Did they change it in 26.2 and I just didn't read it? I don't think they did.
I would have missed that as well. I'm assuming that we will get that eventually.
It's time for boots, Darkwings.
No, okay, but if... now the real concern is, does Darkwings know? Because I've heard so many stories of players not reading the patch notes.
There's no way.
Surely there's no way. Golden Glue would have told him. Surely.
Yeah. You keep casting. I'm going to double check the patch notes.
All right. I'll keep taking a look at what's happening on the map right now. We'll have the Herald in about 2 minutes' time. So Sentinels still hold a bit of a current map lead just by rotating a little faster, but they do not have the gold lead anymore. DSG have managed to equalize that, with gold being on their jungler and mid laner. Meanwhile, for Sentinels, it's isolated more on their bot side. Rahel picked up that 1 kill. So DSG, considering it's 4-1 in kills, don't actually have that big of a lead over their opponent. Just being, I guess, ahead in the grubs department right there. Did I buy you enough time, Jet? Were you able to take a look?
I'm like so sure that she can buy boots.
Let's pull the audience. Audience, say yay if you think Cass can buy boots. That's a resound.
Yeah, she can definitely buy boots. Why doesn't he have boots?
Say yay if you think Darkwings is going to buy boots this game. That was less yays.
No confidence. He was the player of the game last game. He should know boots. He's going to buy them now.
I have faith in Darkwings.
He's going to put an end to this. He's got 800 gold.
Yeah.
He's about to buy boots.
Okay, back in.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
No, he's staying for another wave.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
This is really delaying things. He's just so slow.
Yeah. We're waiting for it. Taking some damage from Call Me right there. And it's tough to lane against the Aurora at this point, who has Malignance completed, plus upgraded boots. So Call Me definitely picking those ones up.
Yeah, you can definitely buy boots. Yeah, guaranteed. Someone in the stands just said,
I really hope the mic picked that up. Although Cass doesn't have toes.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to get into this topic, actually. Let's get off that real fast. Sentinels pushing in another wave here in the mid lane. Kizno ready for a potential play. Could use a playful trickster over the wall. Has a Cyclone. Not going to go for it. I'm just going to ignore whatever they're shouting now, because I'm assuming it's nothing worth sharing on broadcast. Engage from Lions out onto Rahel. But Kizno wasn't ready on a bubble from Hui to keep him alive, but in comes Call Me. Rahel still alive.
Wow.
Rahel holds the line. Hambach with the kill and the punish.
That's crazy. The angle was actually so good for DSG, but Sentinels is able to outplay it. The biggest thing is the bubble onto the Wukong.
That was incredible.
Before he'd be able to engage on her health. That would have been enough damage on top of the Aurora damage to get the kill, but it just makes Rahel
he still has it though!
He's all now.
Rahel stuck around for another wave and is punished. Kizno with a blast cone. Playful Trickster gets in range to Cyclone.
He built boots.
He built boots!
I'm sorry, I didn't respect your game. You definitely read the patch notes.
And you should feel ashamed, audience members who didn't believe in him. There we go. Tier 2 picked up. Sentinels, they were able to hold the line for Rahel for a brief moment, but him dying there is tough. It gives Sajet a window here to get some more CS. Let's get another look at that play. I believe this was the first engage.
Yeah, I mean, Dash is in lines, is ready to absolutely snap engage him, so he's completely trying to punish Rahel, who's playing super aggressive, but that bubble is ultimately what saves the life of Rahel. He then gets the kill back onto Call Me, but he stuck around and got killed the second time around.
I think Golden Glue's going to have a little less hair by the end of this
That might have been the reaction
series.
to this play after he'd survived it, where good night Lucian. Still very far ahead, about 600 gold ahead of his counterpart. And they're going to continue to give gold into this Lucian. This should be first turf for him.
Yeah. The Herald will charge in. Rahel will pick that up, get another wave here. And I understand moments like that as an 80 carry. You think you have your support near enough, but it was such a fast play. But can Castle survive this play? Actually goes for the wave. 1v1's Impact. Has his own wave behind him. Impact's going to try and snip, clear this one out. We have a Nami coming up as well. TP could cover from Call Me, but he's 1v1ing Darkwing bot side with Kizno. Ooh. We got two dives happening at the same time. The Nami will again. Public execution misses from Castle. He's taking too much damage, but he's got the Castle Lions! DSG support will save the life of the top laner. Body blocks, hot box, Vault Breaker. Sentinels cannot kill the Mbessa.
I mean, both sides that were defending the dive played it very well. Darkwings, even though it looked like he was completely out of cooldowns, had a perfect flash on the Wukong E to make it so he couldn't get followed up by the Wukong R. And then Castle right there is just able to do Eclipse Mbessa things where the shields just keep coming. And I'd say Lions as well, just body blocking the Vi Q throughout the end of it. Very well played there on both sides.
Yeah, sometimes even if you don't have CC, you can just stand between the enemy jungler and your top laner. Hotbot getting some damage on the Kizno, but in comes the Cyclone. Call Me's there, they gotta kill this fast. TP answer, Darkwings is there, trying to get damage on the Call Me as Rahel and Huhi are even nearby. But Call Me will make it to safety for now. Sentinels, do they want to push? Impact Splash from Impact! Not gonna find it! Call Me's out of there!
What a great escape right there. Impact burning flash and teleport and coming away with absolutely nothing. The overall map pressure still looked like it was in the favor of Sentinels, but they expended so much on that play. And now DSG are the first ones back on the map, so Call Me able to get a free wave top. And Sajet is just pushing mid lane, getting closer and closer to that Lucian's power.
Ooh, another close game, Jab. Game number one, DSG.
LCS, baby.
Came in with a lead. Sentinels were able to equalize it. It was a banger. And this time around, Sentinels, they still have the turret lead, but the gold and the objectives in favor of DSG. Gold's about even, but they have the grubs and now one extra dragon on top of it. So, I mean, we kind of came in. It was a rivalry for some of the players, maybe, because 3/5 of the roster went over to DSG, but or rather went over to Sentinels. I didn't think it was going to be a close match, though, as now another play from DSG on the Darkwings. Call Me getting fed. 3-1-2 on the Aurora.
They have better trigger pull on the side of DSG. They have more hard engage, and also this game they're playing well together in terms of creating numbers advantages, so they can just kind of go all in on these plays, dump all their cooldowns, and secure kills, and that's the third time they've been able to punish Darkwings this game.
Call Me's having a fantastic performance on this Aurora. Kizno's having a fantastic performance on the Wukong. Castle's dancing on him.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Kizno, man. Coming in, short-term substitution right here. Had a pretty solid early game on the Pantheon. There's going to be a lot of things he regrets about that first game, but it was more the team not being able to close it. Helped get his 80 carry super fed, and here, back-to-back ganks in mid lane, gives him the 2 kills. Good objective control. Really playing well on Wukong.
3-0-2, incredible performance. And also, we haven't talked too much about Call Me, so I just want to give some information for anybody might not be as aware of a newer player coming into the LCS. Joining us from the TCL, where he was playing most recently for a team called Misa, with Closer, actually, jungler that should be known to North American audiences. Before that, he was in the Nongshim pipeline over in LCK. So he's definitely got experience under his belt, and he is showing that experience right now with a big lead in the mid lane, but Darkwing's still trying his best to find something on the Castle there.
Yeah, and even though Darkwings, wow, look at that road he's taken. Another KT rollster.
Yeah, there's so many. We're just collecting them at this point. There's actually a really funny web between Castle, Call Me, Hambach, and Rahel. If we have more downtime, maybe I'll have a chance to kind of explain that. But there was one tournament where Rahel basically just smashed all of them. So, yeah, you know.
Okay.
Shout out Leaguepedia. You can just find
there might
random
be a
facts
second
like that
tournament
on there.
called the LCS lock-in tournament, but we'll see. We'll see if he's able to do it. Hasn't been smashing so far this series, that's for sure. But really trying his best here in game 2. 220 CS, a lot of resources going towards him. Going to be hitting Infinity Edge very soon. Got a ton of power on this Electrocute Lucian, which is again more lane focused. Really wanted to win this lane in a big way, and the map pressure starting to move back towards Sentinels, and it's because of this Lucian Nami that's in the mid lane. DSG can't step up on that wave, so they always get mid push first, and then they can move to sides.
Castle fancies himself a 1v1, has a level up over Dark Wings. Petrifying Gaze available. He's gonna have to play it correctly though. Throws out his dodge.
Wow.
Castle with the sidestep and the solo kill.
Really nice movement there from Castle. Merc Tread's Hex Drinker as well just makes it so that Cassio damage doesn't even seem like it's happening after the normal Ambessa shields and the Eclipse. So Castle just completely wrecks Darkwings here.
It was a double AP solo lane draft from Sentinel. So you know whichever one you're going to be up against in lane, MR will be high value.
Yeah.
Love this from Castle.
Until Lucian arrives. So it's really going to be on Lucian to try and carry this game, because you can see like Castle's going to win both side lanes.
Yeah.
Makes the game super interesting that Sentinels is always getting pushed mid, but then Castle kind of beats everyone inside, at least at this stage in the game.
Castle having a great performance here in game 2. 1-0-1 with a bit of a lead as Rahel the focus, but not going to go down. Teleport in from Darkwings right now. He doesn't have the team fully behind him, so now Sentinels have to walk up, and they will push DSG back. Darkwings, big damage. He's got home guards there, plus the boots finish, but not fast enough. DSG will be able to back off as, ooh, that looks like another TP.
Yeah, Drake's up in 10 seconds, so they're trying to get everybody here. Rahel's going to go for a fight mid.
Yeah, I mean, this Colin's big. Has to flash away. Kisno trying to get the safety, but Rahel's coming in. The walls are closing in. Hambach locking Kisno down for long enough. And that is a kill picked up. It's traded back. Jungler for jungler as Lions now trying to keep Castle alive. Another sidestep with the Petrifying Gaze. Darkwings just can't land them. Calmy's now joined in on the fight. The solo laners for DSG are holding the line. Double kill to Rahel. He just cannot go down. Sentinel's 80 carry. Trying his best to carry the fight. Impact trying his best to get this kill. We'll find it. In comes Rahel. Tag him back. The turret will save Castle's life. And it's a slaughter for both teams.
These fights are crazy, Kangas. They go all in mid lane as Dragon's about to spawn in 10 seconds. So they see the TP channeling bot lane and say, our time is now, we're gonna fight. And they just send it all the way on to Wukong. You can see Rahel zoning off Lions, goes pretty deep on the middle of the map here, but then if Castle lands that first Ambessa ult on a Darkwings, I think it's a different story.
Yeah.
He's a little slow on this approach, so they take their time killing him. Another perfect pixel dodge by Castle there on the Cassio ultimate. He lasts a long time, and then this is where the fight gets extremely crazy. Yunara on the backside falls to Rahel, just getting a couple of crits. And then at the very end here, Rahel rejoins it. And this is everyone's face watching this fight.
Oh,
so I can't believe what's happening.
But shout out to Rahel. You were the first one to point it out when you're a pro 80 carry and you get smashed by a rookie like that. You got a chip on your shoulder. 3-1-2, he played that fight beautifully with a sliver of a health bar, sticking around for much longer than I would have expected. But it was basically a wash for both teams. The gold is still about where it was. DSG have a lead. They have 3 dragons now, plus the grub, so they are still in an advantaged position. Sentinels will get their 4th turret, though. That's really the only metric that they're ahead in. Maybe they're ahead in finding picks. Now Lions gets safety.
Yeah. Dragon going over to DSG in the aftermath of that fight is pretty big because it puts them on soul point. The Infinity Edge is also really big for Rahel because at this point now, if he gets a little bit of Nami speed and gets a quick Lucian combo off on pretty much anyone, now he's starting to threaten lethal damage.
Yeah.
So he's got to play extremely well, but he's down both Flash and Barrier, so it's a push and pull. If he does dash forward at this point, Lions would be able to get him because he can't answer with Flash. So once his Flash comes back up, it'll be interesting to see if he's still far enough ahead to play extremely aggressively.
I imagine he will have that Flash by the time Dragon is up. We have 4 minutes. Yeah, he should have that Flash in no time. So DSG, I mean, if they can force the issue, go for the Baron buff right now. Sentinels, they don't have their Gwen with them. TP could come up. And Castle's pushing another wave here mid. Sentinels will try and catch that one, but it's still focused on the Baron. Castle trying to keep Rahel away from the fight. Calmy as well! Finds the pop on a Hui. Castle Castle getting kited by Rahel, who will stay alive. The Lucian just won't go down. Hambach throws his life away. Kizno will be traded. It's jungler for jungler, support for top. Sentinels coming out a little ahead, but with Rahel down a health bar, they have to back off.
Jeez, that was a level 17 Ambessa trying to carry the game there, but he had a Maw and Mercury Treads against a 3-item Lucian, so he ends up barely losing that duel. And then I think at the very end, Kizno saw it was 4v3, probably wanted to keep fighting, but I think could have just kept clicking backwards to give them the 2-for-1. Instead, it ends up being a trade in the favor of Sentinels. So, I mean, Castle sees his angles, thinks he's unstoppable at this stage in the game, and does a good job keeping Rahel, Impact, and Huhi pretty much out of the fight. Gives him more time. This is where you'd want DSG to maybe walk away or at least make Sentinels keep chasing because Rahel was so low, but it ends up just giving Rahel a little bit of extra gold now, working towards that 4th full item.
Close to finishing that one here, as he has a 1.7k gold lead over Sajed. The Baron was the bait there from DSG. Oh, now they might just be able to capitalize again. Still no flash on Rahel, and that's a little more damage from Calmy than we saw from Castle. Absolutely bursted down. Calmy putting the game on his shoulders.
Storm Surge has procced, and it is completely one-shot Rahel, who's going full damage, no MR, and that was through barrier from the looks of it as well. So massive burst. Might turn into a Baron start once again here by DSG.
Rahel's all the gold right now, so they can try and contest. They will TP in. They have Gwen going into the mid lane. DSG's answering on the top side here. They're about half health. That's a flash dodge for Darkwings, but everyone's still trying to pile on. But Impact trying to be the front line now. Keep everybody away from the Cassiopeia. Sentinels playing this fight beautifully, keeping Darkwings alive. Petrifying Gaze out of 2. Hambach back on the Kizno, dodges away from the Cyclone. So DSG just not fighting their engagement, but they got the knock on the Darkwings. Lions found the Cassiopeia. Hambach did not have the snake behind him, so he will die. And DSG find themselves a team fight win.
2 kills, very low. Don't know if they're going to start Baron again because Rahel is now alive. You could tell the plan was very clearly by DSG. Make them come in and let's win the fight, but they couldn't quite get the right angle. I think it took them a little longer than they wanted to kill Darkweeds and Hambach. Still a good play, but could have been better. Watching it one more time, they didn't really wait for Sentinels to get super close to the Baron. So the engage didn't end up being clean. At this stage, it actually looked a little questionable. Then you remembered one team has an 80 carry and the other 80 carry is in Fountain, so DSG is able to turn this around. At the very end of it, Darkwings falls for the 6th time this game, and Hambach falls as well.
Good start of the fight for Sentinels. If they just played around Darkwings, maybe they find something else, but it was a 5v4. That was going to be a tough play anyway, but it did stop the Baron yet again. DSG have now used that as a magnet twice, one time with a number advantage. And we see, even though Darkwings went down, he did so much damage at DSG, were not able to stick around and go for the objective afterwards. Now Sentinels are actually the team looking at it.
I mean, there are all ultimates up except for Wukong ultimate, which will be up in 8 seconds. Sentinels in a dangerous spot.
Castle has the ultimate available. Flash from Rahel, but it goes Calmy shut down. Rahel does not get popped this time. Castle can't find him. He's looking to get onto the Lucian. He takes the blast cone away. Rahel doesn't have the damage anymore. And now DSG can clean up the rest of the members. The Lucian flew out of the fight, but he flies back in. Double kill to the Wukong, but Rahel is still alive. If he can kite back, maybe he can find the miracle. But Kizno, the emergency sub with the triple kill and the ace.
7-kill Wukong, and this is a replay of one of the Baron fights. We're watching it. It's the one we just saw, and it's just an incredibly risky Baron by Sentinels. They don't have flank vision. Baron has 20,000 health, so they can't burst it quickly, and Huhi just instantly gets deleted. Rahel on the outside here gets blasted away by the super blast cone and tries his best to carry this fight from the back end, has a nice sidestep, but ultimately it's a Wukong with the fully stacked passive, so he's going to get the chase down, and I believe this is Chemsoul now in the aftermath of this fight, which is going to make it even more difficult for Sentinels to win.
And that was Kizno on your screen right there, chuckling to himself, an emergency substitute. It was supposed to be Kryra. They couldn't get him in time, so Sajed said, I know a guy. And what a showing from Kizno so far. He had a decent game 1, but an incredible game 2 here on the Wukong.
So let's take stock here. Really fed Wukong, extremely fed Aurora, and then very burstable carries.
Yeah.
Low mobility Cassiopeia, who's been kept down this whole game, and a complete glass cannon on the Lucian. So I think DSG, if they can get an engage onto Rahel, the game is over.
Rahel's got to be very careful right now. He's building some lifesteal, so he can, if he gets chunked, try and heal back up. But it's not poke he's got to deal with. It's burst, and here comes the burst. The ultimate from Mbessa misses. Calmy can't get the damage. Rahel is alive. Lions goes in, but where's the follow-up? Rahel's knocked up, but there's just no damage behind it. And now that's GA from Kizno. Impact buying a lot of space for Sentinels to try and stop the Wukong. He'll trade his life for the support. Shut down to Impact. Kizno finds something for his trouble.
This is a really good series.
Yeah.
These fights are just absolutely non-stop, and they're all about the outplay. So Rahel is able to avoid this version of the full send, where it didn't even look like Calmy landed anything. It almost like he didn't take damage.
Yeah.
He also early barriered, so... And the Mikhails also was used at some point in this fight from Huhi, so Rahel he played that beautifully.
Castle also has not been able to land these public executions onto Lucian. It's tough. Lucian with that E ability, Relentless Pursuit, can get you out of danger, and it's a decent long cast time as Hambach will see Castle.
Baron's still alive, so Sentinels are just redeploying, and they're going to try and take this 5v4.
Castle's getting chased away, and he will make it back to safety, but it has been a battle in the top river. So much action happening here, and no one's been able to get a big enough lead from it to actually execute on the Purple Worm, despite DSG having that Dragon Soul. 4 minutes until Elder. I expect even more action around this top half, so it comes down to vision. There's a lot for DSG.
And something we haven't talked about at all that I'm just noticing now is Impact is actually really fed. Somehow Castle's 2,000 gold down. Dusk of Dawn is probably the most broken item in the game currently. Gwen's a great user of it. And on 3.5 items, if they don't catch Impact as well as Rahel, then they could still be in for a lot of pain.
And we saw what he was able to do. Ooh, bubble over the wall into Lions. He's built relatively tanky, though, so they want to all commit into it. And now the public execution does land. They got Rahel. The 80 carries down. Calmy's in some trouble. Impact is getting bursted. Double kill the Castle. Shut down for the triple as Hambach's got to retreat. Dark Wings flashes away. DSG trade their mid laner for 3.
Interesting decision. They might have had a chance to run down mid lane and get a lot, but I think Baron is the correct call here. With Soul already acquired, this is going to be their 3rd Baron of the series.
Yep.
We'll see if it can lead to their first win.
This is a much later Baron last time around. By this point in game 1, they had 2. Now it's their first one because of how much Sentinels has made them work for it. But with a 4,000 gold lead and team fights like this, DSG might just be able to pull it off.
Yeah. Right there, able to land it on Rahel, and that's when everyone flies in. This time, Lions combo, so there's no way of dodging. You can see Calmy took a bunch of damage from Impact right afterwards, but then everyone's able to get close enough to just burst down Impact's Gwen as well and finish off the fight.
And that's flashes out from Hambach, flashes out from Dark Wings. So even around this Elder Dragon fight, you won't have flash on your big engage, you won't have flash on your low mobility AP Mage mid laner. Sentinel's job is only going to get harder here as DSG will use this Baron to push in some waves. Big damage there on the turret as Castle will push in this bottom side. Sentinels have 5 members grouped though. Maybe they look for a snap engage here. DSG will back off as they only have the cannon minion.
I mean, Sajet is really not behind anymore at this stage in the game. You can see 4 full items working on his 5th. That's
top lane
the
as
same
well.
As Rahel.
With the triple kill to Castle, you were highlighting it was like a 2K gold lead, but now Castle actually has the lead over Impact, but he is slightly isolated. In comes Impact, in comes Hambach. No flash on the Vi. He's got to chase him down. Impact's looking for the slow. Castle has a lot of magic resist, and in comes Lion to back him up. Impact has to flash to safety as Nami ult will cover the retreat. DSG have multiple members, but Sentinels will get out. They were looking for a pick, and it shows now how much stronger Castle is. Impact can no longer just hard win that 1v1.
Definitely not. 1 minute until the Elder fight. We're going to have another one. 2 Elder fights in 2 games between, I guess, I don't want to call Sentinels old DSG because Sentinels is a new team.
They are a new team.
But that's how DSG sees it.
And the CEO is watching right now, so I would advise against that as well.
They're old Phoenix 1.
Ah, true.
Yeah, they got pieces. They got pieces of a lot of old teams for a new team. But just looking at this game, I wonder if they can clutch it up once again. Last game, they were able to win through experience and late game team fighting. It looks like they're in a bigger deficit now as DSG is just trying to take control of the jungle here and set up for Elden.
And two of the bigger differences from last game to this game. Darkwings not having a pop-off performance on the cast compared to the Azir, and Huhi is not on this primary engage support that can really find that play. Both of those things were in Sentinel's favor last time around. Now DSG don't have to worry about a Huhi flank. They don't have to worry about Darkwings, on this really, kind of like quasi-engage mid laner here that can find his own plays. Petrifying Gaze is a more defensive tool. So Dragon, though, coming up in 5 seconds. That's going to be the big fight.
All right, Death Dance completed for the Ambessa. Still sitting on a few components for Yunara, but really just look to see who they can one-shot at the start of the fight. They're going for Hambach.
Yeah, he's got the Guardian Angel, but Calmy sees Huhi and just tries to pop the Nami. Not enough damage. In comes the Teleport. Castle find a lot of space. Darkwings misses the Petrifying Gaze again, and Calmy lives! Almost burning down. Rahel's trying to get the damage. Impact needs to be the hero for Sentinels, but a double kill to Sajed. Rahel just can't get in range. The flash, the W, he finds it! Rahel will get one, but that's 1 for 4. DSG are gonna make the march through mid lane.
At what cost? They don't even need the Elder. Rahel would have to 1v4. It looks like DSG is gonna send us to a game 3.
I mean, he's gotta look for some miracle here. Get onto the wave. He dodges Lions Engage again, but there's just too many members. The ace for Kizno, and what a debut for a young roster. They have the wave, they have the death timers. DSG have won game number 2. They have equalized the series, and Riot Games Arena, you're in for a treat. We got a game 3.
45 kills in an absolute banger. The 10-kill Wukong as well, leading the way for Kizno. That's got to feel so satisfying for DSG, being such underdogs coming into this one, feeling like they had game 1 just in the bag, not having it, but coming back in game 2. Lounge, break this one down. How'd they do it?
How did they do it?
That is a fantastic question.
In 3 words or less, Raz.
Yeah.
Go. Chaotic fights. I'll go for 2. All right, I'll take the
Wow,
wow.
look at that efficiency.
He went for the under.
I'm saving the word.
I know.
I'm saving the word. This game was very chaotic, but a lot of it is on DSG, and there's not a lot of faith coming around with DSG, but I think in the last 2 games we got to see some
Speak
great
for yourself,
performances.
doubter. I said they would lose with 1 game winning.
Is the most DSG favored person?
Let's just start the fights, because specifically I'm going to focus on towards Baron, because DSG has a lot of great positioning on Baron, but I think the first few plays, we're going to talk about, I think, the lack of patience when it comes to playing around it. So this one around here, they're on the objective itself. Castle is going through mid and just pushing it hard. And then he's going to take positioning because they have a great control ward. A in the line bush, and then B, of course, if you want to even get that far. But so far, that is the take. But Castle says, actually, I think I found a fight here, guys. You guys come along with me. So they have to ditch the Baron altogether to then join the fight that Castle has going through mid lane, which makes it awkward for Sajid, who's here, trying to figure out how do I enter the fight at all. So I think here, even though DSG ends up coming away initially with a 1-for-1, no, the fight goes long enough, and it's a poor positioning from Kizno because he has to deal with Tark Spoons on the left side, though they end up losing numbers for that. So it's like, okay, if we're a little bit more patient here, let them come into our Baron, then it's going to be a lot better. So you look at this situation here, and it's the same problem in a way when it comes to patience, because let me actually show Fog of War here. Lion is a great position. Baron vision is hard for them to approach. Problem is, Castle just burns ulti immediately trying to get a pick on towards, I'm pretty sure it was Darkwings. If you just wait a little bit longer for Lions to actually get the setup for you, then this fight becomes immediately much better. Because remember, it's a 4v5. Rahel is not here. The fight shouldn't be this close for how great of a setup that you had, and especially walking into a Cassiopeia, a Gwen that's just throwing ultis at you. It is going to be difficult to approach the fight in general. So in the end, yes, they win the fight, but they're so low HP, and Rahel is coming back from base that you're going to basically lose it in the next round. But thankfully, this time around, Sentinels is on Baron. They're the ones that are going to be basically setting it up for DSG. Great TP coming in from Rahel, and so now it's Call Me setting up with a great ulti. Immediately, because of the slow, you're able to get Castle going straight into the back line, and this is a much smoother fight for DSG with the lead that they currently had. So this is just like criticism overall about DSG and how they set up around Barons and the lessons that they can learn going in, especially in going to game 3, and being able to finally click it together in the last fight.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like you can look at it through the negative lens, but you can also look at it through the positive lens that they're getting themselves both in game 1 and in 2 in winning positions.
Yes.
Where they just need a little bit more patience, right? It's not like, oh, you don't have the hands, you're just getting blown out in lanes. No, you're in these games with a really good shot. You just need to slow down, coordinate. It was the same thing we saw in the turret dive in game 1 up by the inhibitor tower in bot lane. It's the same thing we saw where Darkwings came in with that Azir shuffle where they had picked off Rahel.
True.
Just stop skipping steps and communicate a little bit about what the engage is going to look like before it happens. And I feel like they would be crushing these 2 games.
Yeah, and I feel like the even further like silver lining it, I also felt like Raz, you kind of demonstrated it in your like Baron setups where they learn a little bit each time, right? Like a little bit, yeah.
There it is.
They're scaling mentally. But I think it is really heartening to see how they kind of are learning in real time how to play together because, like we already covered, Kisno is substituting in, right? They don't have their starting jungler. And I did think, to like single him out specifically, I thought he looked a lot more well coordinated with the team in this game too than he did in game 1.
100%. I think, especially just looking at the series as a whole, a player that I wanted to be able to call out is, I think, like in the bottom lane, Sajed in game 1, his Kaisa was very fluid, very smooth. I think his team fighting is mechanically very impressive. And in game 2, you can make some criticisms in terms of like, because you had like a note actually about
before the team fight, he was super greeting and he was sitting on like 2k gold trying to get a full completed item before he based. And then the other team just forced the fight. And it was super close fight. It was over by the red side jungle. There was people with like 1 HP or 1 auto of HP. And he was sitting on 2k gold. That's one where it's like, to me, that's the inexperience. You know, it's getting a little bit greedy when the other team recognizes it and can punish.
Yeah, exactly. But package all of that up, and at least from the mechanic standpoint, this man is ready to play in Tier 1. He is doing a very great job, I feel like, on stage today. So super interested to see who the standout player is going to be in the final game of the series.
Well, the standout player in this game, call him player of the game. Call me.
Okay.
That's terrible. I didn't write that.
What a mom joke is that?
But he did have like a few early slip-ups, but his Aurora ended up being such a massive difference maker, especially in these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he was playing super aggressive. You know, wasn't afraid to just kind of throw himself in. Had a great pick on Rahel at a point where Rahel was like 2k ahead. Was able to basically solo out the Lucian. This was a pretty big moment, you know, being able to actually get that catch, get that kill in onto him. Did feel like a bit of a game changer, and Call Me, I think, you know, wanted to have a stronger game too. I don't think he was looking as good in game number 1. So it's great to see some of these players that are at least playing with a lot of confidence. Clearly there are some mistakes being made and stuff, but I like when you see young players or new players to a league come out and just play with confidence, right? Play with aggression. Like, it's okay to make mistakes. You need to kind of like practice the way you want to play, right? And you need to have the confidence to be able to do that.
100%. Because it felt like even just progressively throughout the game, his plays were getting cleaner and cleaner. And so, like, I think it's a really good sign, especially for the players coming in for DSG, for how well they are cleaning it up from game 1 to game 3. Thank God we have a best of 3s for this one.
Yeah, and SEN select first pick, and DSG select blue side.
That's a shocker.
The incredible global trend. We are not breaking it here today.
Maybe someday.
One day.
Does anyone want to flip their predictions based on what they've seen? Because I've been really pleasantly surprised by how
DSG has been better.
Yeah, DSG. Are you flipping?
No, but I still think they've been better.
Raz is thinking about it.
To hell with it, fine, I'm flipping. I don't have my flip-flops, so I'm not gonna be throwing my shoes at the camera.
I think we have some back there with your face on it.
I might bring it over. I'm not gonna do it now.
We will see if Raz's flip-flopping pays off as we see who closes out this second series right after the break.
In there, nice guys, good job. Why we cannot win in 25 minutes? We need to play 40 games.
Yeah, never play that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Lucian. Lucian. Hit the hit.
Lo cayó.
I'm okay.
I'm just ahead and whistle.
Grand no play.
Go.
One HP, don't play.
W. Go.
Dragon.
Go Dragon, puto.
Yeah.
Kids know the emergency sub with the triple kill and the ace. Welcome back to game number 3 between Sentinels and Disguised. An even series for day 1 of the return of LCS for both of these teams. Sentinels' first ever series in the LCS, Jad, and it's a banger.
It is a banger. The total game time, the total kills, and also just the total amount of gold that's changing hands. These first 2 games have been absolutely insane, and Sentinels has got to be reeling a little bit because a lot of times when you're the big favorite like that, and you win a game 1 in such weird fashion of being down kind of the whole time and squeaking it out, a lot of times that game 2, you almost snap back to reality and put the other team in the dirt, but the opposite happened.
Yeah, they were in gravity that time. They kind of fell down.
Yeah, DSG just did it better.
Yeah, DSG, and it was a different way they did it better. So in game 1, it was Sajed that was the main character. He was the hero with all the gold. This time, Call Me had a breakout performance in the mid lane, showing the Aurora and what that's able to do. Meanwhile, Darkwings, I mean, we went into the game thinking, yeah, they had a lot of mid lane bans. The Azir was already picked. What else does Darkwings have? And the Cassiopeia did not impress. So I think some more eyes will now be on Darkwings to see what else is he capable of and what other champions. Because we know he's good on the Azir. Now, what else is he able to play? I don't think Teemo, sorry to the honest man, but that is a great drawing, though. Incredible.
Absolutely incredible drawing, especially if they did that today after they got here. I will say, I think that Sentinels will just pick Darkwing's champion earlier this game because the Victor and the Syndra bans didn't come through until the 4-5.
Yeah.
So I think just making sure that he gets, preferably even just Victor, in this draft would give them a nice scaling option later in the game.
And only Orianna's been banned. They banned the Rise on their side, but we see here that the mid lane pool is much bigger. Be the Bird. I don't get that reference.
Maybe.
Is that Anivia?
Sure. Why not?
Yes, Anivia. Okay, cool.
That's another Darkwings champion.
That is?
So you never know.
Be the Bird. Yeah, live up to the name. The wings. Bring them all out. Can we get a 3rd Bird champion for Darkwings now? For the best of 5s, of course.
Who are all the Bird champions?
Well, no, I'm saying design team. We need to, I think, make a new one. Oh, wait, we are here. Yeah. So Xayah, Rakan. There's a couple.
Yeah. Do you consider Azir a Bird?
Yes.
Okay. So that's already enough Bird champions.
There we go. We fixed it.
Okay,
They haven't logged in a mid laner for him yet, though. It was J4 first pick. Sion and Xinjiao are the answers for DSG.
Wow, taking the Sion away from Impact. Also, I'm a little shocked that Jarvan is up this late in the series. He's such high prio, super early in the series that I've been watching. So Hambach going to have a good performance. He's really underwhelmed expectations aside from his first gank on Kiana. That was great.
Yeah.
Since then, could see better.
And we got the Aphelios to pair behind the J4. Also, shout out, we have a resident fan, LCS super fan, who always brings the J4 sign with him. His license plate has the #1 most steals across the world, or maybe top 3, I don't remember, in the world. He's saying #1. He's saying number one. One day we'll interview him. We'll hear his story live. But for now, I'm just going to tell people that we got a really cool fan that always comes.
Jarvan the 4th license plate to watch Jarvan the 4th. And as expected, Victor just picked for Dark Wings. So
you called it?
I think it's comfort choices across the board here. They blind picked the Aphelios for Rahel. I mentioned last year his Aphelios Jinx were the things that he found the most success on, even if they weren't super meta. So Sentinels is going late game here with those first 3 picks.
Meanwhile, Call Me, we saw what the Aurora could do. Akali, similar kind of high execution threshold mid laner. You can find really, really big highlight plays. And potentially was just warming up to get to this point here into the Victor low mobility mage that, yes, can get some shielding, can slow you down a little bit, but Akali, if you're able to outplay, can still give Victor a lot of problems. Now it's about the bot lane, DSG banning away things like the Lulu, the Thresh. Interesting to see the Thresh pop up here.
Yeah, it's because it's a great pair with Aphelios. So gives him a little bit of extra mobility, and then Aphelios Thresh is a very strong 2v2 lane. So they're just trying to eliminate the best 2 enchanters with the Aphelios so far.
We actually saw a double pentakill Aphelios earlier today. Now that I remember, I think that was with the Thresh support. Shout out LEC. They had a double pentakill going.
It takes a special type of skill to run into Aphelios twice in a row to get pentakilled.
200 years times 2, 400 years. 400 years more experience in that moment. Bard, though, has been left up, and that is locked in for Lions.
Yeah, and I love Bard against Victor Aphelios, especially with Thresh banned. So Lions could land some huge Bard ultimates, and it's going to be just really difficult for the Victor and Aphelios to deal with that throughout the game.
But if you get enough lockdown, Bard sometimes can be a little squishier. Nautilus can be a tough matchup for him. Rel also will provide more primary engage, because currently it's just that J4 as the big engage tool. They will pair that with the Rel now. Less defensive tool for Aphelios. You can still, help peel for Aphelios in bad situations, but in general, I see Rel more so as like, let's go in, let's start this
for
fight.
Sure. It's absolutely a hard engage champion, so the peel isn't necessarily there for Rahel. I do really like what DSG has done in their 4-5 bans in both games. I think they got huge value pushing Dark Wings to Cassiopeia in game 1. Impact pulling out the pocket Mordekaiser
Which version
as
of
usual.
Impact? Which version of Impact are we going to get, Jet?
Yeah, Impact, Mordekaiser versus Sion. What's interesting here is, at least historically, little known fact about Impact, he really cared about the opponent's support champion when he'd pick Mordekaiser as well. He loved it into Nautilus specifically, because it would just eliminate his ability to engage, because you just eat the Nautilus right away and then solo him as Mordekaiser. I don't really feel like there's a champ in this game that he'll be able to ult and easily kill. So it's not as nice of an angle as he usually finds, but I think he just wants it into the Sion.
I guess maybe you could say the Akali, but that's assuming she doesn't have the smoke screen up, so that would be a great tool to kind of buy time in that ult. But we'll see how Impact wants to pilot that one. It could just be about that 1v1. I'm looking at the rest of the map thinking they have great engage, but low mobility. AD carry and low mobility mid lane. Bard loves to find these low mobility champions to snipe with long range ults, follow up with, the magical journeys and the cosmic bindings, and you have an Akali following you up on that with the Sivir speed boost. So I'm really liking blue side draft so far here. I think red side's going to come down much more to execution as the coaches go. Give one final fist bump of the day. Win or lose, somebody's got to take it. Disguised Sentinels tied 1-1 in their debuts for LCS in 2026.
I understand now that you're saying you like blue side draft is in the team that is playing blue side.
Yes.
But it's so hard for me to disconnect my brain from the team that had first pick. So that's just going to take a lot of getting used to, this first selection.
I'm happy with us, though. Neither of us made any mistakes with that in the first 2 games, and I'm going to say that we didn't make a mistake there either. So, pat ourselves on the back here. A win means the series goes your way to start off LCS. Sentinels versus DSG on the Rift for Game 3.
Quick rush for brush control in the bottom lane. Another early ward by DSG up towards where Hambach is going to be starting. They want early scouting on the Jarvan to try and make it so he doesn't get any cheesy ganks off. And I mean, let's look at what Sentinels is supposed to do in this game. They need to scale with the Aphelios and the Victor, but I think more importantly, they need to win some lanes early on so that they don't fall far behind. I mean, DSG has kind of ran the early game in both the first and the second game, so I wonder if we're going to see a little bit more aggression out of Rahel Huhi with this Aphelios and Rel.
Yeah, last game they were able to get the CS advantage on Lucian, but the dives didn't really work out for them, so we'll see if this time around they can actually execute a bunch of kills down there. But the early game, you know, it's about even in terms of health bar trades. There was something really cool. As a sport man, I love watching just pros like Huhi play laning phase, using the Rel W to get that shield to walk in, push Lions out of that brush. And now he's using it to great effect just to keep that shield up anytime he's getting traded on.
Yeah, and Sentinels, a little bit of quick history as there's a
They hit level 2 early, flash forward onto Lions, not going to find the kill.
They got the heal out of Lions for sure, but as you can see, Sentinels, crazy that they were originally Phoenix 1 for those that were watching that long ago.
Shout out Mike Young.
Yeah, longest absence from the league before returning. That's 8 years, 5 months.
I don't even know which
interesting
that
record.
Stat. That's a great stat.
Just wait for Velocity to come back and shatter it.
Oh, yeah.
13.5-year hiatus.
What about Coast? Team Coast back in here.
It'll also be a long one.
But yeah, shout out Sentinels. We're Phoenix 1. Again, they've been fantastic so far. Great content. And they are co-streaming as well. If you didn't hear earlier, the CEO with Double Lift and Tarek are actually watching along with us. So they watched 1 game win, 1 game loss. Maybe they can cheer on the team to a victory here today. As the early reset came in from Rahel and Huhi, getting that coal for the Aphelios.
Yeah, pretty important to win any of these games in Swiss. The way this format works is it's just a best of 3 Swiss that started with a random draw. So the winner of this series counts for exactly as much as the winner of the C9 TL series. Yeah. They're both just going to be the 1-0 teams, so they'll go to the upper bracket essentially versus the lower bracket.
No way to tell which team's better between you know, C9 or the winner of this.
Everyone started
They're
from
going
the
to be
same
tied.
seed.
Yeah,
they just both be 1-0.
It's going to be incredible. As yeah, low action early game here, despite the fact that we have the J4 and the Xin Zhao. Both of these junglers I'm known to see have action in the early game. Go for these early ganks. As the Xin Zhao, oh, actually, Lions does spot out Hambach right there. And we have a flank from Kizno. He's coming all the way around. Hambach will commit to the engage onto Lions, who is flashless, healless, rooted in place. Rahel does not quite have the damage. Kizno still hanging out on the side right now, looking for the flank onto Rahel. Huhi and Hambach are split off. The wave is pushing them away, so Rahel is left out to dry. Gift the kill to Sajed. First blood to DSG.
And that could not have gone any better for DSG. The struggle continues for Hambach in these early games. I feel like similar to game 2, highly telegraphed ganks. He's just sitting around, he's warded, he gets spotted out by the Bard, and then they still go for it. So it just gives so much time for Kizno to move around, and then when the gank doesn't work, it just means that Sentinels is so overextended, and then great discipline as well to save the kill for the Sivir.
Yep, I understand the idea. They got Lion so low, he's out of summoner spells, but execution just wasn't there, and Kizno was prepared for it, had the flank angle, and now Sajed with the BF sword first back. We saw Rahel go for the early back with the call. I'd say there's a slight stats differential in the AD carry department right now.
Yeah, they might be able to get some push now with the Sivir, but it's an interesting juxtaposition because Rahel hadn't really been going call. Sajed has been going call in the first 2 games. Sivir, a great call champion. At the same time, he's probably going to get like 400 CS this game, so he could still buy it later. And the BF sword is going to give him a lot of early power here with Sivir.
But top lane is actually going fairly well for Impact. He's getting the shove onto Castle, getting that wave under turret repeatedly here because of how much action the junglers have put towards the bottom side. And this is a pick that expecting to win this lane, has only about evened it out though, as they both will go for their first resets and TP. Mid lane as well, about even. It's all about that bottom side currently. where there's the slight advantage for the side of DSG. Dragon's up as well, and Sivir notorious for having wave clear, wave push. I wouldn't necessarily say the same for Akali, though, so I'm curious which jungler is going to feel more confident to go for that Dragon based on the wave positions.
Yeah, I mean, once Akali's 6, as long as Akali can get there before the Dragon's dead, can still have a large impact on that fight. And they are just fighting so much around this bottom lane. I think it's... I mean, this is just the biggest surprise of this DSG series for me is Sajet and Lions have been the same or bested Rahel and Huhi, which a complete rookie. Lions did not have high stock after his poor season with Lion. A lot of people were like, why would they pick up Lions? But
right.
He's very experienced. He's working very well with this rookie. And the whole game is being played through this bottom lane now, especially now that Sivir's 1-0. So much of the win condition of Sentinels is actually on Aphelios, so trying to keep Rahel out of the game.
And they still have Kisno down here. They saw that the J4 left, so when it becomes lightning, will miss. Kisno cannot commit to the play. Rahel actually kind of tough to gank. The move speed buff can make it tricky to land those skill shots, but now Hambach sees a top lane that's under half health. Not going to commit to it, though. Impact had used the Shadow Realm earlier, so Castle, that's where a lot of his health bar went, and he will just wisely back off.
Yep, looking for some fruit in the river. Going to be able to gobble that up as Kisno freely takes this Drake through mid and bot control. I'm a little impressed here by Calmy's ability to have the shove on the Victor. I think part of that is just because there was so much river control, and Darkwings probably had to respect the gank of Kisno's Xin Zhao, but this is... I mean, it's a pleasant surprise that DSG is competitive. I was really worried. I need to be just completely honest. I was really worried after how the beginning of last year went for DSG. It took them half a year to kind of find a formula that worked with Darkwings and Rahel. Then they lost them right away. I was like, oh man, is it just going to be this like, oh, it's another DSG game, let's watch them get slammed? Clearly not.
Yeah.
Like, Sajet has been great. Kisno's also really good.
For an emergency sub, we need to keep hammering that home. It was meant to be Kryra. Visa issues mean that Kryra can't compete yet. We're hoping that he's able to make it in soon. But, I mean, this is a great substitute to start off. I think Kisno was a little slow in game number 1, if we're being honest, on Pantheon. But since then has really picked it up.
Yeah, but just from like an entertainment standpoint, if your worst team in the league is giving you matchups like this, you're going to have a lot of really entertaining games.
True.
So I'm just personally very excited that we have not only a cool best-of-3 format, but also competitive teams.
I did also note that you took the Sentinels jersey off. The camera hasn't come back to us, but he's not currently wearing it. So does that have anything to do with last game?
I took it off after game 1, Mr. Kangas.
You did.
Thanks
you knew.
for calling me out, though. It was a bit.
Okay, the cardigan looks great.
It's the Darkwings jersey. I'll bring it back if he's able to win this game.
I mean, talking about Darkwings here, still losing the solo lane matchup versus Calmy just in the CS department. And he also was struggling in that last game as well. The Azir was fantastic. Now he could be in some trouble here. Calmy gets a big burst of damage as Arcane Storm will go out. Darkwings, though, links up with the jungler, so Calmy will back off.
Yeah, looks like the Grubs will still be going over to J4. I've heard very mixed opinions on if Grubs is low-key broken or if it's completely useless.
Wow, those are two very different
It really
opinions.
just depends on the game. It depends on if you're able to get a lot of turret hits off or if you can randomly block skill shots with it.
Okay, fair enough.
In this game, I actually feel like they're relatively useless against the Sivir, just because the Sivir is going to be able to withstand any super push that you have later in the game anyway, but it's still decent experience for Hambach.
You also don't have like a solo laner that's really going to be pushing hard, as Impact again uses the Mordekaiser ultimate onto Castle, dodging out on the Decimating Smash, and Castle's in some trouble here. Has the flash available. Wait for that shield cooldown, pulled back in, and he is alive. Did not have to use a summoner spell.
Just keep clicking away with the Doran shield, with Second Wind, with Spectre's Cow.
Yep.
Damage doesn't come out fast enough yet for Mordekaiser, but you can still see Impact pretty comfortable in this matchup. It's not like Castle's necessarily losing it, though, since top lane doesn't do anything but stay in lane. The only things that matter are turret plates, kills, and CS. And currently, Castle has actually not lost many plates. Looks like he's just down 1 plate.
Yep.
And is actually up in CS.
Oh, but he missed the cannon right as you said it.
Minus 0.5. They're not as valuable as they were last season.
Oh, true.
So
yes,
still,
and Twitch chat, it's not -1. Get with the meta.
It's still
-0.5.
-1.
But he will get a push in here as Impact will walk up rather than TPing. So that will be TP advantage now.
He's going to get a plate, too. So he's back even.
There we go. The little mini demolish that everybody gets with those crystals now. As gold in the favor of DSG. The one grub picked up by Sentinels, but answered for that dragon here. Next dragon in a minute and a half. DSG were able to get control over bot lane and mid lane for that dragon because of Calmy's laning prowess, and now he's 18 CS up over Darkwings. Doesn't look like that's slowing down anytime soon.
And I think the name of the game for DSG is just keep controlling dragons. They have Sion scaling in the top lane, who's going to be a strong tank for most of this game. Sivir can keep just shoving lanes in. You can see completed his first major item as well, far ahead of where Rahel's Aphelios is going to be doing it. And then they just move around with Bard Xin, who are both pretty strong in the river. So no need to rush this. DSG in a good position.
So I want to have kind of a wider conversation, because it seems like we have some time before the dragon, about some of the mid laners coming in. Calmy, I'm getting almost hints of like how Saint started off last year, where he was a great individual performer and was getting big leads. I know it's only one series sample size, so maybe too early to call that, but so far, you never really know how Korean players coming into the NA ecosystem are going to perform, but so far, very impressed with how Calmy has looked.
Yeah, he's looking solid, especially because this team has been on such limited practice.
Yeah. Oh, nice little binding there from Lions onto Hambach. Some all in from Kizno. Get a teleport out from top lane. The advantage of TP means that we're going to have more members from Sentinels. The Bard ult will delay, but not save Kizno's life. And he cannot equalize onto Hambach. Rahel gifted the kill.
Yeah, also a teleport advantage there by Impact's Mordekaiser, so he comes in and makes a big difference, whereas Sion can't join. But they're pretty low, so I don't think Sentinels can just straight up win this dragon fight easily. Sion is on the way.
Sajed also has a completed item, so he's feeling confident to walk up. Has ultimate, has Ghost available. In comes the Sion that's flashed out of Hambach as Rahel's getting chunked out. Pops Ghost himself. Sajed not committing any summoner spells, will only use the ultimate. Pop the Happy Bee, say get out of here. That dragon's going to be ours later. Kizno's back on the map and running straight there.
Yeah, big tempo win actually by DSG, even though they lose the fight initially. Look at this. They're going to be able to get an extra wave bottom. Rahel's going to be really sad as an AD carry. Watching this happen is always infuriating, and they get yet another plate.
Sajed the first one to complete the quest as well, so having a really, really good start here. Rahel had an early CS advantage, but that's gone. Now it's 20 in the lead for Sajed, plus that kill. As Calmy will confidently walk up and take that plate.
Yep, using all his cooldowns, but nice little trick there on Akali, throwing your shuriken into your shroud and then flying back to it after taking the plate. So opening up a bit more of a lead, 1,500.
Darkwings does have the upgraded laser though, so that will vastly improve Victor's shoving ability. It's going to be much harder for Calmy to actually get that mid lane push anymore on the Akali. You still have your 5-point strike, which will help, but it will be answered. So it's not going to be as free of a push for this dragon, as DSG did not immediately pull the trigger on it. And now top lane, Castle again in the Shadow Realm. Impact is just using this almost on cooldown here. More damage, and now Hambach as well. Impact picking up the kill on Castle.
Yeah, nice job there. Doesn't matter if you're walking over vision, if you're stuck inside a Mordekaiser ultimate the entire time. See if Impact can start snowballing a bit of a lead here. He was getting close to killing the Sion before. Should be able to finish his Leandries shortly. Gonna definitely get a couple plates here after getting that kill.
But even though Hambach showed topside, Kizno was not close enough to Dragon to just immediately run there. So the immediate thought would be, oh, Sentinels, yeah, they get a kill, but they're punished because they give up another Dragon. They have a chance to contest this if they want to.
Yeah, we'll see here. I think Rahel got pushed back yet again, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, has to respect a possible dive since they don't have vision on Drake. If he stayed, there's a chance that Xin would have just dove him. So loses the game of chicken there by recalling since Kizno was on Drake.
And if you don't have Huhi with you, even the 2v1 dive with Bard ulting the turret, they can kill you so fast. So DSG will get the dragon. Kizno has to
eventually
go back. He was at 1 health. I think he thought the pet would do it, as he also smites away the blue buff. But now Huhi roams all the way topside. Castle is the focus. He has the ultimate, goes unstoppable. CC immune, and gets to safety.
Cowards! Shouts as he flies away. Rahel gonna hope to get a few plates here, but I think the swap is going to follow them. Try to do a cheeky little swap there to get possibly some mid plates. Interesting to see if they stay up there, because you'd want them to be in mid lane soon, but I think they're going to keep Rahel up there against the Sion for at least another wave.
I mean, the top lane is down to 3 plates remaining. It's enough chunk that maybe they feel if they commit people there, they can try and capitalize on Castle, who also built magic resist, so the AD coming in from Rahel with an item and half completed will be felt much more.
it really feels more and more like this game's going to be coming down to the late game team fights. And how well can Sajed position on this Sivir versus how safe can Rahel and Darkwings be on their like double hyper carries. So it's a lot of it's on like Call Me and Lions for like flanking and threatening the Victor Aphelios and how well they can do that, because we know the Sivir is going to be scaling well.
And Sivir also with the Ghost and Flash, plus the ultimate, such high mobility for a champion that otherwise doesn't have like a dash or anything. Can be pretty hard to get on top of, let alone the spell shield. As DSG now start up this Herald, they have Sajed walking up from the mid lane. So Sentinels have a couple members here, but they're not immediately pulling the trigger. Now Rahel's coming down red and white on the Aphelios. He's ready with the Moonlight Vigil as well. Teleport's coming in now. Kisno trying to keep Hambak away. Ults and will smite the objective, but now it's all focused onto Rahel. The Aphelios, what a Bard ult from Lions onto everybody. Sets up Call Me to go for the dive. He has to flash away into the smoke screen. Darkwings not able to get the damage out of the fight, but he might just kill Call Me. No, the Shuriken flipped us safety. Double kill to Call Me. DSG will get the objective, and they'll get out with a trade of kills, 2 for 2.
It's crazy that that fight was actually 2 for 2. It looked so bad for DSG at the very start because Kisno basically used all his cooldowns just to get the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
And then when a 5v5 fight breaks out, it's usually the team that didn't invest in going for the steal. But Lions' Bard ultimate disabling them for so long.
Oh, and Call Me was waiting in the brush, and he capitalizes on Darkwings unawares. Solo kill for Call Me.
That's just a guessing game right there. Call Me left that fight with almost no health but a red buff, looped around, had a bit of regen, and then goes for it. But watching this fight one more time, yes, you do get the smite steal, but then, like, look at this. It looked like Aphelios and Mordekaiser were going to clean up the fight until they get heavily delayed. And Call Me can't really get that much done when he flies in here, narrowly finishing off Hambak. But then, like, look at that. They think Call Me's out. They think he's completely out of the fight. He's at 50 health. Super smart of him to stick around, use the red buff regen, and get that next kill.
Darkwings did not expect that one coming here. As it seems like also Impact tracking that fight, the reason that he wasn't hit by the Bard ult is he pulled Castle into the Death Realm. So that seems to be the name of the game of the team fights, is just get the front line out of there.
Right.
But then you also aren't doing any damage or threatening the back line at all. So yeah, just a tough position for Sentinels in that moment. Great execution from DSG. And now Call Me 3-0-0. Plus a 22 CS lead over Darkwings. He's off to the races.
And waves pushed galore, but Call Me, after winning player of the game on Aurora, now has the gold to kind of carry this game because the front line is there for Sentinels, but they're 2 low mobility carries, 2 flashless low mobility carries, so if Akali gets the right flank, he can eliminate them from fights. It wouldn't matter how much damage they're doing.
As DSG try and push this wave in to get more plates on the mid lane. Dragon's up in a minute, and so is Baron in a minute and a half. It seems like DSG will be able to use this gold lead to just keep pushing for these objective stacks. Sentinels will have to find a really creative avenue in. They have the kind of front-to-back engage tools with the Rel and the J4, but as we highlighted in Pick and Ban, your backline has to worry about a Bard ulting them and a Kali flying in, and even your front line's engaging into a Sivir who can kite back and just shred through you. I'm really favoring DSG's position right now. It's going to be very hard for Sentinels to get back into this game.
I mean, 2 Drakes, 2,000 gold. You're getting kind of close to when objective bounties are going to turn on. Like, they do have a legitimate lead in this game, but game 1, they had a very large lead as well. Were unable to convert. Game 2, they did a lot better. So I still feel like this is winnable for both sides. I think it's really about just playing the Dragon game right here. How are they going to set up, retake, and try and get this 3rd Drake?
Also like to highlight anytime new items come in is, the back will finish. Lions on the Bard going for the Bandle Pipes, even with the extra gold added to the purchase.
Is so good.
Love this item on Bard. You drop 1 W on a teammate. Drop 1 Q on an enemy. Your autos also are able to slow once you get enough chimes picked up. So those meeps will just slow on auto, and then you get faster auto attack speed. Really, really good item.
Bandle Pipes was nerfed in this patch that we're playing on compared to where the other regions are playing. So it's a 300 gold more expensive, but I still feel like the aura value is so incredible. They might just be taking gold here and giving up this Drake.
Interesting. Oh, no, they TP in.
Drake's
it's going to be a
gone,
late Drake contest. Drake is secured for Sentinels. As Call Me an Impact. Now 1v1ing the Bard ult will land as Castle's trying to follow up. Lions takes a big chunk. Rahel in some trouble as Kisno diving deep with his top laner. Rahel does die. Impact does not win the 1v1 in the Death Realm. A double kill to Sajed as DSG will win the team fight. Still Dragon picked up by Sentinels. They're able to get 3 members out of there. DSG a 2 for 0.
Yeah, I mean, you could think the plan there for Sentinels was get the Drake, Mordekaiser will ult the Akali, and then maybe they'd be able to win the fight, but they just couldn't escape after that Bard ultimate sectioned them off, and then Kizno flew in with his Xin ult as well. So really opens this game up now. 5,000 gold after a sweeping team fight win. They push all the waves afterwards. They have total vision, and they didn't get the Drake, but I think they get a bigger lead after that one.
It does slow the Dragon stacking for DSG, but they got a lot of gold for that one as, again, Lions, man, on the Bard is finding really good ults.
But look at Rahel, he's just in no man's land. This is what happens when you force a Drake without having waves pushed as well. You don't have a good retreat path, so they just completely annihilate him. More gold goes over to Sivir, and, I mean, he's got to feel great about this Bard angle. The carries can't dodge his ultimate. He's going to either get them killed or burn a flash every single time.
And we had talked about Lions earlier, saying it's kind of a tough position for a player like him to be in. I mean, he's on the team Lion, his favorite organization in LLA. He name changed to Lions because he wanted to play on that team. Then he gets dropped a year after they join North America, but this series so far, he has shown he is a very solid engaged support. He has found multiple angles to give DSG winning team fights.
Yeah, big shout out to DSG. Took them a while to win their first match last year.
Yeah.
If they win their first match here in 2026, it's going to be onwards and upwards for them. It's always so hard to judge based off the first game here because we are talking a lot about Kizno and him being emergency substitution, but even though Sentinels has everyone, they were delayed getting Hambach as well. So they haven't had their ideal amount of practice either, even if they are a more experienced team across the board. Definitely on the back foot, though. Not wanting to lose to DSG.
I will say some of the things that we've learned, though, because I had a lot of questions about Sentinels coming into this series. One thing we've learned is, I will say Impact looking better than he was last year. That was the biggest question mark, was which version of Impact would we get? I don't think this is MVP Impact, but it is solid Impact. He got a solo kill on Cassante to Renekton. He's got the lead right now in this top lane matchup. One of the other questions I had was, how is Darkwing's going to develop as a player? One crazy carry performance in game 1, rough performance on the Cassiopeia. This game, still a lot to be determined, but about 50-50. Rahel's been the bigger surprise for me, though. He hasn't really been able to bring it together. He was the one that I was like, oh, that's the rock of the team. That's the one that will be able to perform.
That was my expectation, too, was that Rahel was going to be this like hyper carry for this team that's able to get a bunch of gold and then carry team fights. But he just hasn't been able to get leads.
Against the Jet, the rookie 80 carry coming in here. So I guess there's always two sides of the coin. Tough for Rahel not being able to find these leads so far, but great for Sajed on a debut performance as a rookie here in the LCS. Is who he gets chunked over the wall right there. DSG are fighting for buffs at this point. The next Dragon's in a minute and a half. Baron is still on the table right now. So if they find a pick, they're on the Baron side. They could just look for it, or they can look to find Dark Wings. Swing and a miss from the Tempered Fate. Flash out of Dark Wings. That Summoner Spell down for the mid laner as Castle now slowed. The rest of Sentinels force flash out of the top laner. Castle trades Summoner Spells for Dark Wings and no kills either way.
Yeah, definitely. You can see Sentinels is kind of hoping for any type of fight there, thinking that maybe Castle had overstepped, but all things considered, that's a win for DSG. Getting the flash out of Darkwing's Victor makes him a much more vulnerable target in the next fight. Call Me is definitely on a ward. Good chance he realizes it, I would think.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how Impact wants to play this, as he will pull him back in. Doesn't land the Q. Call Me getting big damage on Impact. Yeah, he must not have, because now he is surrounded by 4 members of Sentinels. Will Perfect Execution flash away, but shut down regardless. Impact picks up the kill.
Big mistake there. Bounty goes over to Impact. Drake up in 30 seconds as well, so Call Me will only be able to teleport in about 10 seconds after it spawns. Decent chance Sentinels can control this, but gotta be a little careful. Sivir still 3 full items. Feel like DSG is going to look to contest this. They will have Bard ultimate soon.
Can always look for the pick with that. 7 seconds until that is available.
They're going to try and burst it for sure. Rahel doesn't have the best guns, but he's going to try and cycle the better teamfight guns on this Drake.
And Call Me, even if he does TPN, won't have ult, won't have flash. So it's not even like that much advantage if they can stall this dragon. Maybe they find a pick, but it looks like engaged now from Who. He has Sentinels want to be the ones to pull the trigger. Kizno forced back. Sajed shredding through Impact's health bar as Who he will die as well. The Bard ult onto Rahel. He's got a flash. His ult doesn't go off. Sajed is bombing off in the team fight. Massive damage from the Sivir. A triple kill to Kizno. What did they feed these rookies for breakfast? They stepped up huge.
What a team fight there by DSG after a mistake from Call Me. They keep a calm head, they secure the Drake, and they're likely going to turn this into Baron as well.
It's the rookies that make the difference. Look at Sajed holding his own on Impact.
Dodges Q, spell shields the E, gets the kill. They get the Bard ultimate on Rahel. He immediately flashes, sidesteps, doesn't miss a beat, never cancels an auto, gets the reset on W, kills another one. He's not getting credit for the kills, but I feel like he carried that fight.
Oh, incredible performance.
Go, Sajed. You're on fire today.
Yeah, well played, bro.
Forward flash. He's locked in.
That's the response?
Yeah, no acknowledgement. You're on fire. Of course I am.
Yeah, that was expected. I knew. But again, I got to talk with some of the players before they took to the stage today, and vibes were good, but it was very much more like a, we're just going to kind of have fun with it. We don't have the full roster together. We're going to give it our best shot.
Look out.
It wasn't like a, we're going to smash!
Good night.
As Call Me's doing just that. Another solo kill on a Darkwing.
So what happens if Akali gets going in the side lane? You just wait in the bush for the other guy to show up, and then you one-shot him. So very nicely done by Call Me. And they kept the expectations low, and the feelings are so good when you are the underdog like this and you're this close to victory. So they are playing with style and confidence now.
And we saw Papa Smithy at Twitch chat say right there, baby Masu performing. A reminder, Sajed replaced Masu on FlyQuest Challengers. Masu was a huge call-up for the region. Sajed was the one that took his spot in Tier 2. And what a debut from this young AD carry. DSG will take the middle inhibitor. They're looking for the top turret next. And it doesn't look like they're slowing down with 3 cannon and power, or Baron powered cannons. They can just walk up. Impact will pull 2 of those under the turret, but the rest of Sentinels just can't quite stop the onslaught that is DSG. Castle will start taking the turret. Doesn't have the flash available. He's actually going to take a big chunk of damage right now, but the turret does go down. The Bard ultimate, it interrupts Hamba.
No flash.
No flash on the Xin Zhao. No chance of survival. Call Me with his 5th kill of the game, and DSG with 5 members strong. Baron on 2 waves. They're going to look to end it right here, right now. Back from Castle, he can TP to the wave and help with the push, and they're going to do just that. Supers are now coming in the mid lane. Sentinels have to defend 4v5.
It's going to be real tough for them to do that. Castle taking down this first one. You always have to watch out about a call on the flank too.
Impact has the ultimate available. He's trying to 1v1 Call Me right now. The first Nexus turret will fall. Kizno goes back in on the Impact. He's just getting chunked down. Will pull Kizno into the ult and get the GA. But that's only an item cooldown. That's not the full kill. Now he comes out of the Death Realm into a slaughterhouse. Who he tries to engage, but the damage cannot follow up. Hambach will get one. Darkwings with a big shutdown. But DSG, they took down the Nexus turrets. DSG, they didn't need those 3 out of 5 members. They just needed this one shot. They'll win their first series of LCS.
It only takes them 1 series to get on the board here in 2026. Smiles all around for DSG. Some incredible rookie debuts. This was a shocking result based on our expectations.
Incredible upset. Sajed on screen. You can see him celebrating there. He wanted to shout out his brother watching at home, Elbara. Elbara, you should be proud right now because Sajed just had one of the strongest rookie debuts we've seen in a while. And DSG just upset Sentinels, who just based on experience alone, we thought would be able to better this young roster. Lot of rookies here. A well-earned bow from Disguised.
Sajed and Lions really popped off in that game 3. They had a great series, but this game 3 in particular, knowing they're going up against Rahel, who wants to hyper carry this game on Aphelios. So not only did they have good 4-5 bans, good prep to make sure that he couldn't have a good protection for his Aphelios, they dominated the lane phase. This is also another game where instead of saying we're going to scale with Cull, they had a slight advantage, immediately by the BF sword, and just never let him breathe. They ended the game 75 CS up, 80 carry versus 80 carry, deathless across both 80 carry and support, and he was dancing on him. He had amazing movement on Sivir. He played great.
Whoever picked Sajed for their fantasy this week, congratulations.
Who would do that?
You just cashed out.
That's crazy.
I think I might have had Lions, actually. So I got to check my roster lineup again.
I got absolutely slaughtered. I had 3 Sentinels players.
Ooh.
Thinking that the team with the substitute and a bunch of rookies wasn't going to stand a chance. I was completely wrong.
And I would have been with you there. Just based on expectations alone, Sentinels were the favorites to win this. Now, how big of an upset it is, we'll have to kind of wait to see how the rest of the power rankings shape out, how Sentinels look against other teams, how DSG look against other teams. But for a debut, I still would say it's an upset, and I still would say a huge performance for DSG, especially with the very young developing players.
I did not see a power ranking that had this team higher than 7th. It was 7th or 8th for absolutely everyone, and they won 2-1, but they probably should have won game 1 as well.
Hey, we got the Jarvan guy. So.
Yeah, sorry, man. Jarvan did pretty bad.
Yeah. How do you thumbs up, thumbs down to the Jarvan?
Hambach had a rough series.
He did.
So Sentinels is going to have to reach back and figure out what happened. And the nice thing about the format here for lock-in is it is Swiss. So they're going to be able to get another chance down at the 0-1 against another 0-1 team.
But it's time to celebrate the winner. So we're joining Emily at the Fan Zone for an interview.
You guys can chime in and make fun of him the entire time if you want. Hello, I am here with victorious AD carry, Sajed. Congratulations. Welcome to the LCS.
Thank you.
Your team and fans are here behind you cheering on. I said that they can come in and interject if they'd like. So first of all, congratulations. How do you feel to play on stage?
Yeah, it's my second time playing on stage. I like playing on stage. I like having the eyes watching me. So honestly, it feels great, and I'm happy we got the win.
How much can you hear the crowd when you're up there? Like, does it help pump you up, or can you hear it at all?
Yeah, I can hear the crowd. I mean, for some reason, when they make a good play, like I didn't really hear the crowd that much. So I think the crowd was on our side. So, I can hear it a little bit.
And then obviously you guys didn't necessarily have the full starting lineup with you, but you looked really, really strong in all 3 games, actually. So what was your prep and practice like going into this week?
Yeah, we had some scrims. We were playing with Kryra. He was playing like 100-something ping from home. And we had Kizno sub in for like 2 games of scrims yesterday. And I mean, I've played with Kizno for a while, so I know like exactly how he is. And I honestly, it sucks we didn't get to play with the full roster, but Kizno, I played with him for like a year, so he kind of fit in pretty well.
And then looking forward, what do you think this is kind of your full introduction. I think your games really spoke for themselves, especially that last Sivir performance, but just introduce yourself. Like, what do you like to play? What kind of AD carry player are you?
Yeah, I'm Sajed. I like any short range hyper carry, like Zeri, Smolder, Kai'Sa, Vayne, Sivir. Those are like the champs I like to play. And, I think my team fighting is my best skill, so that's kind of me.
Are we going to see the Vayne at some point? Because I remember watching you on Vayne. It was pretty sick.
Probably not, but if there's an angle for it, I'll try to look for it. But I don't know. The champ's kind of weak.
Unlucky. All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. Really, congratulations. Welcome to the LCS. And we will toss it back to the lounge to close out the day.
There it is. Nice to hear from the mayor of Copperville himself. Of course, thank you, Sajid. That was like his nickname, of course, back in Tier 2. But just to be able to see
flaming him, he wins the series. Raz is out here calling him Copper.
Oh no!
Below bronze.
Like he calls himself that.
That's crazy, Raz.
He's the mayor.
You're bullying the guy when he wins in his debut,
He's
brother.
a political figure. He had a really
not a compliment these days.
I vote for him. No, he had an incredible day, and I think Kangos was right in saying we haven't had a great debut from a rookie in a while. That was an exceptional debut, and for DSG to take down Sentinels after losing 3 players to these guys.
I know, it's actually crazy when you think about it. Sentinels took 3 of their players. DSG had to play with a jungle sub when Ido had told me their roster is meant to be built around Kryra. He's not even here.
Yeah.
They're power ranked for everyone pretty much 7th, 8th, bottom of the league, and they win their debut. I mean, that is an incredible start and has got to build a lot of confidence for them.
It is wild. It is wild. I'm interested to see who the player of the game of that one was. Let's actually pull up the player of the games throughout the day. So
I voted call me. Let's find out.
Oh, double call me.
Okay.
Nice. He won both player of the game.
It's all mid laners.
It is. It is.
Mid lane looking strong this season.
OP mids.
They were all trying to psyop us into complaining about top laners. You know, everyone's saying, oh, top lane's so OP. 5 for 5 pogs, mid lane. Even more important.
Completion is not that good, guys.
Most important, best role in competitive gets even better. Interesting.
Interesting. Crazy. Any takeaways from the first series of the day that you casted?
I mean, honestly, I thought it was going to go TL's way in game one. That was a pretty big surprise to me. I felt like they had kind of outscaled. I felt like they were looking really, really clean and in control. C9 wins one big team fight, and it felt like the wheels kind of fell off there for TL. You know, they had a kind of a wild engage in the jungle, which really kind of threw any chance they had in that game. You know, from there, they got blown out in game 2. So I think that was a bit of a surprising result. But here is our LCS lock-in Swiss stage. This is where we are at. So the 1-0 teams are going to be C9 and DSG after day 1. And then TL and SEN are going to be in the 0-1 bracket. Of course, we'll have 2 more games tomorrow, and then we'll be filling this out. And then we'll be drawing matches. And that's going to be really exciting.
And immediately, you just do not want to pick Team Liquid. If you're up 0-1, imagine getting Team Liquid when you're 0-1 down already. That's going to be tough. But for tomorrow's games, FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion, we get to see the debut of Zini in the LCS. That's going to be interesting to see. And of course, it's going to be Dignitas versus Lion.
Yeah, and Griffin coming in. A lot of people really excited about him. Gekko's going to get his opportunity. I mean, FlyQuest obviously full of new young players. I think that's really, really exciting. I'm pretty hyped up for Lion too, their debut. You know, a lot of people were telling me that they're not doing as well in scrims, but I think on paper this team should be really, really good. So even if they're not amazing right off the rip, I think they're going to become a really strong team. And I know a lot of LLA fans were really excited just to see the org Lion, you know, building this really kind of stacked roster. And so it's going to be fun to see where they go.
Yeah, the concept of the super team, that's been what people have been talking about with this roster, like bringing back Berserker, former MVP of the league. Is pretty crazy, and also I just want to see how the team does together. At first I was concerned because Biblos was like, I don't know if Berserker's going to be here on time. Thank God he is, and we get to see him tomorrow, so that's going to be good.
Yep, going to be a banger, but that is going to be it for us here today. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. It is going to be FlyQuest versus Shopify. We will see you all there.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It feels so good to say it again. It's so good to be back.
We're hitting.
Yeah, don't have to dive in. Just wait. Bye.
Yeah.
I'm okay. Hit bye.
Killing by, no flash.
We're killing bye.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Yeah, time to flash. I'm going, guys. Yeah. Nice, guys.
Oh my god.
It's a juicer!
It's a juicer.
Guys! Mr. H.
Let's go C9.
Okay. Let's go C9.
Let's go C9.
Let's go. C9 win a clutch fight. 3 for 1. Their jungler might be dead, but they'll be happy with the outcome of the battle.
What a way to start out the LCS.
I think.
I'm fighting for it. I'm very, let's go.
Look here. By the back.
Hit the front. Yeah.
Just get the front, guys.
Yeah. J4. Look J4. Nice. Victor, don't play.
Take Dragon Baron. Nice.
Akali can push ways.
A triple kill to Kizno! What did they feed these rookies for breakfast? They stepped up huge!